is a Southern sin. Breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
Good morning. Everybody in good spirits and ready to proceed? Was everybody able to follow my instructions last night? Great, thank you. Mr. Lamb, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would recall Julian Williams for additional redirect examination.
All right, Mr. Julian Williams.
If you have two right there, and you're still on oath. Mr. Williams, you understand that you're still under oath, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday on examination, you recall being asked a question that led in with something to the effect of when the child supposedly vomited on you.
Correct.
You remember that, a question or two about that?
Yes.
And what were you wearing when that day?
A black Nike tech suit.
I want to show you States Exhibits 24 and 25, and I'll tell you these are screenshots from a police officer's body cam. So you may not recognize the writing and stuff up there, but you recognize the person shown in there.
Yes.
And who is that?
Me.
And do both of those pictures fairly and accurately depict how you looked or appeared on that day?
Yeah.
The clothes you were wearing when you picked up the child at the dorm and went to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, we tender States 24 and 25.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
And have this later here, just a second. All right. I think. There they go. Can you just step right out, just in front of that, and show the jury where on your jacket it shows that your child threw up? Okay, that's showing about that yellowish, white yellowish stain on the front of the jacket on the, I guess, on the right side and on the sleeve. Okay. And then you said that he also, inside the collar, and let me show you this is States Exhibit 25. Can you point out what you're talking about there? Okay. So inside the collar of your shirt and between your jacket and shirt.
Correct.
Okay. And when was he, you can have a seat. When was he throwing up?
He possibly started when I got out. I got him, and I know he was throwing up when I got in the car.
Okay, so when you were getting in the car, when you were in the car, he threw up on you. Did anybody ask you to take the jacket so they could test to see if the child threw up on the jacket?
No.
If they had, would you have turned it over to them?
Yes, I still have it also.
Where is it?
At my house.
Has it ever been cleaned?
No.
Why?
Because that's the last thing I got to remember of.
Nothing for
Any recross?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Mr. Williams, I know they didn't take in that jacket for evidence, but did they in any way even talk to you about it or mention it while they were interviewing you?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, when they were interviewing you and talking to you about the jacket, did anyone ever look at your hands?
No.
Did they ever photograph your hands?
No.
No one asked you to show your hands like this to the GBI agents?
Not that I recall.
No law enforcement asked for that to occur?
Not that I recall.
No photographs taken by anyone?
Not that I know of.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you can step back down, sir. You can call your next witness.
One of the state calls Dr. Michael Busman.
All right. Dr. Busman, if
Just step towards the witness stand and then pause briefly until you get there.
yes, sir, if you just come right here and then turn around.
Raise your right hand. Swear to the evidence you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Your Honor, before, what is my next exhibit number?
26.
Before I proceed with Dr. Busman's examination, I will tender State's Exhibit 26, which is a complete copy of the medical records of this child from Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. These records were received from Phoebe under a certificate of authenticity with a certificate of authenticity attached. I noticed the defense in advance that I intended to introduce the record of that certificate, and my understanding was there would not be any objection to that. Is that correct?
Is there any objection to admission of?
No, Your Honor, we would stipulate the authentic records without having to go through the litany of trying to prove that, as we know that was provided by them and it's authentic.
Okay, well, it is admitted without objection and under that stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I assume Dr. Busman, first to the next of this, what's your name?
Michael Busman.
And you have something with you. Is what you have with you the copy of the records that I provided to you for review?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure you didn't have anything different or anything else besides that. Okay. What's your occupation?
Wait just a second, sir. Would you say your name again, please?
Michael Busman.
What's your occupation, sir?
Family practice physician.
And where do you practice?
Americus.
Do you practice as part of a medical group, or are you in I guess what I would refer to as private practice?
It's an outpatient practice that is owned by Phoebe Putney Health System.
And
I do work obviously in the emergency room also.
okay. And so you, but besides having your family practice, which is I think is under the name Phoebe Family Practice.
Phoebe Sumter Family Medicine and Sports Medicine.
Okay. And in addition to practicing medicine in that office, you also have other affiliation with Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
I am on full-time staff there, and I do work in the emergency department a few days a month on the average.
Okay. How long have you been licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
That would be 30 years, I believe, since 1995.
And can you tell the jury, please, starting from, I presume that before medical school, you would have graduated from college somewhere. Is that correct?
That's right. I graduated from Emory University in Atlanta in 1989.
Okay. And then from medical school forward, or from that time forward, would you tell the jury what your educational background is?
So after college, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. South Carolina, and then graduated from there in 1994. And then I went on to Columbus, Georgia to do my residency in family medicine for the next 3 years. I graduated from there, or completed the program in June of 1997. And then I went to Columbia, South Carolina for 1 year to do a fellowship in sports medicine. So I finished in 1998 in June, and then came to Americus to start practice in August of 1998. And I've been here ever since.
Are you board certified in any particular discipline?
I'm board certified in family medicine.
And what is the scope of a family medicine practice?
Really, we're trained to do a little bit of everything. So really do a lot of everything. Just don't really take people to the operating room or do any kind of major surgeries, but just from, some people call it cradle to grave, but I don't really do a lot with the newborns anymore, but we do take care of people of all ages.
And in addition to being board certified in family medicine and having that postgraduate training, do you also have experience in emergency medicine?
Yes, I have been working in emergency rooms since 1995.
As part of your medical practice, either in your private practice or when you're working in the emergency room at the hospital, does your practice include the process of evaluating, assessing, or diagnosing illness and injury?
Yes.
And do you, in the course of that, have experience and training in determining the probable or likely etiology or cause of injuries or illness?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Dr. Busman as an expert in the general practice of medicine, including evaluation and diagnosis of injury, determination of the cause of injury, and other associated topics.
Mr. Gamble, do you wish to vote out of the witness?
No, Your Honor, we don't object.
All right, Dr. Busman will be allowed to give opinion testimony in his areas of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. January 14th, 2024, where were you working that Sunday?
In the emergency room at Phoebe Sumter.
And sometime shortly after lunch that day, did you become aware of there being a patient in your emergency room by the name of Romeo Angeles or Jackson Drew Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. How did you first become aware of that patient's presence at the hospital?
I believe the nurse told me that they have a young child that is not breathing, and they were taking him to the back, which is also one of the 2 trauma rooms. And I did see a young gentleman carrying a very young kid in his arms and sort of running toward that trauma room, or walking fastly toward that trauma room.
And do you know how that child actually got to the emergency room? Or did you learn that?
Well, yeah, my understanding was that the father who was carrying the child, drove him there and then took him out of the car and brought him in.
What was the child's condition at the time he first appeared at the ER?
He was not breathing, and then when they put him in the back, we noticed there was no heart rate either. So completely unresponsive.
So what would have been done first? I mean, in terms of the care and treatment of this child?
So when they got him in the back, we had the nurses and everybody, on the case, and hooked him up to monitor and doing CPR.
How do you do CPR on an infant?
So basically, it's about breathing, ABC's airway, breathing, circulation. So had to make sure there was an airway to breathe, and then use like a bag oxygen with a bag to deliver breaths to the lungs and do small push on the heart to try to get the heart moving.
Okay. And you indicated just now with your fingers, look like you were holding up two fingers of some sort. Is that, how do you perform CPR typically at least on a patient that size?
Yeah, so typically with a adult, use your whole hand and go like that, but with a kid, they're much smaller, so you can't put that much pressure, that widespread of an area. So we typically use two fingers and push on the chest above the heart.
Okay, and that's where you would perform or apply compressions.
Yes.
There. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Were y'all successful? Well, let me back up. Who actually was performing CPR, if you recall?
Well, me and the nurses, I had to intubate the kid, and that means putting a breathing tube into their trachea, which is over here, which is a tube that feeds off into the bronchi, goes along. You put in the trachea, and when you push the bag, the oxygen is flowing, but you push. Well, when you get it in the machine, actually, well, you could push it with a bag and then hook it up to a machine. The machine does it for you, but that gets the air right to the tubes that go into the lungs, and it delivers the air and the oxygen. So
in effect, I mean, would that bypass, if there were any blockages or narrowing or something of the airway, would that bypass that?
you get, well, we would know if there was a blockage because there's something called a carbon dioxide monitor, and you just hook it up to that thing, and when it turns purple, it means that it's in the right place, and it did. So it was in the right place, and it was getting good ventilation, and we checked the machine to see about the oxygen level. So that was in the right place, and it was getting good ventilation.
When you, once the child was at least momentarily stabilized, did you have an opportunity to examine the child and determine if there were any injuries?
Yes, the first thing I noticed was there was a lot of secretions around the nose, because we usually look at the front of them first. I thought it was, really, when I first saw the kid, I thought it was some sort of facial deformity, but it turned out it was just some secretions, some of which were dry. And then we cleaned that off and suctioned it off. Then it was clear that it, it went away, and you could see the nose, and it, it looked a little swollen, looked relatively fine other than the swelling.
Okay.
And then let me state that we did give, well, okay, go ahead. We did the CPR, we did the intubation, do the breathing, and we were doing the two fingers on the chest to try to stimulate the heart.
Were you successful in restoring a respiration and heartbeat?
Well, we had to give medication, so epinephrine to, and after, I'm not sure exactly how many doses, but after a few doses, we did get the heartbeat back.
Once you had the heartbeat back and it cleaned off the fluid and forth on the child's face, did you, from that point forward, were you able to identify any injuries that it appeared the child had suffered?
Yes, noticed swelling on the face with some bruising, but the big one was the back of the head has really, really swollen and had some fluid in it. It was probably, I don't know about that, I don't know if you can see my hand, but about that size.
And were you able at some point to determine what the injury was to the back of the head?
It was obviously trauma, but the extent of the trauma, once we got once we got the kid more stable and got the heartbeat back and the breathing machine working well, and we didn't have to do CPR anymore, we did a scan of the head and we saw the extent of the injury.
Okay. And what was the extent of the injury to the back of the head?
A big occipital skull fracture, which that is on the back of the head. And I believe there was also a parietal lobe fracture, which is sort of on the side, sort of toward the middle of the side. And that would explain all that fluid, definitely the trauma. That would certainly explain the fluid in the back of the head.
when you say fluid in the back of the head, what would have been the fluid? I mean,
Likely blood. What blood?
And what would cause an injury like that, the fracture of the occipital bone and the parietal lobe?
A direct blow or trauma, some sort of blunt trauma. So in other words, you wouldn't be walking around and all of a sudden fracture your occipital lobe of your skull. It would have to be from direct trauma.
When you say direct trauma, you're talking about a blow essentially delivered to that particular part of the head?
Yeah, or the head delivering, hitting something else. Either way, but some sort of impact of the skull. Either it hitting something or something hitting it.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether there were, and we're going to come back to that as well as the other injuries in just a moment, but did you determine whether there were other injuries as well?
When somebody's unconscious, they can't tell you what hurts them, and they can't complain. So I saw the obvious at first. It was the facial and the skull injury, and couldn't really tell much else of what was going on at the time. But then after the scan of the head, we did the whole body, and we noticed that there was a liver laceration also.
And did you obtain any information from anyone as to what event or events may have been involved in causing the child to suffer this trauma?
Yes, I did talk to, I believe, she's a girlfriend of the father when she came by, and I did ask what happened.
Do you recall what she told you? Or?
Yeah, I think I'd have to
in general terms.
I'd have to review my notes, but at first, I recall that something about. I'd have to review the notes, and it's in there, but my recollection is that baby or the young child was not acting right, and she may have just shook him just a little bit to see what was wrong.
Okay. Part of the information she gave you was that he wasn't acting right, and she shook him. Did you receive any information from anyone that would explain that might explain at least the occipital fracture?
Well, then
you're welcome to review.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to look for, to see what I documented. But then later, I think there was he may have told me that he might have fallen off the bed. But it's in here, and I have to look at exactly what I was told. It's in my notes, so I will try to find that. We can let's see. This may be it. Okay, patient was staying with his father's girlfriend when she reported that the child was acting oddly. She shook his shoulders a little bit, and he was difficult to respond. That is what I just said pretty much. And then she called the father to pick him up, and he quickly arrived. Upon arrival, it was reported that the child was completely unresponsive and he was not breathing. Father took him to the emergency department. He arrived. He had no palpable pulse and no spontaneous respiration. So that is what I was told originally.
Okay. Did you have any subsequent conversations that you recall with, and when I say conversations, I mean, whether it was a question or two or more extensive, did you have any further communications with the girlfriend as to what might have led up to the child being unresponsive?
I did. Wondered whether, it was possible that there was some, because in the beginning, we didn't know what was going on. We have to ask everything, before we knew about the skull fracture and everything, we knew he was unresponsive. So I was wondering if he could have got into some medicine or something like that. If there was any medicine laying around, but she said possibly, but medicine obviously would not have caused a skull fracture. I seem to recall, and it would be in my notes, but I have to find it. That was the initial thing, was that it wasn't acting right, and kind of shook his shoulders a little bit. And then he got unresponsive. But I do recall hearing something about maybe falling off bed at a later time, and that's in my notes somewhere, but I have to find it.
In any event, is it fair to say that that what was reported to you was a claim of some sort of accidental trauma?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the skull fracture and the bleeding at the back of the head, how long would it take a patient who suffered that injury, okay, the skull fracture and the bleeding, how long would you expect it to take a patient to exhibit symptoms of that injury?
Pretty immediate. That extent of trauma, it would happen really quickly. I mean, it wouldn't be acting normal literally within seconds after it happening.
Okay, so almost within seconds, you'd expect some symptoms
yes.
to appear.
Some symptoms, yes.
And then with regard to like unconsciousness and that sort of thing, how long would you expect it to be before you might observe those symptoms?
Can't put an exact time frame on that, but I would say 30 to 60 minutes with the extent of that trauma.
Is there, in your opinion, any reasonable possibility or reasonable likelihood that the child might have suffered that skull fracture the night before he came to the hospital?
No, that's highly unlikely. I think symptoms would have developed a lot sooner.
Do you have an opinion as to the likelihood that after the child received the injury, that he would have still been behaving normally, sitting up, having fine motor skills like being able to hold a cup and use the cup, sitting up in as a normal fashion, I suppose, for a toddler, playing, not crying, and so forth? What is the likelihood that you would find a child behaving that way after sustaining that injury?
No, not happen there. Right after the fall, he may not go unconscious right away, but he's not going to be behaving normal at that extent of trauma. It's going to be abnormal. It's going to get progressively worse.
Are there any other symptoms that would find that are typically or commonly associated with a head injury besides unconsciousness and so forth?
Well, an adult, we would say altered mental status, which means they get confused and stuff like that. And a kid, it's a little bit harder to determine that. They're not acting right.
Okay. What about nausea? Any relationship between injury to the head and nausea? And typically,
a lot of people that have head injuries or concussions do have nausea and somehow vomiting. Yeah.
How, in terms of, and I understand if you can't put a specific time frame on it, what kind of a general time frame would you expect before some of those secondary symptoms like nausea appeared?
It can happen fairly quickly, but maybe 30 minutes. It can happen within minutes or an hour after.
Okay. Now, with regard to the, you indicated there was some swelling to the face and marks of some sort on the face. Is that right?
Yes.
What were the nature of the marks or evidence of injury with regard to the face?
So a little bit of swelling and a little bit of bruising or bluish, maybe a little bit of blood discoloration.
What would cause a child to have bruising and ultimately swelling on the face?
Yeah, so some sort of pressure to that area. So it could be hard hand pressure, or it could be bumping up against something or something hitting it. Any of those things could do it.
Something that applied an impact of some sort or another?
Yeah, right. And if it just caused bruising and didn't cause a fracture, the impact may have been a lot less intense.
Okay. Over the bruising and the swelling that you saw, do you have an opinion as to whether it appeared to be recent or fresh or acute, whatever word is appropriate?
You can't really tell. I mean, it could be anywhere from an hour to, maybe 8 hours, or could possibly be a day before, but it wouldn't have been a week or two before. So bruising can show up within a minute, or it can take several hours to show up.
Okay. Now, with respect to you said there was a liver injury, a laceration perhaps to the liver.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
So what would cause the liver to be lacerated?
That would be also from some sort of direct high impact blow of trauma.
Is there anything that you observed in terms of the laboratory testing or chemical testing of the child's blood and so forth? Was there anything that you determined or observed with regard to those numbers as they relate to the operation of the liver?
Yes.
The function of the liver.
Yes, there are two liver tests that were very, very elevated. One is the AST, and that was it was over 8,000, and normal is up to about 40. So that would be, we're doing the math, 200 times normal maybe, or 20 times normal. Yeah, probably 20 times the normal level. And the ALT was was over 5,000, and that would be, I don't know, 15 times normal or something like that.
15 times?
I think that's the right math.
Okay. And
40 times 15, yeah, it'd be, I think so, yeah.
those test results, I mean, those, the whatever that demonstrates, those levels, that be reflective of an acute injury to the liver or reflective of a chronic condition with the liver?
Well, it could be both, but the bilirubin level was normal. And if something was chronic, you would expect the bilirubin level to be elevated. So the fact that the bilirubin level was normal means it was a relatively acute injury.
let me ask you to assume that the injury to the child, whatever that injury was, that the injury to the child, the trauma to the child occurred the night before, and that after it occurred, that the child was still observed sitting up in no apparent distress, holding and drinking a sippy cup, then went to sleep normally, slept for 8 or 9, 10 hours, woke up and was still behaving normally for another hour after that. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not that would be possible if the child had sustained the injury the night before?
Injury to the head or liver?
The injury to the head.
Oh, no. If it was to the head, there's no way the child would have been acting normally for that period of time.
A while ago, when you referenced a 30 to 60 minute time frame, is, just to be clear, is that the time frame that you would put on that injury and connect in relation to when the child appeared at the emergency room?
I believe that's right. I believe that's what happened.
That it would be somewhere in that range, no more than 60 minutes before the child appeared that he suffered the trauma.
May need to ask that question again. I'm sorry.
A while ago, when you made reference, you said that the brain injury, that the head injury would have caused significant symptoms within 30 to 60 minutes at the outside. Is that right?
Correct. Significant symptoms, yes.
Okay. So those symptoms, when we say 30 to 60 minutes, are you referring to the time frame from the time the injury was suffered or the time the symptoms first appeared?
I have to think about what you asked me. Let me think about that for a second. It would have been 30 to 60 minutes for the kid to have significant symptoms after the injury occurred. Okay.
So from the time the injury occurred, you would expect those symptoms within 30 to 60 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to be clear on. Right. Let me ask you this. Would you, if there was bleeding internal, like around the liver, for instance, how would that blood travel to or enter the digestive tract, the intestines or the colon or whatever?
Usually, if there's injury to the colon or the intestines, that's where you would see blood go out that way, because that's the A route. But from the liver, it's not really, I don't think it's going to go out that way for a while. Your body will just absorb it over time, and it's not a direct link, if that makes any sense.
So
it's not a direct channel out. The liver is an internal organ, and it doesn't go right into the colon. It takes time.
So it would take an injury to have something that caused bleeding in the intestines or would cause a child to have bloody stool.
Yeah, it'd be an injury to the intestines, or it would be what they call inflammatory bowel disease, but that's not necessarily anything acute. That's just a chronic condition that could cause that. If it was most liver lacerations have to be repaired with surgery, but I guess if you had a real small one, it may heal on its own with that blood that leaks out. The body just has to absorb it over time and then excrete it. That's how that works.
Okay. So anatomically, there's just not a route to travel from there to there.
Not a direct route.
Okay. With the injury to the head and liver, would you associate those with a single impact of some sort?
Well, it could be one event, but it wouldn't be a single impact because the occipital portion of the top on the back of the head and the liver's more on the front of the body. So it'd be nearly impossible to bolt with one blow, but it would definitely have to be two different blows.
Okay. Would the injury to the face, the bruising and swelling on the face, would you expect that to be the result of the same impact that caused the injury to the back of the head?
Likely not, although the only way to be possible is if your head fell into a round, like the head fell in here, it could be possible to get them both at the same time, but not likely. Have to fall into a roundish hole with all sides, but not likely.
Okay. Falling off of a bed or a chair, would that cause both of those injuries simultaneously?
Well, a chair, no. I mean, too low to the ground, nowhere to, nothing below it but legs, not both injuries. A bed, you'd have to hit in more than one place falling from a high bed, but you'd have to hit in more than one place for that to happen.
Let me ask you to consider the possibility that the child was sleeping on an air mattress 6 or 8 inches off the floor and some rolled off of the air mattress onto a hard floor.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the sort of impact that might cause all of these injuries?
No. Possibly a small bruise to the face, but not a liver laceration and not a skull fracture.
What if the child was sitting in a chair that was 13 inches above the floor and fell over forwards and hit the floor from the chair? Would that be the type of impact that you would expect would cause all these injuries?
Maybe some bruising, but I can't see how they would fracture a liver, and certainly would not hit the back of the head if falling forward.
Do you recall that in I think in one of your notes, or perhaps it was a nursing note, that there was a reference to a pink frothy sputum on the child's face around his mouth and nose?
Yeah, that's what I referenced in the beginning with the nose sort of coating over the nose and stuff like that.
What would that likely be?
Likely fluid from the brain, or due to the skull fracture, and cerebral spinal fluid.
Cerebral
spinal fluid.
Cerebral spinal fluid. No further questions right now. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, please go on. Morning, bud. We already spoke earlier this morning. You doing okay?
Okay.
I've got some questions for you, as you might imagine. And first of all, I want to ask you, you've got your medical records in front of you. And if you see the first page is the date of aunt release information, that's just saying it's authenticated records, and you got some face sheets and all, but then you finally turn 4 or 5 pages and you get to page 1 of records. Can you turn to page 23 of those records?
I'm not sure where the number's at.
Very top of the page. If you look
I have to take
very top right-hand corner.
Top right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that my pages are numbered, but let me.
It should be on your document. It should be. Once you get past that first preliminary stuff, then it starts with page 1.
What does it say? Okay, 2.
Yes.
Okay, now we're numbered. And what page?
23, page
Okay.
23 of 39, I believe it says.
And then there's 3 of 39. Oh, you say, okay, so 23 of 30.
23 of 39.
Okay.
23. You're going to have to go deep into it.
I got it. 12 of 39. Okay, 23, got it.
Okay. If you're looking at that particular document, it says up in the left-hand corner, Jackson Drew, that lets you know that's the patient, correct?
Yes.
And then on the right-hand side, there are kind of notations of things that have occurred, like place face mask on patient and things like that. You see it?
Yes.
If you go on down where it gets to cardiac arrest, do you see where it begins?
Yes. Yes.
If you would, about halfway down, do you see where it begins? Father presents.
Father. I think so. Yeah.
We're looking at CPR started immediately by nursing staff present. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, right after it says CPR started immediately by nursing staff present, can you read me the next sentence of this notation, please?
Father present at bedside states child fell around 5 minutes prior to arrival.
Now, so according to that notation, the father of this child says that the child fell 5 minutes before he got there, correct?
That's what it says.
And says it's at bedside, meaning he was beside anyone. Bedside, that means at the operating room or the ER room, correct?
Correct.
So the only person that was ever entering into the actual room where y'all were working the child would have been the father, correct?
Initially true, yes.
I mean, the girlfriend never came to that area, did she?
Not during my tenure there.
So we know that person that told you that then was indeed the father, correct?
The father told somebody that, probably the nurse, yes.
It was important enough to notate it, correct?
Correct.
So that was the initial story told to you by him, correct?
Yeah.
Now, I got some questions for you. I know you were asking, you're going to think this may sound like I'm off on a track over here somewhere kind of crazy for you, but I have a reason for it. But is there a test available if you wanted to test someone's fecal matter to try and determine whether or not it contains blood?
Yes.
And what type of test is that?
We call it a hemoccult. It's a fecal occult blood test.
And is that a fairly routine test?
I mean, if you're looking for blood, it is.
I mean, I realize you don't do it every day, do you?
Not necessarily.
But it is something that you commonly will do if you have some suspicion bloods in someone passing out their rear end, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're worried about that.
And is it a very difficult test to perform?
Not really, but there are two types of blood, I guess. Two types of the way we describe blood. One is gross. That means you actually see blood. And the other one is occult, where you don't see it, but that test would turn colors and show there's some microscopic blood in there that you're not able to see.
So what you're telling me to a degree is you may be looking at a patient and see his fecal matter or the bowel movement, and just by the naked eye can tell it's blood. You don't really need to test then, right?
Correct.
And you might still run a test just to confirm what your eyes are seeing, but you're pretty sure already he's bleeding through the rear end, correct?
Correct.
And then there's another type where maybe you suspect there's something like that going on, but just looking at it, you can't say for sure, and you run the test to try to confirm whether or not blood coming out of your end, correct?
If it worries you, yes.
And sometimes when people have trauma and injury, they do begin to bleed throughout the digestive tract all out, do they not?
Maybe, it depends on if there's trauma to the colon or the small bowel.
Can you describe for the jury, if you could, the appearance of fecal matter after a person experiences bleeding in the upper digestive tract? What does it have a different look to it?
Well, yeah. So there's what we say fresh blood and old blood, and if you can imagine, fresh blood is going to be really bright red because it's closer to the exit point, and then older blood would be darker because it's taken longer to get out and has more time to, I guess we could say get oxidized, which means exposed to air or slightly decompose.
So does that discolor the fecal matter to some extent to a darker color?
Yes, it's old.
Now, if you could also give me an approximation of the transit time for stomach contents to travel throughout the digestive tract and eventually be defecated in the form of fecal matter.
It just depends. There's not, I mean, people are different. It can happen, maybe within an hour or two, or some people could be several days. It just depends. There's no exact time frame for everybody.
So a fair approximation will be at least 1 or 2 hours, maybe as much as a day or two.
Maybe.
And I mean, as we know, when we eat, I mean, I might eat lunch, I might eat supper, and then I might have to go to the bathroom and bowel movement the next morning, correct?
Maybe.
Or I might be somebody, I don't need a bowel movement till that next night, correct?
Yeah, people may go 30 minutes afterwards, but yeah.
Correct. But it's a movement coming through your body, just depends on some of all those things.
Right.
I'm going to ask you, we've already had put into evidence, I believe it's Defendant Exhibit 2. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's already been introduced into evidence in this case earlier. I hope I am. Do you see what appears to be 3 diapers? Well, there for a second.
They will reappear briefly.
If there's a problem with your receptacle use.
I have no problem with it.
Can you pull that up for me?
Sure, I'll be happy to.
That's the way it's going to have to work, I guess. I appreciate that.
Okay.
During the break, we'll let y'all see.
We'll make that work through us.
Just 1 second and I'll be there. Mr. Gambon.
Yes. Yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Finally, Dr. Busman, sorry for the delay, and thank you. As you see, there's 3 diapers that are represented in that particular
I do.
exhibit. Now, the one on the far right seems to have fecal matter in it, correct?
Yeah.
Observing
Yes.
that particular diaper, would you agree with me that it has an indication that it possibly has blood in it?
Yes.
That's sort of clear to you in just viewing it, is it not?
Yes, correct.
And if you had seen that on a patient that came to see you, would you do any kind of follow-up to determine why that particular child had blood in the diaper?
Yes.
And would you agree with me if that diaper, when it was worn, that fecal matter would have taken at least some time to have shown up in the diaper from the time the blood began, at least an hour or more, correct?
I agree with that.
Possibly longer, correct?
I agree.
Now, if I go one step further, I know you had seen a young individual that you, JD, that you had seen in this trauma that had some injuries. And he had, at the time that he came to the ER, he had a diaper on then, did he not?
I believe so, but I can't say that for sure.
And I represent that diaper. I'm not trying to say that,
Yeah.
but if he had worn that diaper sometime previous to when he got taken to the ER, would that be an indication that he had some other issues going on in addition to whatever you may have seen at the ER?
Well, if there was blood in the fecal material, obviously something is going on with that.
Now, that's fine, it's off. Is there any reason, is there any doubt in your mind as you look at that diaper that if you were looking at it as a professional with your knowledge and expertise, any doubt that you believe it's possibly blood in that fecal matter?
Oh, definitely.
In fact, you actually looking at it feel like there is blood in there, don't you?
I think so, but I'd have to get closer to it. I believe so. I mean, can't really see the color great with the light, but I would say most likely.
Kind of stands out, doesn't it?
It looks like it's a little bit red.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about young children, before we get to the actual child that you were caring for, I want to ask you some questions about children that age. This is a child that was apparently 18 months old, correct?
Correct.
Children under the age of 3 and certainly under the age of 2 are still developing in some ways physically, are they not?
Correct.
I mean, developing physically up until 18. I'm talking about here as an example, the skull is still developing, is it not?
Yes.
And so skull, that my brain, my skull, whatever it is, as hard as it is already fixed together and gives me good protection as a skull should, correct?
Yeah. Now,
a child that's only 18 months old, the skull's still developing, it's still in sections to some degree and not hardened yet, correct?
It is in sections and it's developing, but there are growth plates in there. I believe it's still developing, yes, but I think it's closed. It's something we call the anterior fontanelle, which is a soft spot right here, usually closes in about 6 months.
And I'll get back to that in a minute about that, but I will ask you, but you have what you call sutures in the skull, correct?
Right.
And those sutures are the ones where they close, not finally make a firm skull, correct?
Correct.
And there are tests you can do if you're caring for a child as a pediatrician or a family doctor for that child to try to determine how that's progressing, correct?
Yeah, I guess that'd be maybe X-rays or some CT scan.
Well, let me ask you this. In your family practice, do you take care of some young children as well?
I do.
From as young as 18 months?
Some.
And do you carry it on through to 10, 12, 18?
Yeah, I don't see as much as the really young ones on a regular basis as I used to, just routine stuff, but I do see some.
But you have a general, you've had general experience in more than just a few cases of caring for children anywhere from the ages of a year old until 10, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar that those children normally have a schedule to come see a doctor for checkups and things, correct?
Correct.
And that's a pretty rigorous schedule of time coming. In other words, just more than just once a year or two, it's fairly frequently, isn't it?
When they get a certain age, then they go to yearly. So it starts off like 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, and then 1 year, and then 18 months, and then maybe every year.
So that's a fairly accurate schedule how you see it as a child going to visit a doctor, correct?
In the beginning, yes.
And one of the purposes of that is, one purpose is to make sure they get their vaccinations and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Secondarily is so the doctor review the child, examine the child, and make sure they're progressing without any issues as well in that young age, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of times, the doctor can determine a lot about the child as he's watching him come in and out as far as how he develops, whether there's a problem or not, correct?
To tell the truth.
And sometimes small children have odd problems that you would not anticipate, but if you see them regularly, you can get a hold of whatever the issue is and try to correct it.
Correct.
And on the other hand, if you have a child that has not gone through any of those type things, it's hard to know what their physical well-being is, correct?
Right, you don't know their baseline.
Right, and it's important to know the baseline you can get, correct?
Yes.
Now, of course, the child that you were looking at in the emergency room that day, you had no baseline on, correct?
Correct.
All you could depend on is, and I got to deal with the child right now, correct?
Right.
Small child, would I be accurate to call it a small child?
Small child, not breathing, no heart rate. Correct.
No prior history, you don't know anything about it, correct?
Right. Just ask the question, but no, I didn't know anything about prior history.
Okay. Now, you had talked about, or you said it was a liver laceration.
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that at least on some occasions, that if someone improperly does CPR or does it too hard or in the wrong location, it can cause a liver laceration just from that while you're working somebody up trying to save them?
No, in the wrong location, but we do it right. I mean, yeah, we do it right. It's not likely to cause a liver laceration unless you're doing it over the liver, and we do it over the chest.
Now, the child, though, it's harder. Would you agree with harder with a child than a grown person, CPR?
Well, just a smaller area, that's all. You just do a small area, less.
Small areas are a little bit more difficult, though. You don't want to get off on that because it can cause problems, correct?
Well, that's why you use like 2 fingers instead of a whole hand.
Just you keep up with the literature on liver lacerations and that type thing, do you not?
As much as I have to keep up with any literature, yeah.
You're aware that liver lacerations from CPR go anywhere from around 1% to 11% when it's performed in an emergency situation?
There are small instances of it. I believe it's more likely on the left side of the liver when it occurs. But if it's gone off, there is a small chance of that.
Now, and I'm not accusing you of necessarily doing anything wrong, but just in reality, that could occur, correct?
It's possible, but in this case, I would say very unlikely.
Now, you did say, though, at times you were not the only one giving the CPR, right?
Right, but correct.
So you're doing some things when someone else is performing. You can't watch everything while you're doing all the other stuff, right?
We're in the room. I'm watching it. I'm in the room watching it all.
Now,
and that was a big laceration. It wasn't a small one. So that's another reason why I think it would be unlikely that was caused by CPR, but possible but unlikely.
Now, you were told about the child possibly, or at least there's been some conversations about the child could have possibly fallen off the bed, correct?
Yes.
Now, did anybody tell you that the particular bed that the child fell from was 40 inches high?
I had heard that.
So that's a fairly high bed, is it not?
Intermediate, yeah.
And then did anyone tell you that the flooring there was a hard concrete tile, very hard?
I don't remember hearing that.
Well, if you would assume for a moment that the flooring was also very hard, would you agree with me if a child fell off the bed from 40 inches onto a very hard concrete floor that it could cause rather significant injuries?
It could.
And I understand, I mean, one thing I do want to, I guess, address is you really don't know what happened to the kid as far as who did anything. You just know the injuries you saw, correct?
That's correct.
And you can make some conclusions or assumptions based on your medical knowledge of what you think may have caused it to a degree, but as far as the person or persons that caused it, you have no idea as you sit here, do you?
No idea. I was not there when it happened.
And you've talked about the trauma that occurred and that the trauma, say the fracture in the neck area, the back of the neck. That trauma, you had said, could occur from a rather significant blow, correct?
Yes.
Now, the blow could be from, and it wasn't in this case, of course, but it could be from an automobile wreck, correct?
Oh, it could be, yeah.
And it could be from somebody striking the child in some way, correct?
Yes.
And of course, it could be from a traumatic fall of some sort if it hit the right way, correct?
Yeah.
Now, in addition to that, is it possible sometimes for the injury you saw on the neck, for someone to have an injury to that neck? You've testified already there was a fracture in that area. That
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's clarify. You're saying neck. You mean the actual neck or the back of the skull?
I'm saying in the area you talked about the fracture,
Yeah, that's going to be the back of the skull, the occipital area, so not the neck.
a little up higher than that.
Yeah.
That fracture, I apologize for that, but the fracture that occurred in that area, is it possible or could it happen where someone has had an accident or fallen and they partially cracked their area there, not to the extent it was when you examined the child, but had a partial fracture and then had a second thing that occurred that broke it all the way?
It's possible, but they would have been having issues even from the first event, but it's possible. They all occurred at once, but that is possible.
I mean, it's sort of like if I fall down and crack my wrist and you tell me to be careful for the next few weeks because we don't want to have any more problems, and I don't listen and I go out and play basketball and reach down to catch myself, I could break my wrist completely, correct?
Yeah, but usually a break is through and through, so it goes in from one end of the bone and comes out the other end. We don't typically see it only going partially through the bone.
But sometimes you do have partial cracks, right?
Not very often. Usually it's through and through, to call it. You can have some stress injuries, but they usually a fracture goes through and through.
Now, in your practice, I assume that you are required to have continuing education of some sort as a
Yes.
medical doctor, and you keep up with that, I guess, right?
Yes.
And in addition to that, just like me in the legal profession, there's all type of periodicals and things like that we read and keep us kind of up to date. Do you do the same thing?
I go to medical meetings and get my information through medical meetings and some articles, but I don't really read a lot of periodicals. So people choose different ways to get their information.
But you are aware they exist, such as, say, the New England Journal of Medicine. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's a learned journal that has treatises in it that talk about medical issues,
It does.
and one that would be somewhat dependable?
Most of the time.
I mean, I realize anybody can have an idea about what they've written, and you may not really agree with it.
So what the New England Journal does is they publish articles and they publish somewhat research. So it shows what the research showed, and you know that's a research journal. It's not always per se the standard of care research.
Well, let me ask you this. This isn't about that was just an example.
Okay.
I don't have anything from that
Uh-huh.
particular journal, but I was just trying to add a little bit about that. Would you agree with me that research shows that the number one accidental cause of death for children under is from falls?
Sure,
So there's no question about that, right?
I agree.
That's standard stuff that we know. And in addition to that, we know that because the child is in some ways more fragile than a grown person, that a fall for a child can be from a lesser height and cause damage to that child than it might to an adult, correct?
Possibly.
You've seen research and literature that at times where a child has fallen from what would seem to be not a particularly tall place, maybe 2 feet or 3 feet, but then have traumatic injuries, correct?
It's possible, but I've also seen them fall from a little higher and have minor injuries likewise. So yes.
I mean, we'd all agree. I mean, I've got 2 grown children now, 21 and 22, but when they were young, they might fall from fairly high place and you go, oh my gosh, run them and dust them off and be fine, right?
Yeah, the children's bones tend to be more, for lack of a better term, rubbery than solid, so they're less likely to break. I mean, they do break, but usually it takes a little more force to break them because they're more pliable. So with an adult, it's not quite as pliable or for like rubbery. So a lot of times they tend to sprain more things instead of break them, and adults tend to, from the higher trauma, break a little more.
Have you heard of are you aware of the Department of Neurosurgery at George Washington University Medical Center in Washington, D.C.?
I mean, I know it exists.
I mean, does it have a reasonable reputation for being able to perform things that involve neurosurgery and that type of thing? Do you know?
I can't speak to that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't keep up with them.
Do you know Dr. Omaya, Ommaya?
No,
You've never heard of him?
no.
If he had published an article in the British Journal of Neurosurgery, would you consider that to be a reliable source to look at and try to learn and things?
I don't know the guy. I mean, I don't know how to answer that because I don't know the fella.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of Dr. Mary E. Case?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever looked at Brain Pathology, another journal that's
I do not know. No brain pathology journal.
Have you ever seen any in your literature, though, where a young child under the age of 3 may have fallen from only 2 or 3 feet in traumatic injury from time to time?
I have heard of such cases.
So you acknowledge they do exist, correct?
They do exist.
Now, they're outliers as far as they're not the common thing.
Right, because I've seen kids fall from 4 feet that are younger and just have bruising and no further damage.
You have, but you know they could fall from 4 feet and have significant damage, correct?
They could have more. I don't know how to define significant. Yes.
And of course, I understand that's not, odds are not what you normally expect, but you would agree with me no matter what odds are that you can have, you're aware that, as an example, we always say, just in general talking, that the chance of that happening is that I was struck by lightning. You ever heard somebody say that?
Oh, yeah.
And we all know that the odds of someone being struck by lightning are pretty far-fetched, correct?
Correct.
At the same time, though, we know that several hundred people a year get struck by lightning, don't they?
Yes.
You may have had a patient or two struck by lightning yourself. I don't know. Have you ever had one?
One.
So you've had one. So even though the odds are great, I mean, when I say odds, 1 in a million or more, right?
Oh, definitely.
And we know that, well, as an example, if you're playing Mega Million, the odds are 1 in 269 million, but we recently had a guy from Newton to win the lottery in the Mega Million, didn't we?
Didn't know that.
You do know that if you win the lottery, you beat the odds pretty big.
Oh, without doubt.
But it still happened, didn't it?
Right.
Now, I want to ask you a few more questions about what all you observed and that type of thing. Just a moment, excuse me. Give us some estimations of some time frames you believe that when this injury occurred and then symptoms and the symptoms that you could have happened, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are estimations based just upon your general knowledge of medicine, correct?
Pretty much so.
And I mean, I practice law and you practice medicine, correct?
Yes.
And that's the reason they call both of them practicing, because we're always learning and trying to determine new things, correct?
Yes.
And because even though we may be to some extent very knowledgeable on a subject matter, we still can't give you firm answers always. Sometimes there's some room on the outside for each one as well, correct?
Sometimes there's a range, yes.
And you've got a range, but it still could be somewhat different in some situations if you don't know all the facts, correct?
Perceivably, yes. I mean, there's a range on the injuries on what could happen and how long it would take to develop, but yeah.
Now, would you agree with me that young children, generally, if they're pretty active, they bump around a lot and stuff, not unusual to see small bruising on them, arm, face, wherever, where they just rough playing?
It's certainly possible.
And injuries that you described, not major injury. I understand the laceration of the liver and the skull injury, but the other injuries were, as you described, light bruising or light discoloration, correct?
Yeah, pretty much so.
Did anyone tell you that the child was not eating the night before coming to ER?
I do not recall hearing it.
Did anyone tell you the child was not eating again the next morning when it got up?
Don't recall hearing that.
Did you have any evidence? Did you get anything that would indicate to you whether there was any food substance in the child's digestive tract as you were working with the child?
No, no idea.
You wouldn't have checked that. I mean, you didn't ever check like stomach content or things of that nature, did you?
When somebody comes in responsive, we try to get their breathing and heart rate restored first. That's priority. So.
Now, the child's hemoglobin level appeared to be low when he went into an ER. Is that correct?
I have to look that up.
Okay.
Do you happen? Oh, here it is. Yes.
And is that an indicate? That's something that takes a little bit of time to drop down and have a low level, correct?
Well, I'm looking at the level 9.9, and the lower range of normal is 10.5, so it's a little bit low. I mean, obviously, any kind of bleed, is going to, cause the hemoglobin. Well, not any kind of bleed, but a significant bleed or chronic bleed is going to cause the hemoglobin level to drop. So it was a little bit low. Once again, normal being the lower end of normal being 10.5, this was 9.9.
So it's an indication of some type of bleed, correct?
Well, let me look one more time. There are things that cause your hemoglobin to be low besides bleeding, but most likely probably related to some sort of bleed, I would say.
And I forgot to ask you earlier, but when I was talking about developing children, isn't it true that their organs in relation to their body size is bigger than for an adult person?
Can be.
I mean, because the organs kind of grow to their size, to full size before the body does, correct?
Mostly.
And that makes that organ more susceptible at the early ages of damage than it would an adult, because it's a bigger portion of the body. So if it were to be struck or fall, it's a bigger target in relation to the body, correct?
Maybe.
Did you, you did not see any real, any bruising or anything of that nature in the torso of the child, did you?
I didn't notice any. So the obvious thing was the unconsciousness and the facial and the brain injury or the skull fracture. That was the obvious thing. And then when we did a scan of the whole body, we noticed the liver laceration. So after that, the likely cause was trauma. So we didn't necessarily really look because we knew what the result was.
Now, in your practice, have you ever come across a child that had any type of disease that might affect the development of their bones that would be considered not, odds are it's not very often that it occurs, 1 in 100, 1 in 500, anything of that nature?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but there do exist some, I don't know, slow bone growing or people, yeah.
Paget's disease, is that one?
Not very common, but that could be something.
Not common, but does occur, correct?
It can.
And there's more than just a few cases in the country every year. Maybe only a few hundred or a few thousand, but there's more than a few, correct?
Yeah, and that's not going to be localized to any one part of the body. It's going to be kind of spread out.
But if you were a treating doctor for a child, the child's coming to see you month to month and all of that, it's something that over time you might recognize. You may not recognize that's what it is. Again, if you recognize there's some issues, you begin to test and you might discover that, correct?
Sure.
And if the child's not going to the doctor, then there's no way to be able to discover something like that because nobody's looking at the child, correct?
No, can't examine them, can't get a history, can't get a diagnosis.
And of course, again, on your ER, you're always stuck with just taking the person as they are right then and trying to work on them. You don't know all that background.
That's right.
And so you don't know whether there could have been something like that going on with the child, correct?
I don't know, but I highly doubt it in this case.
And there's some other diseases kind of the same. Fragile syndrome. Do you know it?
I've heard of it, but I can't tell you what that is right now.
You're not aware that that involves the same type of problems as Paget's disease, but also includes the possibility of liver problems lacerating?
I'd have to look that up. I'm not familiar with that one.
You acknowledge that. You may not know exactly about it, but you know it's another disease that strikes children, correct?
Right. I'd have to look that up. I don't believe that would be likely in this case, but I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
And then when you say not likely, we're starting to talk about odds when it's not likely, but that doesn't mean it's not possible, correct?
I mean, things possible, just like you said, getting struck by lightning, but, right, it's possible, but I would say not likely in this case.
That's all the questions I have, Ian.
Everybody,
Can I get a spell on that second?
we'll do that at the break. We'll get it at the break, Mr. Gamble.
Okay, I'll get you.
I think we're going to take a 10-minute recess before we continue. So let's be back at 10:35. All right.
I do have some redirects though.
I figured you did.
Okay, I just want to be, so we'll do that after the break. Okay, yes, sir. I just
Sorry
want to
about
make
it. We're
sure.
going to take a break before.
I didn't.
Okay. Brandon, let Gamble know the jury walked back in. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can continue with your redirect, or begin your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Dr. Busman, these notes that were referred to during the cross-examination, the note on page that was on page 23 of the nurse's records. Yes, read a few moments ago. The one says, father present at bedside states child fell around 5 minutes prior to arrival. Who put that note in this chart?
I don't know the answer to that. Most likely one of the triage nurse.
Okay. And the charting, when nurses chart in a hospital, is the charting always simultaneous with the event?
No, I don't believe so. I'm not. Well, no, the answer would be that sometimes something happens immediately. They chart it right then and there. Sometimes it may take a little bit of time to get it in there.
But so in an emergency situation where you have a child who comes in who's not breathing and doesn't have a heartbeat, sort of an all hands on deck kind of situation. Is that true?
Yes.
I mean, everybody that is available goes to where the child is and
Well, no, most people. I mean, enough people manage the case. So yes.
Right. Okay. And so if the person who observes something or hears something or sees something or hears a question asked or answered in that setting, I think that's, stop doing CPR so they can type in a note.
Oh, no, not at all.
Are they going to stop sending the labs out to the, or getting a ready to intubate them or do all those other things? Are they going to stop any of those things for the purpose of writing a note right now?
Nobody's going to stop doing the CPR. It's going to continue until it's either successful or determined to be a failure.
When if you flip forward, I think, to page 38 of that same set of notes, if you don't mind me looking, so I can look at it later.
Yeah, let me just get there. It's 35, 36, 38.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Now there's an entry at the bottom, right, at 12:36 with a time of 12:36. Is that correct?
I see one at 13:15. I'm looking for 12.
Below there.
No, I'm having trouble. Page 38. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I'll show you, if I may, right here. This note right here.
Right here? Oh, 12:36. Okay, I got it.
So at 12:36, nurse Cindy Goodwin put into the chart that the patient was brought to trauma 16. That's a room at the hospital, right?
Correct. That's what I mentioned earlier.
Okay. Brought to trauma 16. Daddy was carrying the child. His face was towards the father's chest. I took the child from the father, and as I laid him on the stretcher, he had pink, frothy sputum on his face, around his mouth and nose. I wiped his face. I noticed he had bruising to his left cheek and left forehead. Patient did not have a pulse. I immediately pulled his clothes off and started CPR. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a reference, wouldn't it, to literally the very first thing that happened when this child came into the emergency room.
Pretty much so.
Okay. And then a little while later, actually, you accompanied Kayla Israel, the nurse Kayla Israel, to meet with the family members or whoever was present there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you look at that note at the top, it says 1/14/24, 13:15. That's 1:15 p.m., right?
Yes.
Okay. But then in the right-hand column, okay, it says created 1/14/24, 20:04. Okay, the nurse's note. Right? Doesn't that mean that this note wasn't actually written until 8:04?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the note that's timed at 12:36, that note wasn't actually written into the chart until 6:06 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any further questions that are leading. I've sort of not objected, but he's leading the witness. I'd ask he asked direct questions, not leading. He's not on cross.
Mr. Lamb, do you ask open-ended questions, please?
Yes, sir. I sure will. The nursing note, or it was, I don't know if it's a nursing note or not. The note on page 23 that we were talking about earlier. Is there anything there that would indicate to you who might have put that note in?
I'm looking at it right now, but let me go to the prior page. Yeah, going to be the triage person, which would have been a nurse. But the actual person, I don't know if it has their name attached to it. Let me see.
I
can't find it. It would be a triage nurse, but I don't know who that would be. It's a guess, but Cindy Godwin was the one that saw. I probably would have identified something right away, but it does not have her name on it. But that would be my guess, but I do not know. But I could say it was definitely a triage nurse, but I don't know which one that would have been. Likely Cindy Godwin.
I want to refer you to a different section of these notes in just a moment when I can tell you how to find what I'm looking for. Okay. If you flip further back, Dr. Busman, half section that you're looking at there, you'll scroll back, and at some point there you'll see pictures of Julian Williams' driver's license. Okay, so scroll right to if you can see where his driver's license photograph, or
would that be behind?
It's just further back. Yes, sir. It's many pages.
Toward the end, or
about 2/3 of the way through. If it would be helpful to you, I don't mind just walking up there and
that might be
flipping to the section that I want you to look at.
Yeah.
You can approach it.
I would refer that to the way we both did it. We're trying to point to something just because it's kind of complicated to point the way you do it. No insult, doctor. Just
Approach and point to start the record where you want.
The page number in here, there's like a whole bunch of different things from different sets.
Oh, I found it.
It's this set of notes that starts with page 1.
Okay.
Okay, that's set of notes. That's the one.
Okay. All right.
Do you on a particular page?
Yes.
You just tell me what page. I know.
Oh,
you have
okay.
that, so-
Yeah. Well, I'm starting at page 1,
Oh, okay. All right, that's.
which is right behind right. All right. If starting on page 1 there's a column, there's a reference at the top to what these notes are. You see that? I mean, that sort of a title page. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Well, I see two. One says patient care assessment. The other says interventions or assessment. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Okay.
As long as you speak up.
I'll move over so I get closer to the mic. Okay.
And then when you scroll backwards from there, okay, I say not scroll, but flip backwards from there, flip down to page 21.
Out of 28.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Page 21 of 28.
I flipped around. Okay, 28. Got it.
And in that first section, and what I'm referring to is the part where on the left-hand side it says triage, pediatric, ESI, chief complaint.
I'm sorry. Tell me that page one more time.
21 of 28.
Okay, hang on. 21. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay.
So the first entry up there is triage, pediatric, and it says ED, triage description of symptoms,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Right. And you don't have to read it out loud. You can read it to yourself, but read the note that's written right there to yourself, please.
Just that first like paragraph thing.
Yes,
I
sir.
read it.
Okay. Is that the same paragraph that you were reading from before? It's in a different note, a different section of the notes, but it's the same. Is it the same language?
Yes.
Okay. And then
I do see, I'm sorry, but I do see, I'm not sure, but I see a time, KSI, I guess that's Kayla Israel.
that's what I was about to ask you. So this note that on the other record doesn't have a time and or name attached to it, in this log, is there a name and time of recording attached or placed there?
Yeah, there is. It's 2003, which is 8:03 p.m. And KSI is Kayla. I'm not sure what the middle name is. Israel.
Kayla Israel. She's a nurse there.
Right, right.
Okay. So from that, can you tell the jury what time that note would have actually been entered in the record, even though it says 12:36?
No. Oh yeah. It, heard at 12:36, but the actual time it was recorded was 8:03 p.m.
All right. And I hate to make you flip back and forth. Okay,
Yeah.
go down a little bit to that first section where there's 39 pages
Uh-huh.
that we were looking at before,
Uh-huh.
and look at page 30 of 39.
Okay. I'm there.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at that note in the center of the page that says, starts with nurse charting, accompanied Dr. Busman to family consult room.
Wait a minute.
In the middle.
No, 30 of 39?
Yes, sir.
I think I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yes.
That's 30 of 39, but I don't believe this is the right one.
It's in the
I saw that earlier.
medical notes.
I saw that. Wait, was it 21? Was it 8? I saw that, but it's not. This is not 30 39. Oh yeah, it goes. Is that it?
Oh, it is, and the problem, Dr. Busman, and I
They're-
apologize, is it's 38 to 39, not 30 to 39. That's
Okay. All right. That's why.
my
That's why I couldn't find it.
failure to read the number correctly. Okay. In the center of that, there's a long note, it says
Yeah.
late entry, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And that note refers to what event?
Oh, when I went to speak to the family about what was going on.
Who was present when you went to speak with them?
The father and the girlfriend.
And was there a statement made to you there by the that's recorded that was made by the girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what she said?
It says that she said the child was and she noticed he was, quote, not acting right. And then she said he all of a sudden got weak and started squeezing. And then she started squeezing his chin and tapping his face to get him to, wait a minute, to get him to respond, and he would not respond. She states that she called the child's father, who was, quote, down the hall, and told him to come on, let's go. And they brought it to the emergency room by personal vehicle.
All right, and we'll stop right there and ask you a couple of questions. Did she make any statement that you recall as to where the child was when the child was eating chips?
I believe it was the college dorm room.
Then after she tells you the child was eating chips and she suddenly noticed he wasn't acting right, we ask you, I don't see it in here, so not asking you that. I'm asking you, do you recall whether she gave any different history at that time and said something about him falling out of a chair?
I do seem to remember that. I would just have to find it in my notes. I know that I did get an additional story that wasn't all consistent with the first one, and I have to see it in my notes. And I do recall something about falling out of bed, but I would have documented that somewhere.
Who was giving you inconsistent accounts of what happened?
Well, the girlfriend changed the story at least once.
Okay. Right. Then further in that note, do you see the part where it starts with she denies, that sentence that says she denies? Is it right in the middle? After it says they brought the child POV to ER.
She denies any known injury to child and states he has been well up until today.
Okay. Did the girlfriend, not the father, but did the girlfriend make any statement regarding when the child had last seen a doctor?
Said she says he's not seen a doctor in 1 year.
Okay. Now, other than her telling you that, do you have any idea when the child would have last seen a doctor?
No idea.
you weren't given any notes in the other place that would have indicated when he last saw a doctor. Were you?
Correct.
Now, on cross-examination, you were also asked about blood in a diaper, potentially blood in a diaper. Who would be in a better position to make an initial, to reach an initial clue as to whether there was blood in a diaper? Someone who is looking at a photograph of it, or a something that's displayed on a computer, or somebody who's holding it up and looking at it in person in real time?
Objection, Your Honor, it requires speculation.
No, I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm asking him who would be in a better position to determine whether there's actually blood.
I don't think that's a proper opinion. That's something for y'all to argue. I'm not going to let him answer that.
If you were going to make a judgment about whether there was blood in a diaper, that was important in some way to what you're doing as a physician, okay, to your treatment of a patient. If you were going to make a conclusion one way or the other, would you rather see a photograph of the diaper, or would you rather see the diaper?
I'd rather see the diaper.
If there was blood in the diaper, what would that have to do with this child cracking the skull?
Totally unrelated.
If there was blood in the diaper, what would that have to do with the bruising on the child's face?
Totally unrelated.
If there was blood in the diaper, what would that have to do with his lacerated liver?
Not likely.
Not likely.
Not likely.
Be related? Is that what you mean?
It'd most likely be related to a colon injury or a small bowel injury or chronic disease.
Did you at any point determine whether there was a colon injury or a small bowel injury?
I don't recall. The CT scans are not great at picking those up, so we did not determine that there was or was not one. But it could be likely due to the trauma to the liver, could have also been trauma to the bowel, but we could not determine that.
But when the liver was damaged, there might have been other things damaged in the abdomen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, could have been.
Okay.
But there was a mention of a spleen injury, but like I said, the CT scans they can't always pick up bowel diseases, so we have no proof that there was injury, but it's to the bowels.
With respect to the questions you were asked about skull sutures and the development of skull in an 18-month-old child, what was your conclusion with regard to, or what was your testimony with regard to the state of development of the skull and the sutures and so forth once the child has reached 18 months?
So the bones are still growing, and they're not, and I didn't say this specifically earlier, but they're not fully closed yet, but they're still growing. But there's very minimal space between the openings, but they are not fully closed.
So even though they're not fully closed, would you be able with a proper test, like say a scan with CT, with contrast, like a contrasting scan or something like that, with some other type of test, would you be able to determine whether or not the skull sutures were open simply due to the stage of development, or whether the skull suture had been open due to trauma?
Maybe there's probably something in the literature which would describe the distance or separation of the sutures at a particular age. It's going to be within a range, but I guess the answer is maybe, but I think the more concerning thing would be that it was fractured, not that they're open, but there was actually a fracture of the skull.
The fracture of the skull was in a completely, was it in the same place?
Well, the sutures are throughout the skulls. I can't recall at the top of my head how many there are, but I don't know, I'll just say 8 of them. There are 2 first, I think there maybe 7 lobes, whatever, but 7 or 8 sutures. I may be a little bit off by that, but I did not recall looking at the occipital suture, but they're just parts of the skull, and there was a big fracture in the occipital portion of the skull, and I believe there was one in the parietal portion of the skull too, which is kind of around here.
Would the fracture in the occipital bone or the occipital part of the skull, would that fracture be a naturally occurring phenomenon like a skull suture?
No.
The fracture supposed to be there?
No.
With regard to a child going to the doctor on a regular basis, the intervals that you said were common were starting at 3 months were what?
Yeah, typically it's because of immunizations, but it's at I actually said it wrong. It's 1 month, 2 months, and 4 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 15 months, 18 months, and then yearly after that.
Okay. And you indicated, I think, that if a child's not seeing a doctor, that, perhaps it's possible that a child has some odd problem I think that was the phrase that was used, some odd problem that goes unnoticed because of not seeing a doctor.
True.
Is that right? Okay.
True.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not it's an odd problem that killed Jackson, Drew, Angeles?
No, well, I don't think there was a odd problem or chronic disease that killed him.
What killed him? What did he die from?
What killed him was the head trauma, and the bleeding in the brain is what killed him.
With regard to the possibility of there being an injury to the liver due to bad CPR or improper CPR, I think is the way it was phrased. You said something about the left side. What left side? Right? What did you say about that?
I think the injuries from CPR they're not very likely, but when they do occur, they're mainly on the left side.
The left side of the liver?
I believe so.
Okay. Were you in the area where CPR is being performed on this child?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody performing CPR wrong?
No.
Did you see anybody put their hands, down well below the chest where the liver would be?
No.
If you had observed anyone performing CPR incorrectly, would you have done anything?
Certainly.
The test that was done, the liver testing, the blood testing done where you got the you called the liver numbers earlier.
Yes.
If you look at that chart that shows the laboratory results, can you tell me when that test was, when those results were drawn, or when that blood was drawn, that was tested?
Let's see. It should have a time on it. It looks like it was 13, 14, so 1:14.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
So,
Yeah, 1:14 p.m. Yeah.
assuming that the notes are correct and the child came into the emergency room initially at 12:36, and the blood was drawn at 1:14, so 40 minutes later, I suppose, 38 minutes later. Does that sound right?
About right.
Okay. If the injury had occurred in that 38 minutes that the child was at the hospital, would that have caused the AST and ALT numbers to appear as they did?
I don't think they would have been able to go up that quickly in that short amount of time.
Take some a longer amount of time to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it may have gone up a little bit, but not to that extent in that short amount of time.
If the bleeding had preceded the child's appearance in the emergency room, if he had been bleeding in the liver for 30 or 40 minutes before he appeared at the emergency room, would that be more or less consistent with what the numbers ended up being?
Yeah, they would be more consistent if it was bleeding for a little bit longer.
Is there anything that you think might have learned from a bloody diaper that would have explained why the child died?
No, I think that whatever was causing the blood in the, well, proposed blood in the diaper, I don't think it really had anything to do with the kid's death.
You asked a lot of questions about the possibility of a fall, a small fall causing the child to suffer various injuries or whatever. Let me ask you this. What are the odds of one fall causing all the injuries that Jackson with?
I object to that question. It's beyond the scope of this expert. I do not believe he has any, unless he can testify as to some studies that he's done or aware of that say those odds. For him to speculate on odds would be inappropriate. I object.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Gamble asked him if is there some odds that this happened or some odds that happened and could this happen and could that happen? And it's
I'm going to allow the question. Both of you have asked him similar questions.
What are the odds of all those things happening?
I can't give you odds, but I can tell you that it's unlikely for one particular incident to cause all those injuries.
One incident or one impact?
One impact. It is possible to have one incident, but it would have to be multiple impacts.
And when you say multiple impacts, you mean what do you mean by impacts?
Trauma or direct blow to those body parts.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. unlikely, but just like with lightning, you did have one patient that actually got struck by lightning, didn't you?
That's right.
So those odds sometimes come true, do they not?
I do.
And this particular case, I do have some more follow-up for you, but first, you were asked about your medical records. And your medical records, a good bit of time was spent asking about when the notations were put in the records versus when the event occurred. Isn't it the normal course of business of how y'all operate? You perform your medical services, and then at some time in the future, you dictate or get it put into an official record when there's time to do so?
Yeah, sometimes you can do it immediately, and sometimes you have to do it later. It depends when you have the time.
And in this particular record, you've read where the record said that one of your triage nurses said that the father was at bedside and said that the child had fallen about 5 minutes ago, correct?
Right.
And that's in your record on 3 occasions, the same exact quote, correct?
At least 2, yeah.
And I think if we actually go through, but I won't bother to go through with you, but I believe that it may be another. But regardless, it's even only 2. Do you stand by the accuracy of the records that your nurses put in on these records?
Yes, I believe they documented what was told to them.
And you have no reason to believe that that's an inaccurate statement, do you?
That's right.
And just like all the rest of the record, the mere fact that it was entered a few hours later doesn't make you suspect that the record may not be accurate or complete, does it?
That's correct.
Now, you've testified that you were sure that CPR was done correctly, but isn't it true that the nurse began CPR before you entered the room?
No, because I followed the nurse into the room, actually. I saw him walking in the hallway. The dad was holding the baby, walking the hallway. Says, kid's not breathing. We're going to trial room 16. I went right in there with him.
Well, the initial note seemed to indicate nurse began CPR, but you're saying you were behind.
Right, with her behind her, yeah.
Now, you talked about you did not see a disease that could have affected the child, but you'll acknowledge you didn't test the child for any type of disease, did you?
Well, you can't really do that on the spot like that. A lot of them would be sent to right. I was not aware of any kind of chronic problem or disease that the child had or could have had.
And I mean, I'm not criticizing you for not taking that. I understand in an emergency situation, you're not going to be taking a bunch of tests, but the reality is either on the spot or even follow-up wise, there's been no test done by you or anyone on staff to try to determine if that child had any pre-existing condition, correct?
I'm not sure what the autopsy checked for other than looking at the organs and everything. I wouldn't expect them, or they may have picked something up, but we did not do that prior.
And I mean your staff. I'm not talking about autopsy.
Yeah.
That's separate from you, right?
Correct.
And so you don't know, but if the child did have some of these pre-existing conditions, it could affect how he reacts to falls or trauma, correct?
True. Now, I did look up Agile syndrome on the break. I don't know if you want to ask me about that again, but I'm familiar with it. But you don't have, but anyway, I just want to tell you that.
Well, Agile does indeed. You knew what I was going to say to that, I think, but Agile does involve weakness of bones and sometimes liver having problems as well, correct?
That's right.
And it is a relatively rare disease as well, correct?
It is.
But it is something that occurs from time to time, correct?
It can.
And the thing about those kind of diseases, like that Agile or with Paget's disease, is a child has that disease and all of a sudden begins to have broken bones or things like that. Initially, it may even appear the child being abused because no one knows that it has these issues, correct?
I don't know. When I looked it up, it doesn't really, in my opinion, it doesn't really fit this case. But when I looked up what it is, would have been some different things, a lot of jaundice, dry skin, itchy skin, and other stuff. Yes, it can affect the skeletal, the skeleton, the bones, and the liver, but it just didn't seem to fit when I looked it up.
Were you aware that the child had some issues with asthma and dry skin on the face? Asthma.
Well, I'm not aware of asthma.
Not asthma, eczema.
Eczema.
Yes.
No.
You didn't know that as you were dealing with him, correct?
Right. That's not an emergency. Yeah.
Now, you read some of the notes that indicated that Trinity said when the child was in trouble that she began to squeeze his cheeks and that I believe
Shake his shoulders.
His shoulders. and his cheeks, and maybe tap his face. Is that what you said? If you squeeze the cheek pretty good, trying to get my attention, you could leave a slight bruising, could you not?
If you squeeze it hard enough, you could.
And in a situation when you a child is in trauma and you're seeing the child's not doing well, you might do that fairly hard. It could happen, right?
Could.
Now, I know you said there's a difference between seeing a diaper on a photograph and seeing a diaper in real time, but at the same time, the diaper that you looked at earlier, you already testified, there's not much question in your mind that it appeared to be blood on that in that fecal, correct?
Yep.
And you really don't need to see that person to make that opinion, do you?
Well, I mean, the only thing about, well, not about that particular diaper, but I don't know where it came from. I can only trust that it came from wherever you said it came from.
I understand you know nothing about its background. All you're doing is looking at a cold diaper picture.
Right.
But that photograph tells you without question blood's in that fecal matter, correct?
Well, likely.
Very likely, correct?
I mean, not sarcastic, but it could have food coloring in it, but
Right. There could be some.
I didn't see it, so
Yep.
it has a red color to it.
Somebody put you in a picture of their child's diaper and said, I'm afraid there's something going on. They showed you that picture. You'd want to follow it up, wouldn't you?
Sure.
And although you said that the fact that there may have been blood in the fecal matter does not explain the injuries the child had when the child died, it is possible, is it not, that blood in the fecal matter could be caused by some kind of trauma injury that occurred before the incident that led to the fracture in the skull, correct?
Yes.
And it could be an indication of a child that was already being abused before the final abuse occurred, correct?
That is true.
And that can happen sometime, right?
Yes.
And that's one of those things I was asking earlier about. You have some pre-existing injuries from some trauma earlier, and then you have another traumatic event. It kind of magnifies what's going on, correct?
Yes. Comment on the liver injury. The liver injury did not kill the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Without a skull injury, it would have eventually killed him, but I can't give a time frame on exactly when that liver injury occurred. I do not believe it was from CPR, but I would likely say it occurred within 24 hours.
Now, you can't really say what happened concerning any injury or not to the stomach area, can you?
Well, that's the liver, stomach, same kind of thing.
I mean, you look
The
at
abdominal trauma is called liver injury.
and could possibly have caused some trauma in the stomach area as well, correct?
Right. Uh-huh.
Now, didn't observe the contents of the stomach, did you?
No.
So you don't really know what was going on in that situation, right?
Well, you can't really do that. I mean, if the kid threw up, he would have seen what was in his stomach, digested food or something, but no, we didn't cut him open.
If a child had injuries to the stomach or the digestive tract, would that be a situation when oftentimes that if that occurred, they would not want to eat?
Certainly.
It might make them that way for a period of time until either the injury healed or it got worse, correct?
Yeah.
Now, I came in as well. One thing I forgot to ask you about earlier, but when you ran your test with hemoglobin and all, I think there was some blood sugar tests as well, were there not?
Yeah. Yes.
And I know I'm using the colloquial term for it, but blood sugar, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
It appeared that the numbers were as high as 500. Is that
Let me see. 339. I see one number.
And would that be correct that the number you'd like for it to be is somewhere closer to 100 or lower?
Yeah, there was one strange. There was one done at 1:44 p.m. That was 307. Then there was another one done 6 minutes later, which is 500, which doesn't make any sense in 6 minutes to shoot up that much.
Does that tell you this child most likely had some unregulated blood sugar issues as well?
Not really, because trauma can cause that sugar to shoot up like that, and you had a lot of trauma.
I believe that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Buster.
All right. Any other questions, Mr. Blaine?
These rare childhood illnesses like Alagille syndrome, is
Yeah,
that
and
what-
Paget's disease. Yeah.
and Paget's disease. Do those diseases make it more likely that child's going to fracture an occipital bone?
Well, it's not specific to location.
Even if a child has one of those diseases, would the occipital bone fracture itself over time?
No,
Is that an injury that builds up over time?
not really.
What causes a fracture of the skull?
Trauma, direct blow.
How long between the time that you have that direct blow, that trauma to the skull, until the time the child would exhibit major symptoms?
So, I mean, they're going to have minor symptoms immediately, could be major, and it's going to escalate. With this particular injury, I would say they're going to have major symptoms within an hour.
Not over the course of months.
Oh, no, not with this injury.
A 15-month checkup, would that have found the occipital fracture?
I don't think they would have taken the child to the pediatrician or family doctor for a routine checkup with this going on. If they did, they would have known that something was wrong, but I'm not sure how they would have found it.
Nothing further.
Any other questions?
Just a couple, Your Honor. So, in your opinion, if someone does not take their child for the regular checkups for 9 months, a year when they're young, 1 year and a half old, is that potentially a sign that maybe the child is being abused and they do not wish to take it to a doctor where it could be discovered?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for total speculation.
I sustain the
He just testified to it, Your Honor. He just said it in a statement before
I
that.
sustain the objection, though. That's beyond any foundation that's been laid for him.
Can I ask him some foundation questions about it, John?
We can take it up outside the presence of the jury if you'd like to.
Yes, I would, John.
Okay, y'all step into the jury room, please. All right, what is the question that you want to ask him?
I would like the Honor, if necessary, to foundationally do so if I need to establish that he has treated and been involved in particular cases in which children are being abused.
But the
But
question was that you want
the
to ask
question I
him.
wanted to ask him.
Let me finish. I want to make sure I
Oh,
understood your question. You wanted to ask him if the fact that somebody hasn't taken the child to the doctor is evidence of child abuse.
Could it be considered?
Okay. And your objection was that it was speculation.
Yes, sir. It's speculative. In other words, when it not, but the speculation is to say that, might somebody not take their child to the doctor because they don't want anybody to discover that they're abusing them. That is pure speculation.
Okay.
Okay.
What's your response to that objection?
My response is, that in his experience and in his treatment of patients and children and those things, his legal and his medical training, that I will assure you, probably in some seminars, if you go to defect seminars, we talk about child abuse. One of the things they're going to tell you when someone is not taking their child to a doctor as they should, it is an indication that they may be afraid to go somewhere because they do
All
not.
right. Well, I'll let you lay that foundation with this doctor.
Pardon?
Go ahead. I'm going to see if you can lay the foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Busman, have you ever treated any children that were being abused in any way?
Yes.
And in treating those children that have been abused, in your experience, have those children sometimes been ones which were not normally taken to the doctor?
I can't recall. I would say possibly or likely.
And in your training medically, have you had any seminars or any training that indicates to you that when a young child is not being taken to the doctor, that this could be a sign of potential abuse?
Oh, it could be, definitely.
Something you feel pretty sure about?
It's possible, yes.
And is that one of the causes why someone would not wish to take their child to see a doctor?
Yes.
And in your experience, again, with some of the children that you dealt with, that has been the case?
Yes.
That's foundation for it, Jim.
All right, Mr. Lamb, do you still have an objection to the testimony?
Well, I do, but I'll withdraw it.
All right, let's bring the jury back in. I really just want to finish with this witness. Y'all keep changing the subjects.
Well, that's not my fault.
I'm not so sure about that. I think y'all could both carry a little of that. All right, Mr. Gamble, I'll allow you to
Thank you.
see.
Dr. Busman, in your experience as a medical practitioner and based upon your medical education, have you ever treated any children who were victims of abuse?
Yes.
And in that training that you've had in dealing with that and medical training, do you have an opinion as to whether when someone does not take a small child to see the doctor for long lengths of time, such as 9 months or a year, is that any indication of a possibility that the child is being abused?
It could be.
And Dr. Busman, beyond that, you got asked questions about sutures earlier, and I understand you're not claiming that the fracture, no one's saying the fracture was caused because of sutures not developing, but isn't it true that you got, I think, 5 or 6 sutures that develop over time in the head, in the skull?
Yes.
And is one of those the squamous suture? Is that the way you say it?
Squamous.
Squamous? Yes.
It's been a while, so I thought it was called something else, but it could be.
Do you know which location it is on the skull?
No, we learned a lot of stuff a long time ago, and always recall every bit of it.
Real familiar with.
Don't keep up with the particular one.
Do you recall time frames of when those sutures fully develop in a small child?
Not exact. Just like regular bones, the closed one, they, pretty much hit puberty. But the kids, I don't remember exact time frame on the kids' sutures. They were likely still open and developing.
And if they're open and developing, they're also more likely to be, if there's a fall or an accident or trauma, not about being free, but stay open or open up more when that occurs, correct?
Well, if there's pressure and bleeding that could make them go up, could make it separate a little bit more.
More so than an adult person who did not have to develop these sutures, correct?
See, with an adult, it's contained, so the blood can't get out at all. So the skull can't expand in an adult. So they might open up a tiny bit with, they might open up a little bit with a kid that's not full of.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Busman.
Mr. Lang, do you have any questions? About
Yes, sir. I think I have.
matter that was raised?
Yes, sir. I think I have 2 questions. Is sometimes the reason that people don't take their kids to the doctor that they don't have insurance or they can't afford to take the kid to the doctor, things, economic reasons.
Certainly.
Might it be an explanation for somebody not taking the kid to the doctor if their mama went to Mexico, the birth certificate, and they don't have those documents available to them to register for things and get care?
I mean, that could be their personal reason.
Right. There's a lot of reasons why they might not take their kid to the doctor for a 15-month checkup, right? Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, yeah.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Is everybody comfortable? All right, if you'll call the next witness, please.
Thank you, Dr. Busman. The state calls Dr. Jill Olek.
All right. Could you spell her last name, please?
O-L-E-K.
All right, thank you. And if witness is long, we may take a break in, before she's completed. Okay.
Pause right there. Raise your hand. Swear that the evidence you will give in this case will be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, please.
I'll move this. I can have this for, I can have my notes.
Yes, you can have your notes with you. State your name, please.
Jill Olek.
And that's spelled O-L-E-K, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And you asked me you'd asked me before, but you asked me just now when you were sitting there, and I can have my notes with me. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I said yes, and I will say as a caveat to that, Your Honor, that if I suppose that I should say yes, you can have assuming they're the notes that everybody has. I mean, or so
They
I need
are
to ask
the,
that.
All right, well, let's go ahead and establish the notes you have.
Yeah, I mean, the notes you have with you, are those the same notes that would be in the hospital record?
I have the hospital record notes, and then I also just printed off a reference lab for normal values for children for pediatric levels.
Okay, a
This
reference,
is not within your,
okay, but that's not a note, related to this particular
sir.
case.
no.
It's just what normal value would be.
If you would answer verbally, please, Doctor.
I'm
Always
sorry.
answer verbally so that the court.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, Dr. Olek, your occupation is you're a medical doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you practice?
I practice within Phoebe. So I practice at Phoebe Family Sports Medicine and at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
And are you licensed to practice medicine in Georgia?
Yes, sir. Family medicine
Okay, how long have you been so licensed?
since 2007.
From the time you graduated from college forward, can you tell the jury what your educational background is?
I have a bachelor's in medicine, a bachelor's in hyperbaric medicine. I have a doctorate in medicine.
Okay. like a PhD type?
No, it's a medical doctor.
Oh, okay. The degree of doctor.
Medical degree
Okay.
of
Understood.
of medicine.
Okay. And after you graduated from medical school, did you engage in graduate training, postgraduate programs?
I did a 3-year family medicine residency
And where was that?
at Putney.
Are you board certified in any particular discipline?
I am board certified in family medicine, and I'm also ACLS trained, BLS, and PALS.
And what is ACLS and
Advanced cardio life support, basic life support, and pediatric life support. Advanced life support.
so advanced life support and advanced pediatric life support? Okay. As a general practice, as a doctor of family medicine, and also someone who works in the emergency room, do you have experience in dealing with different types of illnesses and injuries and conditions that may cause someone to seek medical care?
Yes, sir.
And your training and experience, does that include at times having to make determinations or give consideration to issues regarding the probable causes or the probable source of particular injuries or conditions?
Part of medicine is trying to identify what is wrong with the patient. And so some of it is fact-based, most of it is fact-based, but there are times where we have to speculate what might have happened.
Okay. Is it important to you to know what happened when you can find that out?
If we can, it helps with the story. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Olek as an expert in the general practice of medicine, including evaluation and diagnosis of injuries, illnesses, and other conditions, and further including determination of probable or likely causes of those injuries, conditions, and the like.
Mr. Campbell, do you wish to voir dire the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Ms. Poague.
Good morning.
Now, I understand you're a family practitioner, correct?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
And so you primarily practice in just whatever that entails. I mean, we all know the family doctor type stuff, correct?
Yes.
Now you're presenting yourself today to be an expert in diagnosis and determination of what caused certain injuries or maybe illnesses, et cetera. Can you tell me what credentials you have that make you believe you're an expert in that particular field?
I'm an expert in medicine. I'm not an expert in determining. I'm an expert in medicine.
And is that medicine because you have a medical degree?
Yes, sir. And I've been practicing close to 18 years now.
But practicing medicine for 18 years, have you ever been qualified in a courtroom as an expert on determining causes of injuries and death and that type of thing?
I don't believe that's why I'm here, sir. I could be wrong, but I'm here to testify on my involvement with the baby.
And I understand that you're here to testify to that, and certainly you've got some information about that, correct?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
And you were present and did some of the treatment, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
But you heard the district attorney who said he was asking, have you qualified not just as an expert in the field of family medicine, but also determination of causes and of that type thing in injuries. You heard him say that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And my question directly to you is, what particular credentials are you presenting to this court today to tell this court that you're qualified to be an expert other than the fact that you have a medical degree?
I understand what we are taught in medicine with regards to when I answer this question, can I make this more specific to the case, or is this supposed to be a broad-based question?
Broad-based right now. Just
Broad-based,
for your
okay.
qualifications.
And so we see a variety of cases in the emergency room and family medicine. We can see and we're trained on what is likely the cause of these things. And so, yes.
But you've not been board certified in anything of that nature, have you?
I am not a forensic pathologist.
Correct. And you're also, again, not only have you not been sworn in as expert in this courtroom, but you've never been sworn in as an expert on that particular field in any courtroom across the
No.
United States.
No.
Yeah, I would object to her being qualified as an expert in that particular field, not to her being an expert in family medicine, but it was diagnosis and her being able to make a conclusion about what she believes the causes are.
The causes of,
The injuries, that her being able to give an opinion about the cause of those injuries.
are you intending to ask her questions about causation of the injuries?
Some of the questions I can ask her will cover that, but the way she's tendered, Your Honor, is generally as an expert generally in the field of medicine, and the field of medicine that she's just testified includes those things, includes examination, includes assessment, includes diagnosis, includes determining cause if cause can be determined, et cetera.
What I want to do, we're not going to get through with this witness before the jury needs a lunch break anyway. I want to address this with you after I let the jury go to lunch. So I'm going to let the jury go to lunch until 1 o'clock, and we'll ask you to remember my instructions and to be back here at 1 o'clock. We'll conclude the jury. Dr. Eckert, would you step out for just a second, please?
Do you want me to go back to the same room?
No, you can just wait right out.
Huh? Come on. Why would that be a problem? No.
All right, based upon what the doctor has said thus far about her qualifications, I think she can certainly give opinions about conditions she saw, what they were, what the injuries were, opinions that something may have been blunt force trauma or trauma caused this, what caused it. But if you're seeking to ask her, could it fall from 8 inches or 40 inches or all the different things that you asked Dr. Busman, I do question whether you've laid that foundation at this point. Basically, especially when she says, I'm not an expert at determining the causes.
Yes, understood. And
I guess what I'm wanting to know is exactly how far you're wanting to go with the causation part of it. Like, could it happen by falling in a circular, all those type of questions that you asked Dr. Busman, I don't think she indicated that level of experience.
I believe that she would testify that the injuries that she observed would have been the result of blunt force trauma. They would have been the result of, of sort of locally applied trauma, like an impact to this part of the body or that part of the body be necessary to cause this or that.
And what's your response to that?
I don't really object to that. I recognize that she can say, I saw these injuries and it appeared to me it was some type of blunt force trauma. But if she's trying to expand upon that and give specifics about this, was it or was not it, that's when she's moving into an area.
Well, I guess I'm not sure she's going to be able to answer all the hypothetical questions, irrespective of whether it would be a good idea to ask her all those same questions that were asked of Dr. Busman. Now, I'll bring her back in and let you see if you can lay further foundation for that. But if you're not on going that far, what I would suggest is we go ahead and let her testify. If there's any objection to any particular question, I don't declare them an expert anyway, but they can give opinion testimony in the area of their expertise. Then if there is an objection to any particular question that either one of you ask, I'll hear it when you make the objection. But if you want to lay further foundation while we're addressing this issue before we go to lunch, you're certainly welcome to.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't really intend to, I mean, I suppose that when I look back at Dr. Busman's testimony, I mean, well, I asked some similar, some questions of that.
So both of you, asked a lot of different questions of Dr. Busman, and I'm not so sure there could have been some objections to some of those questions by both sides. I mean, both of you kind of went far afield with this.
Yes, sir. Understood. No, I probably will, with the objection being what it is, and the court ruling or explanation being what it is, then I would expect to limit those questions somewhat, unless and until I asked additional questions to establish a further foundation for her ability to answer.
Okay. Thus far, she's clearly established that she has experience with diagnosing matters and the basic cause of matters like blunt force trauma, things of that nature. She said, I working in an emergency room, I can identify the cause of a thing. But all the hypotheticals, I don't think she's at that point. And so I'll just let you know that at this point, I probably would not allow those questions if objected to. But when you bring her back in, if you have any other questions, either of you want to ask about her qualifications, you can, and then we'll get into the testimony. And what I will do is authorize her to give opinion testimony in the areas of her expertise. Okay?
Good.
All right. I'll see you all at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Mallory, we're going to start working on the jury charge. Okay. Well, Mr. Land, you can excuse your witness until 1 o'clock. Okay.
Steve, when you get close, you can go to lunch.
You want to talk to Parris and them, or you prefer to let him go?
What we're going to do is just make a basic charge.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you.
The what? No, they're not. We're going to be watching, so we're going to Oh, well, that was, the thing was, you asked us a question, meaning they got to be taken out.
Well, I mean,
Not asked yet, so we didn't expect it. You want to do that right, so you can take it. Well, they would watch all the jury selections, so they, we put in sequestration. And raise the issue that try to do it possible, but we couldn't do it. We had to ask them, because I had no idea that one in there watching.
That can't.
Even before. But I could have questioned about it. But the problem is really, wasn't the juice anything else.
And I do think that there's no place
I might need you to review some stuff. For real, because
Invoke the rule of sequestration. I know you've had an agent in and out, and I know that there was a mention of you having the case agent there, but I want to make sure that was addressed completely on the record. I never really ruled on it.
Yes.
Is there an objection to the case agent being in the room?
No, Your Honor, it was not.
Okay. I know there's been some developments that pretty much make
Well,
that, you know.
and I will say this too, that when she has been out, I mean, you know, she hasn't talked to any witnesses or anything like that. I mean, it's been out like, you know, there've been times that I was like, I need this information or that information about something, and she would, you know, go out to do that. So.
Sharon, would you look out there and make sure, or either one of y'all, make sure that he lets us know as soon as that urgency. Maybe that's him doing it. They're all here? All right, we'll bring them in. Thanks. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can continue your examination of Dr. Olek. The way that I left it with the lawyers is that Dr. Olek will allow to give opinion testimony in the area of her expertise. If either attorney objects to whether or not a foundation has been laid for any particular question, we'll address it as it comes up. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Olek, we take you back to January 14th, 2024. Were you working in the, or did you work in the Phoebe Sumter emergency room that and at some point during the time you were working on January 14th, were you involved in or become involved in the care of a child by the name of Romeo Angeles or Jackson Drew Angeles?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you know how the child got to the emergency room?
The report was that his father brought him in to the front.
And what, were you there when he came in?
No, I was not.
When did you become involved in his care?
I took over my shift at noon. And so I was involved in his care from noon until he was pronounced.
Now, he actually, I think, arrived at like 12:36.
Usually I will do a 6-hour shift. I apologize, I don't remember exactly the hours of that day. I can find out.
Okay.
But
In any event, were you not the first doctor who treated him?
correct.
Examined him.
I took over for Dr. Busman.
And is that something that would be typical at the end of a shift?
Yeah.
Nonetheless, when you took over, did you conduct your own review and review of the diagnostic materials that were available, like the tests, the radiology studies, et cetera?
Yes. When we give report to one another, we give quick, clear, concise report. And while he was doing that, the images were already available, and I was receiving phone calls from Dr. Hayes reading the reports. So I was going through them as she was giving me the reports. So it was all very simultaneously.
Is it customary in the practice of medicine, especially in a hospital setting, for one physician to rely on information provided by another physician in who is also involved in the care.
It's customary for reports to be given so that things don't get lost, but I always independently review my own patients.
And that's what I was going to ask next. Did you also, in addition to whatever information you were given when you took over, did you conduct your own examination and assessment of the patient?
Immediately, yes.
Can you tell me, just in maybe in terms of various categories, the injuries that you observed or that you found when you examined him?
When I received a report from Dr. Busman, I knew that the child was critical, and I immediately went into the room to see where we were with drips and with vital signs and examine him head to toe. I noticed that there was a large bruise on the left side of his face. And I remember that it looked like there were fingerprints or something along the line of a hand. There were multiple bruises on the forehead, on the right side of the skull. There was a large swelling to the posterior skull. There was some crepitus on his arm. Crepitus means it's like B. Which the nurse had told me they tried to put a line in and the line was not successful. So I assumed that was from that situation. And I noticed that the child's abdomen was very distended. At that time, the child had already gone through CPR. He was intubated. He had multiple IV drips in place. I requested that they place some more because of the type of medications that were being given. We needed to have more access, and so they put into intraosseous IV access into the legs. And from there, I don't remember anything else in the legs.
Okay. Did you review the lab results, the lab findings that were in the record?
Sir, immediately it was noted that his liver enzymes were well up above the normal limits for a child. At his age, they should be right around 20 to 60, and they were in the 8,000 range, indicating some type of traumatic injury or some type of injury to the liver. Additionally, it was noted that his blood count was low for a child of his age. It should be about 10.5 to 14, and it was 9 range, indicating that there was some type of blood loss somewhere. Again, the very first thing that I encountered when I came to that shift while Mike was giving me a report was the images that I was going through actively with Dr. Hayes, and there was significant bleeding in the brain, significant bleeding within the liver.
Let's talk about those. Let's talk about those separately, okay? And and we'll start with the injury to the bleeding with the liver and around the liver. Is that, you said, I believe just a moment ago, that the labs indicated to you that there was a traumatic injury to the liver?
And I apologize with that verbiage. There was some type of injury to the liver. When I mentioned the traumatic aspect, I say because there was a very large liver laceration. Liver laceration means a cut within the liver, and that therefore there was some damage to the liver because of that. And we expect those numbers to go up high when we see some type of injury.
Would you expect the numbers to go up high very quickly, and depending on the nature and extent of the injury?
Correct.
So the laceration to the liver, how does one get a laceration to the liver? How do you get a laceration to the liver?
It has to be with some type of trauma to the liver. The liver does not spontaneously lacerate.
And what type of trauma might cause the liver to lacerate?
There has to be some direct blow to the liver.
Are you aware that there are some studies and experiences, clinical experiences and other things where it has been opined that that performing CPR on a patient can result in lacerations to the liver somewhere between 1 and 11% of the time?
I believe the numbers are closer to less than 1% of the time, and that involves the medial aspect of the liver right underneath the sternum. In this particular case, the laceration involved the right side of the liver, which is in the back area. If our sternum is in the middle, the laceration was back here, nowhere near where we would have been doing CPR.
Okay, so the liver doesn't, it's first of all, it's a large organ, right?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
And is it divided in some way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, how are the divisions of the liver referred to?
We have different lobes.
Lobes, okay.
Mhm.
And so the I guess the current literature, it reflects that there's less than 1% chance of laceration due to CPR.
I believe that number was 0.5.
Okay. And in that instance, you said the portion of the liver that's under the sternum, what portion of the liver would?
That would be the left or the medial.
Okay. Did you observe anyone performing CPR on the child at any time while you were there?
Yes.
And if you had observed anyone performing CPR badly or using the wrong techniques or with their hands in the wrong location, would you have intervened in some way?
100% yes. We're a team. We always make sure that we are doing things properly.
Are you familiar with I think it's something that may be referred to as like a CPR coach or CPR review or something, some language like that?
Are you referring to the team lead?
Perhaps so. I'm not sure what the language is, but in other words, when CPR is being performed, is it customary for there to be someone intentionally observing the CPR while it's being done?
Yes.
Okay. Who is that person called typically, or what is that person's role typically?
So they are recording and telling us when medications are due, and they're watching everything play in front. So they're just kind of an overseer of everybody.
And is part of that person's role, part of that person's job to be sure that CPR is being performed properly?
Yes, we all do that as a team, though.
Okay. I understand it may not be the same person even from hour to hour or whatever.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But there is a person at any given time, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So are you aware of anyone who was observing other persons doing CPR? Are you aware of anyone who felt like or believed or observed someone performing CPR badly or incorrectly?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not the injury to this child's liver was the result of CPR being performed?
There was 0% chance this was secondary to CPR.
Thank you. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot something. The liver injury, was that an injury that you how would you designate that injury in terms of the time frame or the time in which it would have occurred? I mean, do you think it would have been recent, chronic, or what?
So when we look at the labs, we noted that the AST and the ALT, which are the liver numbers, were elevated in the 8,000 and 5,000 range, but the bilirubin was still normal. We expect a bilirubin rise when there's any type of liver injury to start rising after 4 to 8 days. And so that indicated to me that this was a fairly fresh injury. Additionally, with the degree of laceration that was there, and the amount of bleeding that was there, you expect that blood count to be a lot less if time had progressed.
Would that indicate to you then that that injury would have occurred within some relatively recent time frame?
It would have been with a few hours.
With respect to the injury at the back of the head, were you able to ultimately make a diagnosis as to what that injury was?
He had multiple skull fractures, which is why there was swelling at the base of the skull.
What parts of the skull were fractured?
That was the posterior parietal and occipital bones. So it was right here. And it was such a big fracture. It went from the top of the head all the way down to the base of the head, base of the skull.
On this side?
It was on the, I thought it was the right. Okay, it said to the left of the midline.
Okay. And so, was there a fracture to another bone in the back of the skull, the back of the head?
What I remember is, so there was parietal bone and occipital bone, and there were several fractures in that area. It wasn't just one piece. Other than that, I do not recall any other fractures in that area.
If you look at, go ahead, here for just a second. You have a copy of
Yes, sir.
Your notes, right? And then there's this is a copy. This is State's Exhibit 26 that I'm looking at now. And there's a particular. Sorry, give me 1 second. You were being a finding of a fracture of the occipital.
Yes, sir. It was the parietal and the occipital bone of the skull.
Okay, parietal and occipital. Okay. So is that part of what you were talking about? You said with the fracture went back up.
Yes, sir.
It was back here, but also on the side.
It involved both places.
Involved both places, both of those bones on the side and the back.
Yes.
Were there symptoms? I mean, when I say symptoms, in this instance, I'm talking about that you were immediately observing in the emergency room, symptoms that would be associated with the injury to the back and side of the head.
Yes, sir. When I was involved with this child, the child was unresponsive, being intubated. No response to painful stimuli. He was on multiple pressors, and therefore the only things that I can tell you are what I was able to observe at that point. And there was pink, frothy liquid coming out of the baby's nose that sometimes indicates to us that that's CSF or fluid that's around the brain that has leaked out into the nose from the nose. And so I was able to visualize that. CSF is cerebral spinal fluid. It's the fluid that protects our brain and our spine when there's significant head trauma that sometimes can break through and come out of the nose.
Okay.
And so I remember seeing that. But short of that, the child was unresponsive at that time, which is what I would expect.
Was there bleeding associated with that injury in the back of the head?
I believe there was some. I don't remember there being a large amount. I remember more the degree of swelling that was present, and it could have been that the staff had started to clean some of that prior to. I don't know. Back here.
Yeah, I'm not referring to external bleeding. I'm talking about internally. Was Was
Yeah.
there bleeding?
Yes, sir. On the imaging, on the CAT scan, there was a large amount of bleeding.
Okay. So there was a large amount of internal bleeding at the back of the brain, or the back of the skull?
So it's in multiple locations, but yes.
Okay. What would cause a fracture of the occipital bone and or the parietal bones? What things could cause that fracture to occur?
There has to be some type of trauma in order for that to occur.
Does the trauma, you said there has to be some sort of blunt trauma, does it have to be focalized in some sense to that particular area, or might a trauma to another part of the head cause those bones to break in the back?
It has to be focal to the back of the skull. In this particular instance, there was bruising in front as well as the fracture to the posterior skull. There is no way you could have an injury in the front that would cause that into the back. It had to have been a direct blow to the posterior skull.
The injuries to the front of the face, the bruising, and I think it's bruising and swelling in several locations.
Yes.
What would those injuries reflect in terms of the origin or source of those injuries?
You would expect if somebody fell that you would expect bruising directly where that fall would be.
So the part of the body that
being
impacts?
hit, yes. Or if somebody was hit. I know in this particular situation, the child had bruising in multiple locations on the head.
So would one fall account for the injuries to the front of the head, the side of the head, and the back of the head all at once?
No, sir.
At this point, it's outside of experts' expertise in testifying.
Well, Your Honor, I think that it is I tell you what, I'll rephrase the question and ask it again. Would one point of trauma to the front of the head would one point of trauma cause the injuries to the front of the head, the side of the head, and the back of the head all at once?
No.
What was the most severe injury that you observed of the ones that you've identified?
The brain bleed was the most severe injury that ultimately led to this child going unresponsive. And those carry up to a 50% mortality rate. They're very, very significant when we see them.
Was there any condition that you identified with respect to this child, that would have explained brain bleeds or multiple brain bleeds other than some kind of traumatic impact?
So what I'm doing right now is I'm just going back to labs. Within our labs, our platelets were normal. And I just wanted to verify that they were normal. And so the answer is no.
So whatever the source of the trauma, is it your opinion that it is trauma that was the cause of the brain bleed?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to the time frame in which an injury to the head, to the back of the head, to the side of the head, or to the front of the head, do you have an opinion as to the time frame in which the symptoms that this child presented with would be manifested from the time of trauma until the symptoms became pronounced?
I object again, Your Honor, on the same ground. She's not qualified to make that statement as an expert outside of her expertise.
I think you can ask her some more foundational questions, but that is different than what we discussed before.
It's much different than what we discussed, I thought. So
you can ask the foundational questions.
Based on your experience and your training, your education, and your experience, are you able to formulate an opinion as to when an injury might have occurred if, based on the symptoms that are presenting at any given time?
Yes.
You know, I object again to any response to that unless there's a foundation laid of how to just say in your experience. What is that experience? If you're going to say it, you need to do that.
I overrule the objection. I overrule the objection.
Okay. So is that something that is part of what you do, is trying to assess how long this condition has existed, when this condition occurred?
Based off of the imaging, it mentioned that this was an acute subdural bleed. An acute subdural bleed within minutes to just a few hours. It's expected that the pressure will increase in the brain to such a level that will cause symptoms which can include unresponsiveness and death.
Would that time frame be dependent in any way on the extent of the bleeding?
Yes. It also depends on if it is a child, adult, or an elderly. In this particular scenario, there's not as much room in the brain, and so this is an even quicker scenario. When that pressure builds up, there's nowhere else for it to go.
Let me ask you to I'm going to ask it this way. Do you have an opinion as to the likelihood that after the child received the injury to the back and side of his head, that after he received the injury, that he would have still been behaving normally, sitting up, eating chips, exercising fine motor skills like holding a cup and drinking out of a cup and watching TV and so forth? Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the child would be behaving that way after receiving this injury?
The amount of bleeding that was present within the brain, there's a 0% chance that this child can be normal. He would have some type of symptom.
So once the injury occurred, he would have had, is that what you're saying? That he would have had essentially immediate symptoms?
Yes.
Whether at some level?
Yes.
What if the injury had occurred the night before? Okay, that at some time in the night, let's just say at some point prior to 11:57 p.m. on Saturday night, that the injury had occurred to the child then. Do you have an opinion as to the probability or likelihood that the child would have been able to not only behave normally for a period of time, but then go to sleep 7, 8, 9 hours, get up, still be behaving somewhat normally, and then sort of all of a sudden experience a loss of consciousness hours later?
With the degree of bleeding that's present, I would not expect him to wake up.
if you assume, we'll just say assume for the purpose of this question, if you assume that the child had a diaper that had bloody stool, there was blood in the feces or whatever, of a diaper that had been on the child, had been taken off sometime before. Okay, sometime before he was at the hospital. If he'd had bloody stool, would that have any connection to anything that you observed at the hospital with regard to the injuries to this child?
No, the liver is not connected to the colon.
Okay. So if he's bleeding around the liver, just into the abdomen, does that blood not just transmogrify or something into the intestines and can then be flushed out in a bowel movement?
No. It goes into the peritoneal cavity and there's areas. It cannot go into the colon.
And if it doesn't go into the colon, then it's not going to be expressed in the form of bloody stool, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if there was a bloody stool, do you have an opinion whether it had any connection to any of the stuff that you were examining?
I do not believe that there is any connection.
Okay. Is there any avenue, any path by which blood in the brain, in the skull, whatever, under the scalp, that results from a brain bleed, is there any pathway from which that blood would seep into the colon or into the intestines and be flushed out in the bowel movement?
No.
Why did this baby die?
This baby died as a result of massive head trauma.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Gamble, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Doctor, now you know that, or you believe at least that you know the cause of the death being massive head trauma, correct?
Yes, sir.
But of course, as you sit here today, you don't know anything about the facts or circumstances as far as who caused that, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you don't even know if there's a who caused it. It could have been by some other means. You just know that blunt trauma that led to the death of the child, correct?
That is correct.
In other words, blunt trauma could occur from a car wreck, let's say, correct?
Yes.
Now, the child was not in a car wreck, I think here. There's not any reason to believe that, but that would just be an example, right?
Yes, sir.
And the various other things that could happen, including accidentally, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that one of the leading causes of death to small children is accidental fall, correct?
Yes. The physical examination findings, I believe, would be different.
But you do acknowledge that that is one of the
Yes.
leading causes of death, correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, I know that you mentioned on the liver being lacerated. You talked about that, but and CPR, you asked questions about CPR. You will acknowledge that there are some studies that show that if CPR is done incorrectly, it can cause a laceration of the liver, correct?
To the left lobe of the liver.
And that's more likely to happen with a small child than it would be someone bigger, because it's harder to CPR that small child, isn't it?
That's incorrect.
It's not hard to CPR a small child?
No, sir.
You got a very small body of area, correct?
You use one hand in a child. You
Have to
use
be careful,
two in a,
right? Can't do two hands because that'll be too much, right?
yes, it's easier in a child.
And that's what I mean about it being a little harder. You have to be a little more careful with the child, correct?
Could you bring
Okay. Yes.
And you testified about you felt it done right, but the truth of the matter is you came into the scene after CPR had already been performed for a while, correct?
When I witnessed CPR and I had to initiate the subsequent code, that was performed correctly.
But you did not see CPR that was done before you got there, correct?
I was not there in the beginning, no, sir.
So you're really not qualified to state whether or not the CPR was done properly prior to you arriving, correct? Not from your own firsthand knowledge.
Correct.
You might read notes or be told that, but you weren't there, right?
Correct.
Now, we talk about, let me ask you if you are familiar with sutures of the skull.
Yes, sir.
And that's where the skull is kind of divided and begins to join together as you get a little older, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the 5 different areas where sutures are located?
Yes, sir.
Pretty familiar with when they form as far as solidifying, or are you?
They should start to be solidifying around the time of his age. They should have already been solidified.
Now, let me ask you about, I believe, and I may mispronounce this if I
okay.
do, correct me. The squamous suture, do you know where it's located?
No, sir.
If I believe it connects the temporal and parietal bone of your ears. Would that sound about right? If you don't know, that's fine.
I do not believe that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So you're just not sure about those types. Is there some of those?
I would think that would be the occipital suture.
Are there areas of the suture areas that take sometime as long as 3, 4, 5 years to completely solidify the children?
It should be 2 years,
This child was 1.5 years old, correct?
18 months.
Now, if this child, no, you've testified that the child, you do not believe that the injury to the back of the head and the front of the head could have come from the same incident, correct?
The only circumstance I can see would be in the case of a motor vehicle accident.
Which we know is not the case.
Correct.
But let's say the child fell from a fairly high level. Boom, fell straight down. Let's say landed in a way that hit right toward the head. Could have caused skull fracture, correct?
I'm going to object based on that, his objection that this shouldn't testify as to whether this fall or that fall from this height or that height or whatever could cause these injuries. I mean, if we.
That was the nature of your caveat to her qualifications.
Initially, she was allowed after my objection to go into
The test, that was a different, it could not have, it could have been, had to be more than one point of impact.
Yes.
I'm not going to let, as I said, either of you go into all of the hypotheticals that were done with the previous witness. So I sustain that.
Doctor, do you, in your practice, take continuing education and that type of thing?
Yes, sir. I'm
Required
up to
to do
date.
so, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
Seminars and that type of thing?
Yes.
Do you take periodicals and things to keep you updated as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you keep up to date through some of those from time to time?
I am board certified, and in order to remain board certified, we have to keep up with CME.
And I'm apologize, I asked that and didn't really clarify. I realize that part. And once you do that, though, I'm more concentrating on there's lots of literature that comes out that's scientifically important, I guess you could call it, that you could or could not read. Do you keep up with your medical profession through some of those type of literatures from time to time?
Yes, sir.
Are they journals like the New England Journal of Medicine, that type thing, or is it other ways that you keep up?
I use Up to Date. I also use the American Academy of Family Physician, their journals, and I go to live CME.
Have you ever used brain pathology?
No, sir.
Have you ever looked at British Journal of Neurosurgery?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with Dr. Omaya by any chance?
No.
Are you familiar with Dr. Mary Case by any chance?
No.
Those are not people that you're familiar with in your profession?
No.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, any regrets?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, now this witness be excused.
She may be.
All right,
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. You can be excused. Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, I actually, I need to have a moment to check because I had scheduled the medical examiner to be here at 2:00 and I had some other people that I had in between.
All right.
But because the other testimony went so long, I sent other people home. If you could just give me 10 minutes to see who's here and who's not.
All right, well, I'll let you all step into the restroom. This will be a brief break and then we'll proceed with the next one. All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Dr. Anthony Clark. Y'all switch sides on there, please.
Dr. Clark, before you sit down, if you would face Mr. Lamb and receive the oath, please.
And just number them for me in that order right there. Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell the jury your name, please?
Dr. Anthony J. Clark.
And where are you employed, Dr. Clark?
I'm currently employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Science as an associate medical examiner located in the Central Regional Medical Examiner's Office in Macon, Georgia.
And how long have you been employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
About 2.5 years.
Where were you employed prior to that?
I was employed as the District 2 Medical Examiner's Office in Tallahassee, Florida. I was an employee of KWB Pathology Associates. I worked for them from 2007 to 2023.
Do you have other work experience in your field?
Yes, prior to that, I worked for 13 years as a GBI Associate Medical Examiner located in the Southwestern Regional Crime Office, Medical Examiner's Office in Moultrie, Georgia.
So you were in the GBI Medical Examiner's Office and for 13 years, then you were in Florida, and now you're back in Georgia.
That's correct.
Okay. What is your educational background from college forward, please?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I then did 2 years of animal research at MIT, then was accepted to the Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and did a 2-year general surgical internship at New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut. I then transferred to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did 2 years forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton Medical Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in Georgia and Florida. That's when I got my first job with the GBI, was in the Moultrie Medical Examiner's Office.
What is the fields of anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? Do those, I mean, I know there's some overlap, but are they different too in some ways?
Pathology is the study of disease or trauma and its effects on the human body. As an anatomic pathologist, you usually work in a hospital setting. You look at tissue biopsies. You're under the microscope. You look at cancers. You look at inflammation. You make the diagnosis to help the clinical people understand what the process is. As a forensic pathologist, I deal with what's called an autopsy. I examine the dead individual and determine the cause and manner of death.
And in that sense, do you have specialized training in determining not only the manner, the nature of the death, but actually the causes of the injuries or illnesses or conditions that result in death?
That's correct.
Are there specialized is there specialized literature or research in your field that relates to how different types of events might, the types of trauma that might result from different types of events, like for instance, falls, car crashes, jumps off of buildings or whatever. I mean, the different types of events that can cause trauma. Are you trained to recognize the features and the commonalities of different types of trauma as it relates to the trauma that results in death?
Yes, sir. That's what we do as forensic pathologists. We see patterns in the type of trauma that's occurred to an individual, whether that trauma comes from external forces or even from natural disease. We're still some of the last generalists out there, and there is we do have literature out there.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in the courts in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many times you've testified as an expert in Georgia courts?
It's been several hundred times across.
Several hundred?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also been qualified as an expert in the forensic pathology by courts in other states besides Georgia?
Yes.
Have you testified in other places and locations?
Yes.
Do you know how many times or around how many times you may have testified elsewhere?
Again, several hundred.
How many autopsies have you performed in your career?
It's over 8,100.
Your Honor, at this time, state would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in not only medicine, but more specifically in the fields of anatomic and forensic pathology.
No, we have no objection.
All right. The witness will be allowed to give opinion testimony in his areas of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a forensic pathology, where does your work primarily take place?
We receive a death call. We have investigators that receive the death call and get the information regarding the death, determinations whether to bring the body in or not, and then the body is shipped to the Macon morgue, Central Regional Medical Examiner's Office morgue.
And once the body is there, is that the location where you perform autopsies?
That's correct.
What do you do as a general rule? I mean, before we get specifically into the details of this case, what do you do generally in terms of identifying, in terms of performing an autopsy? What's the process?
The process, yes, sir. Again, the body is brought in. Generally, it's in a body bag, whether it's sealed or not. It's up to the coroner. If the body is the possibility of being gunshot wounds or some kind of retained fragments, an instrument or a car accident, we usually do what's called a low doc scan, which is an entire body scan to identify any foreign bodies or bones that may be still in the body, identify any broken bones. In all infant cases, part of our process is to scan them also, so they get entire body scans too. What we're looking for is not only new fractures or injury, evidence of skeletal injury, but even maybe healing that's going on too, to help direct us in the examination. We take pictures of the outside of the bag, and as soon as we start opening the bag, we start taking photographs, how the individual arrives, Do they have medical devices? Do they have clothing, jewelry? Is there any obvious signs of trauma to the body, damage to the clothing, any patterns on the clothing, like, somebody's hit by a car? Is there any parts of that vehicle on the body that we have to collect as evidence? We start removing these things, documenting as we go along, the clothing, et cetera. We'll clean the bodies up. We get height, weight. We do general description of what the individual looked like, their weight, their height, eye color, et cetera. We'll identify, again, any signs of injury. We'll try to identify any patterns of injury. We take measurements as needed, both on front surface and the back surface. And then we start doing what's called the internal examination, where we open up the head, neck, chest, and abdomen and try to correspond. Did the outside trauma cause internal trauma cause damage to the organs that could result in a death? Or if there's no trauma on the external examination, what natural disease process might causes individuals' death? We see a lot of our cases are natural deaths or drug overdoses, so we may have to do other stuff. We do collect tissues, usually blood, urine, and the fluid from the eye for toxicology. We'll do some other studies with the microscope if necessary, take a little snippets of tissues to look under the microscope. If there's no obvious cause of death, there may be an infection going on. There may be a tumor that pops up, and we may want to identify what that tumor is. We do take DNA stuff. On infants, we do a little bit more workup. We do a respiratory viral panel to look for any kind of infectious process that may be infecting the lungs. We'll do blood cultures generally. We'll look at the electrolytes and just to determine whether it's just maybe this child has insulin-dependent diabetes. Is the sugar real high? We'll look at those kind of things. And all this stuff collected and usually sent off to another lab for analysis, and then I get the results back.
Did you perform an autopsy in January of 2024, the body of a child by the name of Romeo Angeles?
Yes, I.
When was that done?
We performed the autopsy on Wednesday, January 17th, 2024. We started at 8:30 a.m.
When you began your external examination, before what did you initially observe with result? Sorry, got my tongue twisted there. When you performed the external examination, what did you generally observe with respect to the size and development and condition of the decedent's body as a whole?
The decedent appeared compatible with a reported age of 18 months. Our measurements and weights were consistent with that. There were medical devices on the child, which we documented. Sometimes the medical devices can cause injury to the body, which I documented in the autopsy report. We also start noticing some injuries to the facial area and head area.
When you observed the body as a whole, did you form an opinion or conclusions as to the absent the trauma? Okay, let's set the issues of trauma aside for the moment. Did you form any conclusions as to the child's general development, nourishment, hydration, those sorts of things?
Yes, sir. Everything seemed to be within normal limits.
I'm sorry?
Everything seemed to be within normal limits.
Okay. Did you express the conclusion in your report that that he was well nourished, well developed, and well hydrated?
Yes.
His height and weight, you said, I think, were in the normal range for a child of that age. Can you tell the jury, if you recall, or if you have your report? You do have your report,
yes,
right? Can you tell the jury what his height and weight were?
He measured at what we call it the crown heel measurement. It's 78.7 centimeters. That put him between the 10th and 25th percentiles. His weight was 11.6 kilograms. That put him between the 50th and 75th percentiles.
Is my math correct when I say that correlate to approximately 31 inches tall and approximately 25 and a half pounds.
I'm not as good as a math as I used to be. I'll take your word for it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regard to the examination of the body, beginning, I guess, with the head, the face, did you identify any areas that were reflective of injury to this child?
Yes.
That were suggestive of injury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell in general, and I have some photographs, Your Honor, the photographs that I'm using from Dr. Clark's work, I am not going to display on these monitors. I have them slightly larger than normal size, but the photo size, I would ask that he be allowed to, once we get to that point, that he be allowed to step down here so I can hold those and he can point to them and so forth for the jury.
All right, you shared them with Mr. Gamble?
They are all, I have not gone over these particular exhibits, but all of the photographs have been previously shared with them.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. We probably better if we just do it now.
So there's some issues that we need to do. All right.
Yes, we probably need to do this outside the presence of the jury.
All right. I'm going to ask the jury to step into the jury room. I do not believe it will be long.
I do think it is a need for the witness to remain in here for this matter.
If he's going to move up there, she needs a microphone.
Oh, okay.
Not in front of you. Like you can put it on that stand right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Even if you turn this way, talking to
Okay, I'll put it up
put it
there.
on
Yeah,
the-
yeah, that'd be good.
Well, how about in the chair? Can it be in the chair? The booth right there.
Okay, sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead and identify the exhibits.
That's what I was about to do.
It looks like what we're dealing with are autopsy photos. Is that correct?
Some are, some, yes, all are autopsy, you know, some are not. Nothing's been done to the child, and some are after there's been some type of procedure done to the child.
And those are the two that you.
Well, there's four of them in
There's
there that
four?
I at least want to address with the quarterback.
All right.
I
think Lewis
I
knows.
think I probably got this before
Thank you.
you even address it.
Yes.
All right. So let's identify them for the record.
Yes, and I'm not.
And also be careful not to show them to the jury because you know they're big and they were facing the jury when you moved them behind you. And so be careful about that. Face them maybe the other way until they're tender.
Well,
I mean, I would try to make sure which was on the front so that it wouldn't be something that would be shocking to anybody sitting
Okay,
there.
but I mean generally I don't like any exhibit to be shown to the jury and see.
That's why.
well, if you took all of them leaning this way and the last one turned it where the picture faced that way,
Yeah, I
it'd be
mean,
white on each side.
There's ways to do it without them
I
seeing.
think that's probably
I'll
solid.
lay it face down right here.
Okay. All right.
Maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
So what are the numbers that we're discussing?
The exhibits, Your Honor, that I expect to tender are the
And for the record,
that
the forensic pathologist is in here. Dr. Clark is in the court.
Yes, sir. Because I think that there's information that he can share with regard to these images that will explain why they need to be introduced.
All right. Identify the numbers.
I'm about it. State's Exhibit 33,
Okay.
which is a post-incision photograph of the lip area. State's Exhibit 32, which is a post-incision photograph of the left side of the head, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 36, which is a post-incision view, I think, of the right side of the head.
That's correct.
And State's Exhibit 29, which is a post-incision view of the back of the child's head.
Is that what you,
That shows what I think will be referred to as a catastrophic injury.
okay, so Mr. Gamble, what is your objection to the photographs?
My objection to photographs, Your Honor, is these are autopsy photos in which the child's appearance as he originally appeared has been altered because of the fact that the autopsy is being done. Of course, I realize that would have to occur, but it is not necessary to introduce those into evidence and show them to a jury in order for them to be able to describe the injury or to tell what happened. And these photographs are highly inflammatory, in which they would serve the most purpose would simply be to prey upon the emotions of the jury to try to show this disfigured child now where he's been autopsied. And in most cases, the courts have ruled it's not favored to do that. There are times when, yes, that's the only way something could be shown. But in this particular case, there's no reason why the medical examiner cannot testify as to showing what injuries he observed from the outside, and then that he did indeed make incisions, and he determined that if there was a brain bleed or whatever it may be. But it's not necessary to show a photograph of that graphic nature. It adds very little in terms of relevant information that they don't have available to them, but it's a highly inflammatory side to it on the other side that is driving toward the emotion that is prejudicial entirely toward the defendant. And it would be inappropriate. And it also could lead to confusion because oftentimes, no matter what you tell a jury and explain why they're sitting there showing these photographs, they may think that these things are injuries that came into the examiner's office. I know that if you allowed it, you would probably tell them you need to explain that, but it's still easy for a jury not to understand that and go back and think, oh my
I know there are cases on this. What did the cases say, and what? Because I know some are allowed, some are not, or there's some circumstances. So what?
In a general sense, the way I understand it, Your Honor, if it's not necessary in order to explain the prognosis or diagnosis, then it would not be allowed because if it had inflammatory abilities to inflame the jury into passion and would be prejudicial against the defendant. But now, if it's necessary, as in there are times where the only way to explain something might be to show what is internal, you would have to. Now, it's discretion of the court. I believe it's a discretionary decision.
Okay.
But it would be what I have read on those issues. For the most part, it has gone forward in favor of not allowing them unless there's some really overriding reason they need to be there, and you cannot explain it to a jury in any other reasonable manner. I'm not going to put just a total blockade to you where you can't prove your case.
All right.
But they do say not to do that.
All right, Mr. Lamb. Tell me with regard to each one what it is you're trying to identify. And of course, if there's case law and a standard or anything of that nature, I'd
Yes,
certainly like to hear it.
The analysis, the proper analysis for the court is to consider the evidence or the proffered evidence in light of Rule 403, which requires or which states that, of course, evidence which is particularly prejudicial or inflammatory, et cetera, can be excluded if those features outweigh the probative value of the evidence. And that's the analysis that the court should undertake. In Albury v. State, that's Albury v. State, 314 Georgia 459, that's a 2022 case. The Georgia Supreme Court considered the issue of the 403 analysis of post-incision autopsy photographs. In fact, in this case, there was a post-incision photograph of the decedent's head after the skin of the scalp and face had been peeled back. And although that photograph did not depict a fatal injury per se, the court said that it was allowed because it would assist the jury's understanding of the circumstances surrounding the decedent's death, and that simply requiring the medical examiner to testify without being able to demonstrate to the jury the nature and extent of the injury was not inappropriate. I mean, to allow him to explain it for those purposes. The photographs of it, ultimately what the court concluded was, even if the Supreme Court concluded that even if the photograph is considered gory or gruesome or whatever other term you want to use to describe it, that if it has a meaningful probative value and that the probative value is not outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice or misleading the jury or cumulative evidence, etc., then it should be and can be admitted. In this case, the 4 photographs that
You want to go through them and tell me what it is?
Yes, sir.
See them.
Yes, sir. The 4 photographs that are in issue, State's Exhibit 33 is a photograph of the liver, an area around the liver, which is here, okay, which shows not only the extent of it shows the extent of the laceration of the liver, but it also shows the substantial collection of blood below or in the area around the liver. At least that's what I believe it shows. And I expect that Dr. Clark would testify along those lines. And Dr. Clark, I would ask you that if I
So there's a scale on here that tells you how big it is.
Yes, sir. That's right. It shows shows it, I guess, in terms of the size of the injury, et cetera. And I would ask Dr. Clark if
I think you can just make a proffer.
Okay.
In fact, Dr. Clark, if you need to take a break, you can. I don't think we'll need your testimony until you're back.
I mean, I simply was going to have him. What I'm intending, what I think he would testify to is that what the photographs show is it enables him to better display for the jury and help the jury understand the nature and the extent of the injuries that the child suffered. So there's one from the abdomen, which is the one that I just referred to. State's Exhibit 32 and 36 show the skull with the scalp peeled back on different sides. Okay, one side, one's left side, one's right side. Okay,
The same injury?
no, not same injury, different injuries, which is the significance of it. It shows that there are multiple injuries to the skull, and to the brain, and those injuries are not limited. Those injuries are not limited to simply, bruising or something of that effect. I mean, those injuries, they show hematomas and hemorrhages, brain hemorrhages occurring in different locations. And the significance of it is I think that he will testify that each of these injuries represents a different impact that the child suffered.
I do think Dr. needs to step outside because we're talking about what he's going to testify to.
Okay.
And if you'll just step out while we finish.
I'm sorry. I mean, the reason I asked you to stay in here was because I thought that you might be.
Well, I know, but right now, I
testimony.
think while you
So-
proffer, if there's some question about whether he would, then we'll bring back in and let him testify. to it.
Understood. Okay.
All right, so those are the 2 of the skull.
Right, of the left and right side of the skull.
And what is this?
29 is, I will accept it is the most gruesome of the photographs, but it is the most essential of the photographs. It shows the massive injury to the back of the child's head, this being the scalp, and this being the skull, and the collection of blood, the fracture is in here that shows the collection of blood, how extensive the hematoma was, and the hemorrhage that came from this injury to the back of the skull.
Is this from the outside of the skull?
This is the outside of the skull.
Okay.
This is the inside of the scalp
Okay.
where it's been peeled down.
So is that of the same injuries that are in the other 2?
No, sir.
Uh-huh.
This is the injury at the back of the head. The other are showing injuries to the sides and at the top of the head.
All right.
There's only one photograph of each
Okay.
injury question. And I will, you know, in terms of the state's effort to limit the amount of this type of testimony or this type of evidence, I will let the court know that when I met with Dr. Clark, that he had identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He had identified 19 different post-incision photographs that he thought would reflect what his testimony would be, or would be used to reflect his testimony. And I went through those and scaled it down to what I think is a very small amount. I will acknowledge that I am somewhat uncomfortable presenting these images to a jury, and there is no question about that. I don't typically do it. I think it's been 5 years since I used post-incision photographs in a trial.
Do you have them in regular size?
I on a computer regular size, but
Printed.
No, sir, I didn't have them printed in regular size because I wanted to be able to, wanted him to be able to stand here so it could, so the folks on the jury could see what he was pointing to as he was explaining his testimony.
All right. So, Mr. Gamble, under 403, what would be your argument? I mean, I can see where they have probative value.
I see that, this balance and test of the probative value versus the harm and prejudice of, inflammatory nature of the photographs on the side. And if you look at those photographs, like the one that shows the skull where it's been pulled back, it's pretty gruesome looking. And you actually take that, and if you fold it back over, then you would have the regular skull. You would see from the outside, you wouldn't see much of an injury. But in looking at that photograph, it looked like, and I'm not saying it wasn't an injury, of course it was, but it's from an internal view. It looks like a terrible injury that would be clearly visible. And these people are not medically trained. It's not like they say, I see autopsies all the time. Yes, I understand when there's a big shot here of blood pooling in a hole or a small abrasion or whatever it may be. Their viewpoint most likely be, boy, it looks like that was some, a much more gravity to that injury than it is from a visual standpoint. It's one that causes great confusion for them, but it's also very inflammatory. And Dr. Clark can easily testify. If he's going to testify about the level of laceration, he can testify to the size of it, the length of it, the severity of it. He can do all of those without showing it. He can do the same thing with skull fracture. About you think large fracture, small fracture, it's a total break, it's not a break, all of those things. But you've now opened up something that looks much more gruesome than it really is necessary to provide to this jury. And it adds very little probative value from the standpoint of proving this case versus how inflammatory it is.
All right.
Last thing I'll say, Your Honor, is that it's part of what Mr. Gamble said is exactly the value of these photographs is that you can describe an injury and say, well, there was an injury to the back of his head and there was some swelling to the back of his head. And, it looked like a hematoma, like there's a lot of there's some blood collected there and that sort of thing. And simply describing it in that way and describing where the location of the injury and that sort of thing does not portray the significance of the injury and the extent of the injury. And that's part of what this is about is the injury to the back of the head is an injury of the nature that it would have caused what the other doctors have testified to. In other words, in a immediate set of symptoms and that sort of thing. It is, I think the photographs have significant value. I think the state has shown great restraint in choosing only these 4 photographs to offer. And the other thing I will say, just for clarity, is the reason that I had them printed this size was so that because I didn't want to display them on a screen in the courtroom. I wanted to be able, I did want the jury to be able to see what the doctor is referring to.
Well, I do think they have probative value because they actually show the internal injury, and you can't see that from the internet. I know you could describe it, but my visual observation of it is telling when you see, particularly the ones with the blood and the scalp fractures. I'm gonna. I realize that's a discretionary matter, and I do think that they have some potential to be judicial, but I think they do have more probative value, so I'm going to allow them. You want me to give the jury any kind of cautionary instruction?
I do, Your Honor, cautionary instructions that they realize that the purpose of those photographs is to try to show the injury internally, but that because they're an autopsy photograph, that there are certain things that have been done to the body that are not the result of any injury, that was a necessary part of the procedure in order to be able to view where the actual injury is at. Because that's not the only issue too. I think it's prejudicial, period, but it is a secondary issue to me is the confusion that can occur from the jury just looking at the whole picture and thinking, oh, this all happened. Everything I see, the scalp being pulled back, this whole area is from the injury. Simply not.
All right. I'll say something to them about that, and also that they should not let the fact that they're emotionally. I'll think of some wording there, but emotionally, that they should not let that part of it.
The graphic nature of the photograph should not be.
Yeah. I'll think of some language on that.
I'll also say, what my intention is to have him generally describe the injury before the photograph's displayed.
Okay.
Then I'm going to ask him, what will this photograph show them? Okay. And then once he tells what it will show them, I will show it and we'll show it briefly, just long enough for him to point out the salient features. All right. Well,
let's take a quick restroom break and we'll come back in. Make sure that they're not in that restroom area.
Would it be improper for me to, in the court's view, would it be improper for me to have to briefly confer with Dr. Clark and explain to him, how I want him to testify in terms of the explanation?
I think you can just ask him the questions.
And then, okay, yes, sir. That's what I'll do. left off, I had asked you, you made a statement that you heard evidence of injury on and about the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, on the
And-
external examination.
Okay. And so with regard to the external examination, can you identify, can you tell the jury what injuries you noted to the head?
Okay. To the right forehead area, there were a couple of small bruises, about 3 of them here. To the center of the forehead, there was a crusted abrasion or scrape. Looked like it was been starting to heal a little bit, very superficial. On the right side of the head and on the left side of the head were fresher abrasions. They didn't look like much, but you're always suspicious in these kind of cases that they may lead to those abrasions or scrapings there too. On the left side of the face, there was some pattern bruising. We call it cramped appearance. It usually associated with a grip or a slap mark, where at least 2 of the fingers caused some bruising in the face. There was a bruise underneath the left jaw area here. There was a small bruise to the right side of the eye here. There was some bruising that was on the back right, behind the right ear, and then what we call the masseter area. And then later on, when you touch the back head, it felt real boggy. I didn't see anything externally, but it just felt swollen, kind of what we call boggy. And later on, there was a hematoma under a collection of blood in the backside of the head.
And with regard to the bruising, were you, do you have an opinion as to what causes bruising?
Well,
What causes bruising?
abrasions and bruises of the face are generally, you can see them in a toddler, falling down, hit their head on something, etc. The problem I had was that these bruises or these abrasions that I'm seeing externally are on the side of the head and not really consistent with one fall. Okay, it seems like there were multiple injuries around on the head, on the front side and on the side and to the back of the head, which was much more significant.
Regard to the injuries for the moment, just to the bruising, were you able to develop an opinion as to whether or not those bruises represented acute injuries of any sort?
Yes, they all fairly happened at the same time, except for the one that looked like it was healing on the forehead about here.
And what would be the time frame in which those bruises might have been incurred? I mean, what would you expect the time frame to be in which they might have occurred?
Well, taking them in isolation, it could be hours to a day or so. With the injuries that I saw internally, I would think minutes to hours.
So is it your opinion that those injuries reflect that they're very acute injuries? It's just on the examination of them. It's based on the totality.
Totality of
right?
the situation, yes.
Okay. All right. I did some photographs that we took that I copied that you took, or somebody took at your direction during the autopsy that demonstrates the bruising to the head and the various locations of the bruises to the head. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these are all external photographs, Your Honor, and they reflect the things that he just talked about. But I'm going to have him, if I may, have Dr. Clark step over here, and then so we can demonstrate or display to the jury.
If you could kind of to the side so that the Mr. Gamble can see as well.
Okay.
He stands kind of to the front and to the side.
Yes, whatever you want me to put.
And yeah, just for the record, I renew my in the room just for preservation purposes.
And I don't think he's getting to those photographs yet, but your objection is.
Continuing objection, yeah.
And if you need to move around to see better, that'll be fine.
I see.
All right.
On that, yeah.
Okay. All right, you can proceed.
It's gonna be pointing.
I'm going to be two down.
Okay.
we ask you, first is State's Exhibit number 34. And what does State's Exhibit 34 show generally?
State's Exhibit 34 is identification photographs on all the decedents. We made sure the face is cleaned up, the plaque of the case number. This is just to identify the person who we're doing the examination on. But also in this photograph, we don't have the little ruler in there that we normally would, but you can see that there are injuries to the right forehead area and to the right eye area.
And so this photograph is an overall photograph of the face from the frontal view.
Right, yeah, what we call the identification photograph.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, we tender State's 34.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, submitted without objection.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll display it to the jury and have Dr. Clark tell them what they're
Once it's
seeing.
admitted, can you display this? Sure.
Okay, so again, we have the identifying placard showing where we did the autopsy, the case number, and you can see this is kind of just showing the child, the infant here, face here. But you start seeing that there's some bruising here, there's a little bruising here. This distortion here is due to having the endotracheal tube in, and they have that strap holding it in place, so ignore that. And then you see there's a little purplish discoloration here, and that's where that grip or slap mark injury was, and we'll see better pictures of it in a minute.
Okay, great. State's Exhibit. I control my language, which is good. State's Exhibit 30 demonstrates what?
Now, this is that right forehead contusions. You see that there's 3, 2 deeper, 1 a little lighter. We do have the ruler in this picture here, which is in centimeters, so that if you want to get an idea of the size, you can see how big or small they are. You can also see the injury to the right eye area.
And this is State's 30, which I'll tender at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, submitted without objection. We'll just, Ms. Lamb, just say, well, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you were saying. She's going to here.
Yes, sir.
There's a table right there if you wanted to sit right there. And if everybody would speak up, please.
So State Exhibit 30, which I'm displaying to the jury now, can you look for them and show them the injury which you just described?
Okay, so here's the ruler that I described before, and then you can see bruises here, here, and here. It doesn't seem like much. They're always concerned about any kind of bruising to a child's hand. And then you can see the little bruise here, the lateral canthus or outer part of the eye.
Exhibit 27 shows what?
This is that pattern injury I told you about that's on the cheek area. You can see that it's about right here in the face, and then also underneath the angle of the jaw on this side, there's a smaller bruise down there.
With tender State 27 this time.
Any objections, 27?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Now, would you point and tell the jury what you mean by pattern injury or pattern bruise and point out the pattern to them, please, that they're seeing?
Okay, so we have the ruler here, the left eye is here, the left ear is here, so this is the left cheek area. And what we're having here is we got a bruise here, an area of sparing here, and then another bruise here. So what happens in a grip mark or a slap mark type of thing is when the fingers make contact with the skin here and here, the blood actually squeezes between the fingers. So when you pull the hand away, you see a linear bruise here, a linear bruise here, then these areas of sparing are where the fingers are. So you get a sense, I mean, it's not the best example of it, but it struck me as this area is sparing here. So is this a grip mark or is it a slap mark? We also have a small bruise. Here's the angle of the jaw here, left ear is here. There's another small bruise here, which is an unusual place to have a bruising on a kid from an accidental type of injury.
State's Exhibit 31 shows what, Dr. Clark? In general, this is simply for identification purposes at the moment.
Right. This is the abrasions or scraping of the skin on the left side of the head here.
Okay, well, tender states 31 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay, Exhibit 31, if you show the jury what is significant here.
Okay, so we have our ruler, we have the left ear, just the top of the left ear, and you can see there's an area here that's abraded, and there is a little hemorrhage into the tissues, but it's an abrasion there, and actually there's another abrasion right back here. Doesn't show it as well in this picture.
States Exhibit 35 for general identification.
This is showing a picture below the right ear, the back right side of the neck, where we see a large area of bruising.
Tender states 35.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
States Exhibit 35, which I'm displaying now, Dr. Clark, if you could point to for the jury to what you have testified about and identify it for them.
Okay, here's the ruler again, here's the right ear, the bottom ear is the right earlobe, and you can see this red discoloration here coming here. And once we get inside, you'll see that it actually extends from the back of the head and cuts to the right side. So this is all hemorrhage underneath here.
Were there other injuries, bruises and abrasions and contusions that you identified once you shaved the child's head or partially shaved the child's head?
Yes, with all these injuries popping up, we were trying to take pictures without having to shave the head, take the pictures of the various injuries. But there were so many popping up, we had to shave the head, partially shave the hair to show the injuries better.
And States Exhibit 28 simply that is a photograph with the partially shaved head, shows other injuries to the top and side of the head. Is that right?
To the top right and to the right side of the head, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Tender States 28, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, submitted without objection.
So in this photograph, Dr. Clark, can you identify for the jury which injuries they're seeing and explain whether it reflects one injury or more than one injury?
Okay, this does reflect more than one injury. The top of the right ear is here. We have an abrasion to the right side of the head here. We have a bruise up here, and we have a large bruise sitting here.
What is this area here?
That might be from us when we shaved a little bit.
Okay.
We caught the skin a little bit, but didn't have the best technique.
Sure. So would these injuries, when you say these are separate injuries, how would you have those separate injuries incurred, in general terms? How would you have separate injuries incurred in a limited area, like the top of the head?
Well, I felt like it was multiple impacts.
Multiple impacts. Okay. Do each of these bruises on the face and the head, do they represent more than one impact?
Yes, sir.
Does each bruise represent its own separate impact in a sense?
In a sense, yes.
Okay. Now, I think we're going to have the rest of your testimony, then come back to the internal injuries that are going to be shown here in just a few moments. Okay. Now, did you identify areas of trauma to the body other than the head?
Yes, I did.
And what part of the body other than the head did you identify injuries? Where did you identify injuries?
So when we started to do the examination, we make one incision on the chest and down through the abdomen and reflect the tissues to show the chest shield and then the abdominal cavity. Well, on the chest shield, there was some hemorrhage to the right side ribs here, 6 through 10, and it's to the outside of the ribs here, which is an unusual place for when CPR is done. Sometimes you could break a rib in CPR, but a lot of times it's more frontal and all lateral, and it's maybe sometimes on the back side. So that was kind of an unusual pattern. And usually with bad CPR, you see it on both sides. There's been too much pressure put on the chest because you're pressing on the chest and they'll break symmetrically. So when you see rib fractures in CPR, you see coming down like here, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, somebody's really pressing hard. In infants, I don't generally see rib injuries. I mean, it's very rare that we see rib injuries. The other thing I noticed was that there was quite a bit of blood in the stomach. And when I looked at the liver, which sits right here, there's 2 major lobes, the right lobe and the left lobe. The right lobe was basically crushed, and it caused bleeding into the abdominal cavity, but also caused bleeding into what we call the retroperitoneal space. There's tissues that lie in the back of the abdominal cavity, that there's potential space there where organs lie, like the kidneys all lie in the retroperitoneum. So there can be potential into that retroperitoneal space. And this, to me, implied that this injury occurred pre-mortem, before death, because the child had blood pressure to be able to push that blood into those tissues. Also push the blood out into the abdominal cavity, what we call hemoperitoneum. The other strange thing was that the right adrenal gland was also torn up. That implied to me a heavy blow to this area, causing the injuries, the liver injury, and the adrenal gland injury, which is I'd never see that in CPR or even bad CPR.
When injuries occur, if an injury does occur to the liver as a result of CPR, where on the liver, what part of the liver would you expect that injury to occur?
In the cases I've seen in children and in adults is, again, right lobe, left lobe. You usually see the tear that's closer to the midline where they come together. You'll see the tear between the 2 lobes. And you'll see a little bit of blood in the abdominal cavity, but you don't see the retroperitoneal hemorrhage.
Now, what kind of force would be necessary to cause a laceration of the liver, like you described?
A car accident would be a very common thing to see.
So the same level of force that you might see from a car accident?
That's correct.
Would be that the amount of force required to cause that much injury?
Yes, sir.
What about the injury to the adrenal gland, the laceration of the adrenal gland? What type of force would be necessary to inflict that injury?
The same level.
Would a single blow to the abdomen cause both of those injuries?
It's a possibility, yes, sir.
Now, with regard to blood pooling around the liver, was there a photograph that? Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm standing here looking for this piece of paper, and didn't think to look that way. Thank you. Okay, so the blow to the liver, the injury to the liver, and the blood collected around it. Was there a photograph that was taken at the autopsy which shows the extent of that blood and shows generally where the laceration occurred to the liver?
Yes, so there were several pictures actually that we took when we first opened up. We looked at the liver to show the injury to the liver and the retroperitoneal hemorrhage. We took the liver out. There were other pictures showing the retroperitoneum. I actually sliced the liver and to show the extent of the damage to the right lobe of the liver.
State's Exhibit 33, which you've already seen, is that the photograph that shows is that one of the photographs that shows the extent of the injury to the liver and the extent of blood collected around the liver?
It shows liver injury, the retroperitoneal hemorrhage, the bleeding back tissues, and also the rib injuries.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask. At this time, I don't want to have to make several trips over here, but it's just easier to do it this way. I'm going to tender States 33 and ask Dr. Clark to step down to explain what is shown in that photograph. And I was going to I assume the court has something to say.
We had a discussion about this outside of your presence. I have a rule that the doctor can testify about that, and it will be displayed to you. So we will put it over the defendant's objection. But I do want you to understand that these the 4 pictures that I believe he will be testifying about depict are autopsy photos taken after the incision. So the 4 photos will depict the body after the incisions of the medical examiner, not as the body appeared externally. And you should not allow the graphic nature of these photos to affect your ability to evaluate the evidence without emotion or prejudice against either party. They're graphic, and don't allow the emotions of that to affect your judgment in this case. Okay? And they are photos that were taken after the incisions. All right, with that, Mr. Lamb, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Poague, there's these, with regard to each of these other photographs, but starting with one of the liver, is there anything that's shown in this photograph that you could actually see outside the body?
Absolutely.
So it's necessary to show the extent of those injuries in terms. Is that
It gives an idea what happened to it.
okay? All right. If you could step down then, please, and we will. Okay. At this, I'm going to display State's Exhibit 33 to the jury, Your Honor, and have Dr. Park explain the details of what he's testified to in regard to this injury.
Okay, so we have taken off the chest shield. Again, we take a saw and we slide through the ribs here and take the shield off. And so what you're looking at here is, this is the stomach, intestinal tract. Here's the liver, you see the gallbladder here. We've lifted the liver up to show all these lacerations of the right liver lobe here. Then this is that retroperitoneal space I was talking about. See how the blood kind of oozes underneath the tissue back there. So that's why it's bleeding back there. And the adrenal gland actually lies right here. And that also has an injury. It doesn't show the adrenal gland in this picture, but actually shows the adrenal gland is actually injured here. And then if you look over here, you see this hemorrhage around the ribs here where there's been some pericostal or peri-rib hemorrhage. I did not see any rib fractures per se. The infant's ribs are real flexible. Think of bamboo and just be real flexible, not really breaking that easy, but there were some kind of stress on here, probably from a blow or an impact that caused this to hemorrhage.
Yeah, this blood that is shown here in the center of this photograph, is this blood separated from the intestines, from the intestinal, the digestive tract in some way?
It is not bleeding into the intestinal tract. This is the transverse colon that comes across here. Again, small intestine. And you can see there's some hemorrhage around the intestine, but it didn't go into the intestine. There's no injury to the intestinal tract here.
Okay. So with this blood that here, can it migrate over time into the intestinal tract?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So in the study, it's not just a big empty area with a lot of blood that's sort of circulating everywhere, right? I mean, blood is contained within different cavities, within different vessels, veins, arteries, et cetera, within the body. Is that right?
Well, it's contained in all the blood vessels, the arteries and the veins throughout the body.
All right. So that injury to the liver, I think you said that the injury to the liver and the adrenal gland may have been the result of a single blow.
That's a possibility. Yes.
What about the injury to the ribs in that same area?
Probably the same area. Yes, it could be associated with one major blow to this area here, or a couple of hard blows to the area.
Okay. And is there, in your opinion, is there anything that would occur during the normal administration of CPR, even the, I suppose, poor administration of CPR, that would cause that injury to the liver and the adrenal gland?
I've seen some bad CPR on dead individuals, both adults and children. where a parent or a bystander, they really don't know what they're doing. They're too low, they mash on the upper abdomen instead of mashing on the chest and causing injuries to the liver. But I've never seen the extent of a liver damage like that from bad CPR. Okay, and I told you that the right lobe was a mess, it was torn up, and there was no split between the right and left lobe, which is what I see commonly. Okay, and then the bleeding into the tissues tells me that the child, when it was injured, had bleeding into those tissues. Must have had blood pressure. It must have had blood pressure at that time. Now, why do you do CPR? Because the heart is feeding and they don't have blood pressure. So usually that blood just pools in the abdomen. You'll see a little blood in the abdomen. And we did have that, but what concerned me was a retroperitoneal bleeding.
And I'm not going to show it again, but you demonstrated for the jury, you showed where the stomach was. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you examine the stomach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you find any? What did you find when you examined the stomach?
It was a normal stomach, and it had, let me look at my notes here, about 15 cc's, a tablespoon worth of clear watery fluid, and there was some green mucus and what looked like food particulates or bits of food. I couldn't identify the food.
What would cause the stomach to be, other than not eating, not having food in the body, what would cause the stomach to be empty at the time that you, or essentially empty at the time that you were examining?
Well, either it hadn't eaten for a while, or that's all I could say. Yes, sir.
What about nausea, vomiting?
Yeah, but vomiting could help clear out the stomach, but doesn't clear it out completely.
So vomiting would clear the stomach, or
yeah, it could. Yeah,
largely clear the stomach.
Sure.
Is vomiting or nausea, is that an injury that, I'm sorry, is that a symptom that is sometimes associated with head injuries?
Yes, sir.
Why is that? Why is nausea or vomiting associated with head injuries?
Because it disrupts the central nervous system. You'll have a head injury, and your body goes into, self-preservation mode, and causes that to happen as part of clearing out your stomach so you won't aspirate it.
Did you see anything in this autopsy that reflected or showed an injury of any sort to the intestines, the bowels, the colon, or any other part of the digestive system during your examination?
No, sir. There was no other injuries except for that hemorrhage around the transverse colon.
If you were speculating, if someone was speculating as to whether or not that this child may have had a diaper with bloody stool in it, that would have been from some time earlier, whether the morning of the injuries or the night before, if someone was speculating that there might be blood in the fecal matter, would you expect to find anything in an autopsy that might let you know whether or not there would have been blood in the fecal matter?
Well, it depends on what kind of blood you have there. If you have what may appear to be bright red blood, then you're thinking something going on with the anus or the rectum down lower. If you're thinking something like a gastric ulcer or a duodenal ulcer where it's got time to go through the intestinal tract, it usually comes out very black and tarry looking. There's medications like Pepto-Bismol that can make your stool look black and tarry looking. There's red dyes and beets or candy that can make your blood look red. I'm not sure that I would have to test that material to see whether it is actually blood or not.
If there was blood in the stool, would you expect to see blood elsewhere in the GI tract?
If it's coming from the GI tract, yes, sir.
And in this case, did you?
No, no, sir.
There was no blood in
No,
the GI tract? Okay. All right. There was another injury to the head. Well, there are multiple injuries to the head that we haven't really discussed at this point. So let's take those now. And I will ask you, Dr. Clark, to tell me which of these, I don't know if it's 36 or 32, which one of those shows which side of the head?
This is left side, that's right side.
Okay, all right. So 36 is the right side of the head and 32 is the left side of the head. And these are the post-incision photographs we discussed earlier, but I would tender 36 and 32 at this time.
All right, they are admitted over objection.
All right, Dr. Clark, if you could step down, please, and let's look at that stage 36, which is the right side of the head. Now, before I turn this photograph around, I would like you to explain to the jury what they're going to be seeing and why it appears the way it does.
Okay, this is part of the head examination. We make an incision behind one ear, come to the top of the head, and go behind the other ear. We'll pull the scalp forward, and we'll pull the scalp back. And this is going to show you what we call the calvarium, the top and side of the head here. There's the temporalis muscles here and here. They kind of bulge out. We take those down too. In this picture, we haven't taken them down yet. And so that's basically what you're going to see is the right side of the head with the scalp pulled forward and the scalp pulled back.
Okay. And so State's Exhibit 36, then I'm going to display it this time to the jury. Can you, when I turn this around, can you identify for them the injuries that are shown in this photograph?
Okay. So again, this is the front part of the scalp here, and this is the forehead here. Here's the right temporalis muscle here, and you can see the scalp reflected here. You can see the right ear here. So remember those abrasions and all those bruises we saw? Well, it wound up being full thickness scalp contusions, and then injuring the galea, which is a thin membrane over the top of the skull or on the skull that holds the muscles in place and stuff like that. You see hemorrhage here, and it looks much larger than for what we really saw up here. So there's been some impacts here. There's been some bleeding over time into these tissues here. This, again, this brown thing here, that's that temporalis muscle. You bite down, you can feel it bulge, okay? So that hasn't been moved yet. And you see some the impacts here. Remember those bruises we saw on the right forehead of the head? Right forehead? That's where those are coming in here too.
Now, the bleeding that you see here, does it reflect an acute or chronic injury?
It looks like an acute injury all at the same time. Again, before I forget, the back side here, you can see this is what the scalp is supposed to look like when you peel it back. This yellow area here, that's what it's supposed to look like. You can see different areas of heavier hemorrhage, kind of diffuse hemorrhage. And this back of the scalp, you can see it's all thickened and swollen back in here.
And what would cause that to be thick and swollen and purple?
It's bleeding. It's been a tremendous impact to the back of the head.
State's Exhibit 32, which has been tendered and admitted. When the term to tell the jury what they're seeing here with regard to that.
Okay. Okay. Again, this is the front scalp being pulled forward. Here's the left ear, and then the back scalp being pulled this way. This is more normal looking here. So most of the hemorrhage is on the back right side. This left side is clear of any hemorrhage on the back side. And then remember those abrasions we saw on the left side here? We saw a good one here, a small one back here. This has caused the hemorrhage to the entire scalp. and it affected again, the ganglia and the subganglia base in this left temporal area. You can see the muscle is right here.
The blood that's hemorrhage here, where's that coming from?
That's due to the impacts, tearing of the scalp, soft tissues, or tearing of the tissues.
Okay, right. And then finally, there was an injury at the back of the head.
That's correct.
Is that right? And so with respect to the injury at the back of the head, can you tell the jury what the nature of that injury was?
Again, it's a full thickness scalp hemorrhage. It's actually becoming a hematoma. Hemorrhage tissues is a bruise, but when you start getting displacement of tissue, getting a goose egg, I think it's usually called, or a thickening, that's called a hematoma because it's actually displacing and dissecting the tissues out.
And this, of all of these injuries that you have described, which of these injuries is the most severe? Which is the one that would have caused the most concern?
The one to the back of the head.
And does the photograph that is, I'm going to tender as State's Exhibit 29, does that photograph depict, what does it depict in terms of the nature of the injury, and what's the significance of the photograph before I even display it?
So this is where the scalp has been reflected back, and we reflect it so that it actually shows the top of the neck here, and you can see this large bruise in the scalp itself, and a large hematoma basically of the ganglia on the back of the head.
And how would that injury correlate to or associate with the fracture of the occipital bone?
Okay, the occipital bone is the bone that's on the back of your head. It's got something of a triangular shape like this. And there's a fracture line that goes from the occipital bone to the foramen magnum. Okay, that's part of the impact to the back of the head. Now, where these fingers are, those are the lambdoidal sutures where this occipital bone connects to the parietal bones. Again, the bone has various separate bones so that when the infant's going through the birthing canal, it can collapse the head a little bit to allow it to come out, and then it re-expands. And those are called sutures, where the spaces between the bones. Well, the occipital bone is fractured, and then these lambdoidal sutures are also fractures called diastatic fracture, where they've been separated a little bit by force and cause hemorrhage along with it.
Can you tell when you do an examination like this, can you tell the difference between a lambdoidal suture that has been separated due to fracture from a lambdoidal suture that is simply not completely ossified and closed up? Okay.
Right, yeah, they are ossified at this point in time. But the violence of the blow to the back of the head has actually been caused tearing and bleeding into the space, that potential space there.
And then the State's Exhibit 29 demonstrate the extent of the hematoma and the bleeding at the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'll tender State's 29.
It's submitted over the previously stated injuries.
And then again, before we turn that one around, can you tell them what is sort of the top of it versus the bottom of it? So
Right, yeah, the top part is going to show the back of the skull, where you can see actually the bulge. You look at the photograph, it's got like a 3D effect. It's actually bulging from the scalp itself. I mean, the bone itself. The ganglia has got a hematoma, and then a large bruise on the back of the skull.
State's Exhibit 29.
So again, this is the back of the head here, right side, left side, top. We have taken the scalp and we pulled down just a little bit further, and you can see the extensiveness of the hemorrhage. Back here, again, kind of bulging out, giving that hematoma look, and then this full thickness hemorrhage here on the back side. So you can see it starts on the back side and actually kind of comes over to the right. So that hemorrhage we saw here earlier is, I believe, part of this here.
All right. Okay. What would cause an injury of the extent that you have identified to the back of the head? What would cause that?
A violent impact to the back of the head.
if someone incurs an injury that to the extent that's manifested in the photographs that have been displayed to the jury, if someone incurs an injury to that extent, when would you expect there to be an onset of symptoms, and what symptoms would you expect there to be?
I would expect the symptoms will be coming in seconds to, at most, minutes. The child would get that kind of deer in the head look, maybe may not complain nausea because they don't usually know what that means, but start to vomit, stagger around, maybe even start to have a little seizure activity, not kind of maybe drooling excessively, not protecting their airway at that point in time. They're not going to be eating or drinking. They're not going to be able to be social. They're not going to be able to move around on their own in terms of standing up and walking and all that good stuff.
So you would expect those injuries or those symptoms to be manifested maybe as soon as seconds, but certainly within minutes of the impact. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What's the longest time period that you would expect to see between the injury and the full onset of the symptoms?
These impacts,
typically,
these injuries can be in a variety of ranges. So to me, with this impact, even that just single impact to the back of the head, this is one in seconds that this child's going to be having symptoms. The fact that we have brain injuries and hemorrhage, the brain itself and around the brain shows me how violent this impact was, so that to my mind, it's going to be seconds. You can have a lighter impact that could cause similar symptoms, and it could be up to an hour. But in this case, I think it's seconds.
Would these injuries, is there any way for injuries to sort of accumulate over time and then ultimately result in what happened to this child? I mean, is this any possibility this reflects cumulative injury?
I mean, I can't rule out some of the abrasions and bruises. Could he have fallen the day before, hit this side of the head, and this morning fell and hit this side of the head, and caused various other impacts? They're more than I would expect from a simple fall, from a standing fall for an infant like that, but not the one to the back of the head. That's something that would result in symptoms very quickly, in seconds. So could it be the injury to the back of the head, just that single injury? Could it be that there's some impact that causes a little injury to the head, and then later another impact that causes a little injury of the head, and it builds up to this? Or is this an all at once kind of injury? The back one's an all at once type of injury.
Is there, do you have an opinion as to whether this injury to the back of the head could have occurred due to a child falling off of a bed sometime hours before and sustaining this injury, but it not being manifested until the next day?
I find that very unlikely.
Even if the injuries were going to be manifested immediately, is this the type of injury that you might associate with a fall from a bed?
Not normally, yes, sir. Unless there's special circumstances.
Are they the type of injuries that you would associate with a fall from 40 inches onto a hard surface?
No, sir.
Are they the type of injuries that you would associate with a fall from a chair, or a child fell forward and hit the front of his head on the floor?
No, sir.
Are they the type of injury that you might associate with a child rolling off of an air mattress that sits 8 or 10 inches off the floor?
No, sir.
What is the distinction? What is the distinction between, find the word I had written down, between applied force or inflicted trauma and accidental trauma? What's the difference between those?
Well, an accidental trauma, generally, when children hit their head, they fall off of a changing station or fall off a bed. They'll get a bruise, maybe a little bump. Generally, no, not associated with any skull fractures or any significant brain injury at all. They cry, of course, mom or dad are worried. There are times when a child may fall and get on a hard cement surface, let's say, maybe fall off the monkey bars or something like that, and could hit their head and get a skull fracture. But generally, it is a linear skull fracture that really doesn't cause any injury to the brain itself. The head absorbs the forces, and it doesn't translate to the brain itself. When I see something like this to me appears to be inflicted, meaning the kid is either hit with something on the back of the head or picked up, small enough to be picked up and slammed against something, a hard surface, a chair, top of a table, or something like that.
The occipital fracture, am I pronouncing it correct? The occipital fracture, is there anything unique about that bone which makes it harder to be fractured compared to other parts of the skull, for instance?
It's a little bit thicker bone, temporalis bones here, but the location of the fracture is unusual in terms of something from an accidental fall. I've never seen one like that. A lot of times it's more from inflicted trauma.
If this part of the skull, the occipital area of the skull, does someone's shoulders or the crown of the head, anatomically from here down, does that provide any level of protection or minimize the risk of that particular bone being fractured?
Yeah, when you're talking about a fall from a height and landing on your back like that, generally the forces are displaced over the head and the shoulders, so you don't get the direct impact to the back of the head.
So is it your opinion that there would be, I'll rephrase it all together. I stumbled my way through that one. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the force that caused the fracture of the occipital bone was a force that was focalized as opposed to broad across the back of the back of the body and as a whole?
Yes, I agree with that.
All right. Cross-examination.
Yes, yeah. Hey, please, court. Good evening, Dr. Clark. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague.
Yes,
How are you? And of course, I have some questions for you, and some general, then maybe more specific. But you testified to a large extent about your autopsy, and of course, in your autopsy, your duty and your purpose is trying to determine injuries. What what's the diagnosis and cause of injuries that occurred to the body that you're looking at, correct?
Correct.
And at the same time, it's not really your focus or your job to try to determine who did it, but just simply what happened, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, in an autopsy, you can't state what location the crime occurred unless somebody told you or something. The body doesn't tell you that, right?
That's correct.
And the body doesn't tell you who did it either. You may get information from someone else that doesn't tell you that either, does it?
That's correct.
And in this particular case, you got a child that was deceased. You asked to do this autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
And just in visualizing, looking at the child, you can see some bruising and whatnot of, not extreme bruising, but around the head in places, some noticeable places on the child, correct?
That's correct.
But from the neck down in the abdomen area, you couldn't see anything that was of note in that particular part of the body, correct?
That's correct.
And the same would hold true for the extremities of the arms and the legs. There was no bruising or anything on those areas, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume when you do autopsies, you've done them on small children in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to assume again, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but some of those times it was because there was some type of abuse being alleged, correct?
That's correct.
And are there times when you see lots of bruising and things on the arms and legs where it seems that someone, the abuser, has been gripping or pulling on the child or things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't see any of that on this particular case.
No, I did not.
At the same time, you have described certain injuries that you thought you did observe. And some of those, I believe, are around the cheek area, correct?
That's correct.
Now, those were sort of slight to moderate bruising or discoloration, correct?
They were just slight.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So slight. It's
Yeah.
not something that in itself, by itself, would have alarmed you to a great degree, correct?
I come from a different perspective. As a forensic pathologist, I have to be suspicious or high alert anytime a child comes in. So they were minor, but as the case went on, it turned out to be something more going on.
Poor question by me, really, when I think about it. I mean, obviously, you're looking at anything you see and you're first looking at as if this may lead to something more, correct?
That's correct.
And so if you see a small injury, even though in itself it's small, you still investigate further to see if it leads somewhere else or comes to some conclusion that maybe it is something more,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
But those particular marks on the cheek, is it possible that someone could have grabbed the cheeks of that child, trying to see if it was okay, wake it up, doing like this, and leave marks similar to that on that child's face?
That's a possibility.
And so if Ms. Poague testified had stated in authorities or anyone that is what she did when she saw the child become unresponsive, it would make sense that possibly that's where those marks came from, correct?
That's a possibility.
Now, of course, there are other marks that maybe wouldn't be explained for that. Obviously, the injury to the back of the head is not something you can just explain by twisting your cheeks, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a significant injury, as you've testified to,
Yes,
correct? And you said that it took a great deal of force, correct?
That's correct.
Now, at the same time that you know it took a great deal of force, you don't know exactly what it was that caused that force, do you?
No, I did not.
I mean, you kind of know some things it probably was not. No one told you it was a car wreck. You're pretty sure it wasn't caused by that, correct?
That's correct.
But if no one had told you what had happened to the child at all, you could have drawn that, might have put that in the equation at least, correct?
Right. I felt comfortable ruling out the potential for an accidental trauma that is more likely more abusive or inflicted trauma.
And
But that's
was
as
that-
far as I could go with it.
And was that based upon because you felt it was, as you have described, a violent nature? To call it, it was violent nature of the injury that caused, that's
Yeah.
why you believe that?
There was a focal impact and also the other impacts and other injuries that were sustained.
And even if you believe that, you wouldn't know who did that, would you?
No, I would not.
And as you looked at it, sometimes if you believe there's been that type of focal injury or violent impact, you can look at the injury and draw a conclusion that some type of instrument was used to do that, correct?
That's a possibility.
In some places, it would be like you could say that looks like a baseball bat must have been used to do it, correct?
Yes, certain ways, look for certain patterns of injury, yes, sir.
Or obviously something more brutal like a hammer or whatnot, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume that when you looked at these injuries, you didn't see any pattern or anything that made you believe that any type of instrument was used. Did you?
Not that I could see, no, sir.
And so that leaves you with, and you don't think it was caused by, again, something like a car wreck. But, you said you discounted accidental fall, and let me ask you a little bit about that. If it was a steep fall, how enough could it have caused that kind of injury?
Sure.
And I mean, no one's saying that the child fell from Mount Everest, but it had a long, tall, hard fall. It could have caused an injury, correct?
In certain circumstances, I could see where an injury like that could occur.
And even if it didn't cause all of those, isn't it true that a fall from a height of 40 inches onto a hard concrete floor could cause some injuries to a child?
Sure.
In fact, I assume that, well, let me ask you a little bit about, I assume in your training, you've had lots of study, you've read lots of studies and gone to seminars and stuff that talk about injuries to children and concerning head injuries, correct?
That's correct.
And would I be correct in stating that leading causes of death in children accidentally under the age of 2 or 3 is falls?
Can be, yes, sir.
And in some of those falls, they can be actually from not all that high of a level, sometimes only 30, 40 inches, that type of thing, correct?
Right. But again, there's circumstances which would allow for that to happen.
I understand there's certain circumstances, but it is potentially possible at times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Type of injuries that a child suffers in that type of situation many times will be a head injury that leads to their death, correct?
That can be, yes, sir.
Sometimes they have that type of death, it will be a fall that no one recognizes the severity of right then, and maybe in 12 hours or half a day or a day, the child unexpectedly dies in some cases, correct?
In some cases, yes, sir.
And that's because of that injury is not significant enough looking from the outside. You can't always see it, but internally there's a real injury, correct?
Could be, yes, sir.
And in this case, the injury on the back of the neck or head, I should say, you couldn't really see it as much as you felt it, correct?
On the external? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
externally. I understand you did some things that told you a lot more later, but the external part, you just looking back there, you felt it and said, oh, there's a problem, correct?
That's correct.
But if you had just been looking at that child and not know it was injured, you might not could tell from your eyesight that there was anything that happened to the back of his head, correct?
No, yes, sir.
And you've given some timelines on when you believe that this occurred, but you can't be definitive about how long a period of time it took from the injury until onset of death.
No, sir. Seconds to minutes.
And you can't really say about some of these injuries that they all did not. You said, well, let me take that back. There's several injuries on the child, correct?
That's correct.
And so it's possible that some injuries occurred to the child previous to the one that led to the child's death, correct?
That's a possibility, yes, sir.
And abuse, I assume you've autopsied lots of abuse cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in many of those abuse cases, there's a situation where the child had injuries, old injuries, several of those before it finally leads up to a real bad injury.
Yes, some of those cases have that, yes, sir.
You've seen that in the past,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And so it is possible, is it not, that some of those injuries happened a day before, half a day before, or even a couple of days before the one that led to the death of the child, correct?
That's correct.
And you wouldn't have any idea who or what caused that, would you?
No, sir.
And some of the marks that you had on the child, other than the ones on the cheek, the one that's, I think there's a mark over the eye and a couple of other little bruises, those type injuries could occur to a child simply by rough playing, doing what kids do sometimes, bumping into things and all that stuff, correct?
That's a possibility.
I mean, that's not an earmark on any of those. It just said, oh, that's caused by a particular thing. It's just an injury that draws your attention, correct?
That's correct.
But the two that drew you most attention, of course, were the liver and the skull injury, correct?
Correct.
Now, on the skull injury, I know you talked a little bit about sutures a little bit ago, correct?
That's correct.
And I've asked some other people that didn't know as much about sutures as I think maybe you will, but am I right? There's like 5 different areas of sutures on the skull?
Yes.
And those sutures are, as you described, they're sort of malleable when the child is young, able to stretch, and especially in the birth canal, but even after a while, before they solidify and make a solid structure, correct?
Correct.
And some of those sutures take a little longer than others to be fully developed.
That's correct.
And is there one of those sections of sutures that normally take as long as 5 years to fully develop?
Well, all sutures are developed and they're connected with a fibrous membrane, but they're always gonna have a little bit of give to them.
Do they even remain to give when you become an adult?
Oh, no, sir, no, sir, no, sir.
That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought I was talking about infants.
I'm not asking you, like, I'm not a doctor, so I may be butchering that a little bit, but it's got some give in it to begin with as they're young.
Right.
And it begins to get more and more solidified. So eventually, there's no stretching to it. It's solid.
Correct.
But a child of a year and a half does have some portions of the skull that still have that ability.
That's correct.
And I believe that at least one of those areas in the back of the head take a little longer to develop than some of the areas as far as becoming rigid. Am I correct on that?
I'm not sure about that. I can't answer that question.
You just know there's some time period before they get solid.
That's correct.
And so if you have the situation in which that skull is still somewhat malleable, has some play in it, which we know the kid was young enough to have some of that, doesn't that make it a little more likely for injury to occur to the skull and to the brain of a child in that situation compared to one that's already solidified?
This is a violent impact that actually caused a bone fracture.
Mm-hmm.
So if the kid had, let's say, several years older, had been more solidified, I would expect that there probably would not have been lambdoidal stretching and fracturing, but there may have been a much more severe skull fracture because that actually is going to give a little bit to absorb, almost like a shock absorber, to absorb that impact, but still wound up with a fracture line. So I don't think it puts it at any higher risk.
Well, isn't it true that young children under the age of 3 higher risk of death from skull fractures, injury, than people older than that?
I'm not sure I know that answer to that.
If you don't know, that's fine. You tell me you do not know.
I don't.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions about if the child had a blood in its diaper from a previous diaper before this injury that led to its death. So you remember being asked some questions about that, correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Now, if you did have blood in the fecal matter, at times, couldn't that be an indication that an injury has occurred to the person that caused blood to be in the area and then be in the fecal matter?
In this case, no, because I did not see any blood in the rectum, stomach, small bowel. But in your case, in a general case, yes, it's possible.
So generally, it could show, so somebody got injured earlier, that would be possible to cause fecal matter to have blood in it, correct?
That's correct.
And I've asked this to some other people to testify, but there is a test to be able to determine whether or not there's blood in fecal matter.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Pretty easy test. I mean, it's not some complicated test. It's really done on a frequent basis.
That's correct.
And it's just something you send to a lab and they can come back and tell you whether or not it's blood in the fecal or not.
Yeah,
right?
They have home tests called heat bolt. You put the feces on a piece of filter paper, put a chemical on it, and it'll change color to show there's blood in there.
We can do that if we had a sample to test, correct?
That's correct.
Now, what about human vomit? Would we be able to test it to determine whether or not it came from B? If not, you
vomit. I don't know. I never thought about that. I don't think I could answer that question. Unless you're going to do DNA and find human DNA in the vomit, I guess.
Probably could from saliva, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Now, you said when you tested that the stomach was close to empty, correct?
That's correct.
And if the stomach had been, I don't know, half full, more or less full, and the person been vomiting, you'd still expect to find some residual amount of stuff in the stomach, correct?
And the 15 cc's could be the residual amount.
Now, in your study, in your credentials as a pathologist and forensic science, do you go to certain continuing education courses? required to do so?
Yes, sir.
You keep that up to date, I assume, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? In addition, do you read journals, which I call policies and that type thing, that talk about medical conditions in your particular field?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any familiarity at all with a lady named Mary E. Case?
Yes.
You know who she is?
Yes, sir.
St. Louis medical forensic examiner, correct?
Correct.
And would I be fair to state that she's fairly well known in the forensic science pathology field?
Yes, sir.
And do you have respect for her work?
Yes, sir.
Aware of her work?
Yes, sir.
And being aware of her work, are you aware of the publication called Brain Pathology?
Yes, sir.
Do you read it from time to time to get information from it?
I have taken at least 2 seminars with her.
With Ms. Case?
Dr. Case, yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Case. I shouldn't call it that. You're right. And she's had a pretty distinguished career, has she not?
Yes, sir.
And so if she has some opinions about accidental traumatic head injury in infants and young children, you would at least give it some credit, I guess you'd say.
Sure.
You might still have your own opinion, of course, right?
That's correct.
But you would listen to it. Well, she published an article in Brain Pathology in the year 2008. And before I go any further, Your Honor, let me hand this to. And she says in one portion of the treatise that she's published that about 1 to 3% of short falls in young children cause a skull fracture.
Correct.
Yes?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Now it says further that approximately less than 1% cause an epidural hemorrhage, but even more rarely a subdural hemorrhage. And if these hemorrhages enlarge sufficiently to become a mass lesion, death may result from increased intracranial pressure.
Correct.
Would you agree with that? I'm sorry, that's on the third, let me see, 1, 2, 3, the 4th page. Now, with that, she was just citing some general propositions about injuries with falls, but then says a divergent view is presented in a paper by Dr. Amaya, proposing that, in fact, contact injury may distribute injury widely throughout the brain of a young child. And then she goes into some particular research, but what interests me most about it, if you finally go to a table that she included, pages on. You see, it looks like this.
Okay.
She talks about how, just in a general sense, sometimes injuries to children can occur that are surprising in nature of what occurs in the result. But she describes a 21-year-old male who fell out of bed. Says he cried after the fall. He was able to be comforted. He vomited, then put back to bed, and he was found dead in the bed the next morning. And the findings were that the left temporal subdural hemorrhage, a left temporal lineal fracture, a large epidural hemorrhage over the left lateral temporoperineal convexity was what occurred.
Okay.
Now, would you agree with me that that's probably not the typical thing that would happen from someone falling out of bed?
And I would like to know what surface he fell on to know how he got a fracture. But he's also fracturing the thinnest bone in the skull, the temporal bone.
But nevertheless, if you knew that information, the heart of the surface would make it more likely, I guess, correct?
Well, yeah, also the fact that there's a bulge of some sort, let's say that's some kind of, I don't know, something hard on the floor that's around it that could cause the impact to be more focal.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay. Well, she also talks about a 4-month-old male who fell out of an adult bed and struck the edge of a bedside table.
Okay.
And in that one, he was taken to the hospital, had a CT scan, was read as normal, would not eat or sleep well, survived for 2 days, taken to a pediatrician and died on the way to the office. Had a right forehead contusion, fracture of the right frontal bone and right orbital plate, epidural hemorrhage of the right anterior cranial fossa. Does that sound like something that could occur? Not saying in your case, but just in general?
Yes, in general, yes, sir. Special circumstances I was telling you about.
And she then talks about a 7-year-old female who fell off a tree stump about 3 feet high, that'd be 36 inches, and hit the back of the head. Complained of a headache, vomited several times over the next 12 hours, and was found dead the next morning. Had a right frontal subgaleal hemorrhage, a fracture of the right frontal bone extending to the coronal suture posteriorly, an epidural hemorrhage of the left frontal, small contusions of left superior and middle temporal gyri.
I'm going to object to any continued portion of counsel reading this article into the record. Basically, I mean, first of all, I object that it's hearsay. The use of a journal article is properly allowed sometimes for the purpose of impeaching a witness. You know, you can impeach a witness with facts from a learned treatise, but to simply read it and say, you know, well, don't you agree that that in this case that this child somewhere in St. Louis had this injury and died? I mean, he's literally, when I thought the first example or two, I thought it was being used for impeachment. Now I see that he's simply being read into the record, and so I object to it as being hearsay.
Mr. Gamble, what's your response?
My response is, that actually Georgia law requires exactly what I'm doing in order to question an expert about a treatise, and that is, first, you must establish that the expert that is on the stand is familiar with the person or the literature that's being published to such an extent that they believe that it's verifiable and reliable, and that if you can do so, where they believe that it has some bearing on their profession and the expert opinion that's being offered is reliable to them, that you ask them and question them about that, and they acknowledge that, which of course the doctor has done in stating he's even been to a couple of seminars with Ms. Case. But then in addition to that, once that's been established, you have a right to question them for particular excerpts from the literature, and you're not allowed to introduce the treatise or the document that you're talking about into evidence to go out with a jury. But just
you're letting him see examples, case examples, and then you're asking him what is the question about the case examples, if those sound reasonable or what?
No. I mean, I'm telling you, the expert made you first have to say.
No, I'm talking about the questions you asked him about. I guess maybe let's take a pause, let him read what it is you're going to ask him about, and then you can ask him the questions about it.
Okay, I can do that. That's not the way it read for me as far as saying how it should be done.
Well, I've seen it where you show it to the expert and he reads it. All right. Let's take a 10-minute recess, or maybe 15 minutes, and then we'll reconvene.
It's used for impeachment. Okay? Basically, the way to impeach someone, I mean, you can use a journal article, a treatise, whatever, for the purpose of impeaching a witness. But you say, your opinion is this. Yes, no, that's my opinion. And this treatise says that opinion is wrong in some way. I mean, and in other words, it's some contradictory information or whatever that is, that's used to try to establish that the expert has he made some error of judgment, that he's made some error in his assumptions or something of that nature. Simply saying, do you agree that that this child in St. Louis had this kind of a fracture? Yep, apparently he did. That's not impeaching of his testimony in any way. It doesn't disprove the truth of anything the doctors testified to, which is what impeachment is to try to disprove the truth of his testimony.
What's your response to the objection, Mr. Campbell? I mean, I understand how you could use a treat to cross-examine a witness about his opinion,
Yes.
but you're using more of like case examples, other cases. So what?
I think that I'm allowed to bring that forth to him by statute and by case law, that I'm allowed to ask him questions once that he believes that's a reliable source. And in this case, to establish that although he has said that it's unlikely that certain things could have occurred, certain injuries could have occurred from a fall or this, that, or the other, that this particular study shows some examples.
So the impeachment is that an injury from a fall a head injury from a fall can cause a
significant injury to a small child.
Okay.
Significant enough to cause death. These are examples where it did.
Okay.
That is why.
Well, I want you to share this literature with him. We'll take about 10 minutes and we'll come back and
Yes.
I'll let you reconvene your examination, but I don't want it to be just you reading something to him and then, I mean, he should be able to look at it. All right. So do you have an extra copy of that?
Yes, I'm actually just marking where you can find it here.
Okay. We'll come back in, I'll come back at 4:10. That's 13 minutes.
Before we took a break, I was asking some questions about this particular brain pathology article by Dr. Mary K. called Accidental Traumatic Head Injury in Infants and Young Children. And you now have a copy of that article, do you not?
That's what I did.
I pointed you when I handed to you a particular page that I had marked through with highlights on it, correct?
Right.
And if you could, and I think you are to that page.
Yes, sir.
And that page is page 6 of 12 on the document. And I believe I've already asked you questions, or at least read you and then asked you what you thought about the death of the 4-month-old male that fell off the adult bed and the 7-year-old female who fell off a tree stump, correct?
Yes, sir.
And well, maybe let me ask you this. I'm not sure. I may have reading on that page. What is this? It's a table it appears to be that says case number, case history, age, sex, occurred, and findings, correct?
Correct.
And these are examples that Dr. Case has put in her article to show when someone died accidentally from a fall in a manner that it was kind of be surprising that the injury was that severe given the nature of the fall and the height of the fall, correct?
Correct.
And admittedly, she says in the article, this is not the norm, correct?
Correct.
But it does happen sometime, right?
Yes, sir, specifically to epidural hemorrhages.
Okay. Well, let's get to that in a moment. Item number 1, what does it say happened there? I didn't read that one to you, I don't think, did I? Tell me if I did. I may be wrong.
Already read into the record.
Okay, if that's been read into the record, then skip down to number 3. I don't believe I read that one to you, did I?
Cried after. Want me to read it?
Yes, just tell me what it says about that particular little case study,
Cried
number
after
3.
fall, able to be comforted, vomited, and put back to bed, found dead in bed in the morning.
How old was the child?
21 months,
And was a male or female?
male.
And says it fell out of bed.
That's correct.
And what was the injury?
Left temporal scalp, subgaleal hemorrhage, left temporal linear fracture, large epidural hemorrhage over left lateral temporal convexity.
And that led to the death of that child being found dead in the bed the next morning, correct?
Yes, sir. That was an epidural hemorrhage.
Okay. Number 4, what does it say about that?
Found on ground with no return bite, combative, became somnolent in the emergency room. CT scan showed fracture of right temporal, became.
It stops there.
It stops there, yeah.
How old was the
10
child?
years, male, riding bike and fell off, not wearing a helmet. Right temporal scalp contusion, fracture of right temporal skull, epidural hemorrhage over right parietal area. Or spell parietal wrong.
So I understand that it shows some times in small areas and it caused their death, but was in an area of the skull different than this one, correct?
Correct.
But nevertheless, it does example of that happening, correct?
In cases of epidural hemorrhages, yes, sir.
I believe it's all the questions I have for right now, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Mr. Lamb? Read.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Case, page 9 of her article, the last sentence of the first paragraph, the first partial paragraph there, the last sentence of that paragraph says what, Doctor?
The most common cause of subdural hemorrhage in the younger age group is use of head trauma injury.
The most common cause of subdural hemorrhage is abusive head injury.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Epidural hemorrhages are hemorrhages that occur where, in relation, if you have the skull, you have the layer immediately above, like you said, there's a thin fibrous layer of the skull. What is that?
That's called the galea.
The galea. Okay. And then above the galea, what's the next level?
Well, that's going to be where your scalp comes in.
Okay. Okay. And that's where the scalp is. One of the layers of the scalp.
Okay. scalp, it has skin, and then it's got subcutaneous fat tissue, and it's got fibrous tissue, which adheres to the galeum. The galeum adheres to the calvarium or the bone. Beneath the bone is the dura mater. Okay, it's a fibrous line inside the calvarium. An epidural hemorrhage is between the dura and the bone. These are together. Again, remember the retroperitoneal space I talked about? You got to have pressure to push through there. An epidural hematoma causes those to separate. The reason why epidural hemorrhage has a delayed death is because it takes longer for it to form a mass to cause injury to the brain. Epidural hemorrhages are associated with skull fractures, which we have in this case, but my epidural hemorrhages are tiny. I also have diffuse subarachnoid, subdural hemorrhages on the brain, which is associated with inertial trauma to the brain. This is where you got your skull, you got your dura mater, and then you got a potential space called the subarachnoid or subdural space, and then the brain. Well, the brain has been impacted and injured, causing it to kind of slosh back and forth, causing tearing of the subdural bridging veins, which causes a subdural. This is different from an epidural hemorrhage. All these cases that are cited on this document are associated with death due to an epidural hemorrhage. This infant has epidural, small, large subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhages, which is also an indicator of brain trauma.
In addition, there are skull fractures associated with the injuries that are referenced in Dr. Case's article. The fractures are what kind of fractures typically are associated with that?
Well, I think they said linear.
Right, like they're referred to it in several places as simple linear fractures. Is that right?
Right.
And in fact, at the very beginning of the article on the first page, it says that 2 to 3% of falls a simple linear skull fracture, and the majority of these are uneventful in neurological deficit or something is blocked out here. In about 1% of the fractures, epidural or subdural hemorrhage occurs. Okay, now that's from simple linear fractures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What kind of a fracture was involved in this case?
Well, it was a linear irregular fracture, but it wasn't a common unit. It wasn't broken into pieces. So it is a linear fracture, but it's through the occipital bone. It extends down to the tendon neck.
Okay. It's a longer. It was a. I think you identified it as a full thickness fracture that extended along a pretty far along the through that bone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with that type of a fracture, and the associated trauma to the brain itself, which you've just described, from forces, but basically the brain being slammed against the inside of the skull. Is that a way of simplifying that?
Exactly.
Okay. And so when you have those things combined, would you expect there to be, quote, a delayed reaction or delayed complications, resulting in death, hours or days later?
Not in this situation. No, sir. Not in this case. I've had epidural. I was an emergency room doctor for a while, and I had epidural hemorrhage on a kid who fell off a wall. He was perfectly fine for about 2 hours. We did a CT scan, saw that he did have epidural and went right to neurosurgery. So epidural hemorrhages are salvageable in a lot of the cases, but you got to be high index of suspicion of that.
It was one of the sections I had marked in here, and now I can't find where I marked. I think there was a reference to falls of less than 6 feet are typically not associated with significant brain injury. Is that right?
That's correct.
And of course, 40 inches is substantially less than 6 feet, right?
Correct.
And Do any of these injuries that are referenced in Dr. Case's article, any of these injuries involve a fracture of the occipital bone?
Not that I saw.
And what is the difference? What is the distinguishing factor? I mean, other than location and shape, what is the distinguishing feature of the occipital bone as compared to like the right frontal bone, the right orbital plate?
Well, the temporal parietal bones tend to be a little bit thinner, a little bit thinner. The frontal bone and the occipital bone are both a little bit thicker.
And because the occipital bone is thicker, does that require, typically, would that require more force to cause a fracture to that bone?
More focal force to that area.
More focalized and more forceful?
Yes.
Okay. So more focalized and more forceful injury would be required. Okay. In the case before you, not the one in St. Louis, in the case before you have an opinion as to why this child died.
I felt it was due to abuse head trauma.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was any significant time difference or time gap between the infliction of the trauma and the onset of symptoms and ultimately death?
And again, in my opinion, seconds to minutes after the child was occurred.
Thank you.
All right. Recross.
Dr. Clark, did you know the reference was made in the treatise I was reading you from Dr. Case, in which there was a reference to Dr. Omaya? Are you familiar with Dr. Omaya at all?
Yes, sir. I've known about over the years. The problem is that you did not finish that. You said a divergent view is presented in a paper by Dr. Omaya et al., proposing in fact that contact injury may distribute injury widely throughout the brain of a young child. However, this is not the view supported by the literature noted earlier that looked at hundreds of cases of shortfalls and found that the great majority produced no loss of consciousness nor neurological deficit.
Yes, it did say that, but then it gave examples when that was not the case, correct?
And the cases that you presented to me are epidural hemorrhages, and that's not what we have here. We're comparing apples and oranges.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. And this witness be excused.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank
You can excuse me, appreciate it. Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness. We'll give Doctor time to get out. Sir. Thank you, Dr. Clark.
Good one.
All right, Mr. Lamb.
Your Honor, I'm sorry for the brief delay here. I am at a point where there are, I know it's 4:30. It's not 5 o'clock yet. And I understand that. But I would ask the court to consider let's ending for the day, because I have some decisions that I need to make about additional witnesses that I'm not in a position to make at this moment. I mean, I will call a witness and proceed if I must, but I
Well, I'd like to, do you have a witness that you don't anticipate will be very lengthy?
yes, sir. I do.
If you need 5 minutes or something of that nature, that's
If
fine.
I could have 5 minutes
All right.
to
I'd
decide
like to have another witness today. I'd hate to leave early, this early. So I'm gonna let you step into the room literally for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and hear at least one witness. I'll come back at 35. All right, let's bring the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. The state is, we'll call Parris Purmort.
Parris what?
Purmort.
Purmort.
Parris Purmort. Purmort. Okay, Stephen, I need 3 exhibit stickers.
All right, Ms. Purmort, if you'll face Mr. Lamb and receive the oath, please.
Yeah, give me just put the next 3 numbers on it and your card. Raise your right hand. Swear to God, that you give the state to be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Ms. Purmort, I'm going to ask you, not ask you, I'm going to tell you that you need to speak up, okay? Because this lady is trying to take down everything that you say. And more important to me, all of these folks need to hear everything you say, okay? So I need you to speak up so that everyone can hear, all right? Okay. And make sure that you answer audibly, yes, no, that sort of thing, as opposed to nodding or shaking your head. All right.
You can pull it close to that microphone if you want. There you go. Thanks.
Okay. What is your name?
Parris Purmort.
And Ms. Purmort, where are you from?
I'm from Griffin, Georgia.
Where do you live now? I mean, I'm sorry. Do you live somewhere? Do you have another place that you stay here in this area?
I go to college at Georgia Southwestern State University, so I live in Americus.
And when did you start school at Georgia Southwestern?
August 11th, 2023.
When you started school at Southwestern, were you involved in or affiliated with a particular program there? The Jimmy Carter.
I was not.
Oh, you weren't in the Jimmy Carter.
I was
program.
not.
Okay. Did you? What dormitory did you live in?
I lived in Oaks 2.
And Oaks 2, the rooms there, the rooms there are basically like little suites. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you move a little closer to the mic? Or pull it over there to you. There you go.
Okay. Yes, sir.
When you go into the room, there's like an open area, a small open area with a sink and a bathroom door, and then are there separate bedrooms?
Yes, sir.
Which room? I mean, which suite did you live in at Oaks?
I lived in R159.
And did you have a roommate, suite mate? Did you have a suite mate?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who was that?
Trinity Poague.
Yeah. Was that the first time you'd ever met Trinity Poague?
When we moved in?
When you moved in?
No, sir.
Okay. When did you previously met Trinity Poague? How did you know her?
We met through a Facebook group for freshmen coming to Georgia Southwestern State University and decided to become roommates. And then she came and met me for the first time in May of 2023 when she came to my high school graduation.
So she came to Griffin for your high school graduation in May?
Yes, sir.
And then did you see her at other times over the summer?
I did. In summer, I believe it was June or July, we had a family vacation. She came on for a couple of days.
How did you go about, or how did you end up being roommates?
The Facebook group from the freshman incoming class.
So was it a circumstance where you could, where people could indicate roommate preferences, and if the university could honor those, they would.
Yes.
So y'all both indicated a preference to share the room.
Yes, sir. There was, we decided that we think we reached through each other on maybe an Instagram DM or a Facebook DM, decided that we would room together, and then had to go through a portal on GSW and choose each other.
After you moved in to the suite at Oaks 2 with Ms. Poague, did you have occasion to meet someone else who was associated with her or involved in a relationship with her?
I did.
Who was that?
Jay Williams.
Jay Williams?
Yes.
And who was Jay Williams as it related to, as you understood it, who was Jay Williams as he related to Trinity Poague?
He was her boyfriend.
How did you come to meet Jay Williams?
I believe the first time I met with him was when he was at our dorm. Trinity brought him to our dorm.
He was at your dorm?
Yes, sir. Okay,
and do you remember when that was? You don't have to give me the exact dates, but approximately?
Approximately August 2023.
August of 2023?
Yes, sir.
You at some point, well, let me I could ask you a different question first. Through your friendship with Trinity Poague, did you were you made privy to information concerning her relationship with Mr. Williams?
As if he had a child? As in that he had a child?
No, as in like did she tell you about things involved in their relationship?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her relationship
yes.
with him? And if you were to describe their relationship as it was portrayed to you by Ms. Poague,
yes.
and as you may have observed over time, if you were going to describe their relationship and summarize it in say 4 or 5 words, 2 or 3 words, how would you summarize the relationship?
Very rocky.
Did she at times complain to you about her relationship or about Mr. Williams or things he had done or that sort of thing?
Yes, I would say that she complained about the relationship, but not necessarily about specific things he would do.
Was there a particular complicating factor in their relationship that you were aware of?
That he had a child.
He had a child?
Yes.
Did you ever meet the child?
I did.
What was his name?
JD, Jackson Drew.
How did you meet the child?
I believe the same circumstances of him bringing the child to the dorm.
When he brought the child to the dorm?
Yes.
How many times, if you recall, how many times or approximately how many times do you think that he may have brought the child to the dorm?
I would say around 5, approximately.
And when he brought the child to the dorm, was it each of those 5 times was there anything unique about those visits in terms of the length of those visits? Were they overnight or were they just
yes.
for the day or what?
Usually they were overnight.
Were there times, any time or other times that you're aware of when he brought JD to the dorm and left JD with Ms. Poague for any period of time?
Not that I can recall right this second.
So if JD was there, was he typically there?
Usually, from my knowledge.
Jay Williams?
Yes.
What did you think of JD?
I love JD.
Did you get to spend any time with him when he was there at the dorm?
Yes.
How did he act? What was his demeanor as a child?
He was very fun to be around, I thought. He was learning to walk or time. We would be in the bathroom common area walking, or I would put him down and ask him to walk to me.
And that was in like August, the earlier part of the time that he was here visiting. Did Ms. Poague know that you had a positive relationship, I guess, with the child?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what her complaints were as it related to the child in relationship? What was it that caused the complication in the relationship with the child being there?
Her not feeling like she could love JD as if it was her own kid.
Did she ever express to you any interest in having children of her own with anyone, or particularly with Jay Williams?
Not that I can specifically recall.
She just had difficulties with the fact that he had a child with someone else.
Yes.
Do you recall at some point you interviewed with someone from the GBI? And then after that interview with the GBI, during that interview with the GBI, did you provide them with some screenshots of text messages and so forth out of your phone?
I did, yes, sir.
Subsequently to that, did they ask you for permission to download your phone?
Yes, sir.
Basically, to copy the contents of it. Did you authorize them to do that?
I did.
And are you aware that as part of the analysis of your phone, that there were text messages between you and Ms. Poague that were extracted and preserved from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And have you, some of those text messages, well, you've met with me, is that right?
I have.
And some of those text messages, we actually, we discussed. I asked you some questions about some of them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You saw those text messages. Were you able to determine of your own memory, or by looking back at your phone again, were you able to determine that the messages in the format that I showed them to you?
Yes.
That they were accurate, that the same messages that were actually in your phone or had been in your phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you remember, even if you don't remember the details of each message, did you remember the context of the various messages?
Yes.
Okay. So these are the phone extraction. Okay, these are not the screenshots. These are from the phone extraction. And these messages that start. They start. Let's see. The first one is August 17th, 2023, and they go up through. Then they move forward, and there's more on the 17th and up to the 22nd.
August?
Yes.
That's the ones you gave me before.
No, the ones I gave you before, the ones that from January.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
You got a copy of that? You got a copy?
well, other than the drive, I think you had to make a separate copy of this. But I'll let you. I'll let you just a second. These are the messages that this is the section that I'm going to put in now, which is I start back here, August 17th at 10:30, and then move forward to here. Okay. I'm going to hand you what I am now marking as State Exhibit 37.
Okay.
And it consists of 4 pages. For the record, Your Honor, it consists of 4 pages, and it shows text messages by and between Ms. Purmort and Ms. Poague during the time period of August 17th, 2023 at 10:30 p.m. up through, there's a message from August 22 of 2023 as well. And if you don't have them in that format, T, I'll let you use it right here. Hold on. I'm hand you a copy of my working copy here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Show you State's Exhibit 37, which consists of 4 pages. It covers the time period that I mentioned a moment ago. And can you look at these? And if you recall, they begin here and go backwards.
Yes.
From the back to the front. Okay. So you might want to read them that way. If you just take a look and glance at those and tell me if you recall seeing those or recall those messages being in your phone and knowing that they're in your phone.
Yes.
Okay. Who are those? This time I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 37.
Objection, Your Honor.
Without a
Okay. So if you flip to the last page 114.
Okay.
And the first message, the message that starts this exchange between the two of you, is it August 17th, 2023 at 10:30:51, and it's the message that on that form is the very one at the bottom. Okay. So the first message is from who to?
The first message is from Trinity to me.
Okay, and what did that message say?
It asks if you were up, says you up.
Right, and you responded a few seconds later and said what?
Yes.
Okay, and then after you responded and said you were up, Ms. Poague sent another message. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the message at the top of page 114 of that printout.
Yes, sir.
What does that message say?
It says, why do I feel anger towards JD? Like earlier when we were in bed and JD kept touching Jay's face, I almost cried.
Your response to that, which came again just a few seconds later, and this is the time of page 113.
Okay.
Your response to that was what?
What do you mean? Like you feel anger towards JD? Question mark.
And then her reply to you a minute later, what was what?
Like, I don't know, not jealousy. Like I want him instead of loving. I just feel like angry, like want to punch him. LMFAO, OMG, that sounds so bad.
Okay. What does LMFAO stand for?
Do you want me to say that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but yes, can you tell?
It stands for
Most people probably know what it stands for, but I'd like for it to be in the record.
it stands for laugh my fucking ass.
And OMG is,
Oh my God.
IDA is,
I don't know.
and WYM.
What do you mean?
Okay. All right. So then after that message to you from Ms. Poague, was there another message that came short, just a few seconds later from her?
Yes.
And what does that message say?
Ever since he's gotten here, Jay has not touched me.
And then at the bottom of page 112, the next message, which is at 10:34 and 48 seconds, again, is from her to you. Is that right?
It is.
And what does it say?
He's currently on the floor.
Now, in the context of these messages and the context of other conversations that you had with Ms. Poague, do you know who she's talking about and what she's talking about when she says he's currently on the floor?
I believe she's talking about Jay.
Okay. And would be on the floor where?
Of the dorm room, I would assume.
Would it be like on the floor or on something else? Was there an air mattress in there?
I'm unsure about this time.
Okay, you don't know if there was an air mattress at that time?
No.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. In any event, you responded to her message at 10:35 that night, August 17th. And what did you say?
I said, I think he's just trying to take care of JD and make sure he has space and everything he needs. He's trying to come off as not wanting to touch you or be with you. But that's his baby, you know.
And then she replied to that about a minute later and said what?
Maybe it's just because he had a kid with someone else, and I'm just starting to realize that I can't be with someone who doesn't have my kid.
And then your reply to that was what?
I can understand where it may be hard to raise a kid who's yours.
Okay. Subsequent to that, a few days later, on August 22, was there another message from her to you that appeared to be a forwarded message? Like she sent you a message that she had sent to someone else?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can read read it yourself briefly. The message that's there in the center of the page. The one that starts, "I've told you."
Okay.
Do you remember getting that message or a message to that effect from her?
Yes.
And what was the context of that message? Like, who was she talking to?
Jay.
But she sent you what?
I believe a screenshot or probably just forward message.
Or the message? Okay. Had y'all been to? Did you know what this was when you got it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, what was the message she forwarded to you that she had sent to Jay earlier in that week or that day?
Read it aloud.
Please.
I've told you from the beginning that I would always try to love JD is the same as mine. But since me and you have gotten serious, every time I see him, I just get angry at the world and I just have a gut of anger. I don't know what it is. Maybe because I'm so young and I know if I am committed to you, then I'm committed to him. You're 24 and I'm 18 and I know that the age difference isn't much, but you have a kid and you have more responsibilities than just spoiling me. I don't want to be your second baby mama. I want it to be your first, but that won't ever happen. And I don't think I can get to be in a relationship with you and have that in the back of my mind.
Over time, from that point in August forward, did you ever have conversations with her in which they weren't recorded in messages, but where y'all talked about this particular issue?
Yes.
And what did she express to you as to how she felt about the child and the child as it related to her relationship with Mr. Williams?
I would say around the same things of she didn't know if she could love him like her own kid, that she was angry at him when he was there.
Did she ever express her anger to you? Did she ever express her anger in a way related to how she felt about the child?
She would say such things as, I would want to run him over with my car.
She told you that she wished she could just run him over with a car?
She did.
In November of 2023. There's some more messages that I guess I'm announcing this for the record. These messages, Your Honor, that I'm about to ask her about, or I'm going to show her this exhibit. The exhibit will consist of 5 pages. And it's messages that began on November 9, 2023 at approximately 10:30 p.m. and proceeded from there same day to like 10:40 p.m. So it's about 10 minutes worth of messages. And it's going to be marked as States Exhibit 38. I'll show it to Mr. Gamble, and I'll show it to the witness. So, they go in reverse.
Back here.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah. Let's show you these, and I just told you what the dates were.
Okay.
States Exhibit 38, and if you would look at, start back here, reading forward, and just tell me if you recognize the messages that are in there. If you recognize those messages we talked about.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. The first message in that series of messages, the one that is at the very end of the page, or the end of those pages, that's time-stamped November 9th. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't think I tendered the exhibit. Oh, tender States 38.
Do you have any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay. The first message in that series of messages, it's got a timestamp of November 9th, 2023, 10:33:58 p.m. and is from Ms. Poague to you. Do you see that on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you read that message, please?
It's okay, LOL. I'm just going to sleep in your room. I can't do JD crying that much. Hopefully he's in a better mood in the morning.
Do you know what she was referring to about wanting to sleep in your room and hoping that he'd be in a better mood tomorrow?
As in what was happening then?
Right, as in what was happening at that time during that time.
Give me just. I don't recall exactly what this situation is.
Was Mr. Williams and the child, were they in Americus at the dorm during that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then after she sends that message, what's the next message that she sends to you?
I promise not to touch anything, LOL.
Okay. And then your reply to that was what?
Yes. Yes.
What was that last thing you said?
I promise to not touch anything, LOL.
Okay. And then your reply to that message was what?
You're fine.
And then you sent another message just a few minutes, just a minute or two later, on that night, 10:34:36. And what did your message to her say?
Is he still crying?
Talking about who?
JD.
Did he cry a lot?
I would say yes.
When he was at the dorm, could other people hear him crying from time to time, or do you know?
I have no idea. I was next. I could hear.
You could hear him through your wall.
Yeah.
Okay. And you ever been around other kids, little kids that age?
Sure.
And it just in comparison to whatever it is that you would consider to be sort of average, he cried more or less than most children you knew.
I would say about the same. I didn't really think any more or less.
What made him cry? Generally.
I'm really unsure.
I mean, hungry, sleepy,
Yeah,
tired?
normal things like he wanted to eat or he was tired.
Did you, at any time in there when you saw the child, did you have a sense from either his behavior or his appearance as to whether or not the child was possibly the victim of some kind of abuse?
No.
Did you ever notice anything that would appear to be an unusual amount of bruising or scratches, marks on his face, on his body, or anything like that?
No.
All right. So you asked, is he still crying? And then her response at 10:35 and 21 was what?
No, not right now. But Jay is trying to tell me what to do, and it's pissing me off because it's like you don't even go to sleep with your own kid. If he's sitting up, he's not going to go to sleep.
Okay. And who's she referring to as if he's sitting up, then he's not going to go to sleep?
I'm unsure. I believe D.
I'm sorry?
I believe JD.
Okay. Okay. But Jay is the one that's not going to go to sleep.
Yeah.
All right. And then she sends another message right after. What does the message say?
And then I'm trying to take a shower and I had to bathe him and I just sat him down and let him cry because I'm not about to baby him.
Not about to be him. And who was she referring to then?
JD.
That she wasn't going to baby the baby? Your response that came just a moment later, about 3 minutes later, that's shown at the bottom of the page 58 there, in the ones you have in your hand. What was your response?
Trinity, you just let him.
Okay, and her reply to that was what?
Yep.
And then what did she say after that message that said yep?
I was trying to bathe him and he liked the water hitting his face.
What was your question? At your response to that? Did you ask a question essentially?
I asked after that, I said, did you sit him right in the line of the shower head?
And she said what?
No, I was turned to the water and he was sitting in front of your stuff. The water wasn't even getting in him that much.
The water wasn't even getting in him that much?
Yes.
Okay. And then you replied what?
I said, oh, what the heck, JD?
Okay. And then she sends another message at 10:42 to what message say?
He's just tired. Maybe he will be good for you, but as soon as I get back, I'm taking his ass home.
Which said maybe he'll be good for you. Who's she referring to?
Me.
You?
Yes.
Do you know if this was some point at which you were planning to or agreed to watch him for some period of time while
I
they were
believe I
together or something?
Yes, I believe I must have agreed to watch him the next day.
You'd agreed to watch him the next day?
I'm gathering that, yes.
Okay. All right. And after she says, I'm taking his ass home, she sends another message in that series. And that's, well, two more. The one just above that. What does it say?
I'm done. I can't do it, Parris.
And then the one after that.
I'm not ready.
Okay. I'm going to put this up there in just a second. All right. Show these to Mr. Gamble.
Coming back. Coming back.
Right. It goes
Okay.
all the way to the last message that day at the hospital. That's the last one I got. Okay, Purmort, I'm gonna hand you a exhibit, Martin States Exhibit 39, 1, 2, 3, 7 pages. You look at those and tell me if you recognize what's shown on those 7 pages.
Yes,
What is that? Yeah,
that is a text thread between me and Trinity.
I'm sorry?
That is a text thread between me and Trinity.
A text thread between you and Trinity?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's something different about that text thread and the way it's displayed and the ones that we were just going through?
These are screenshots off my phone.
And who took those screenshots?
I did.
And when do those, what time period do those messages cover, if you know?
January 13th and January 14th.
January 13th and 14th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 39 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted without objection. Ladies and gentlemen, she will be our last witness today, but I do want to finish.
I don't want to be pushed over this thing. Well, I guess that's what's. Judge, I'm sorry, let me just, I gotta reconnect this. What is the? I did tender them, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the date, the date and time of the first message that's shown in that exhibit?
January 13th, 9:28 p.m.
And well, I haven't had this much trouble with the display until now. I apologize, and give me just a moment, I'll have it back operating. At this time, I'm going to display it up here. At least in here. So the first message that she sent, who sent the first message?
Trinity,
And what time is that message?
9:28 p.m.
What did the message say?
Are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD.
Are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD.
Sir.
Where were you when she asked you, are you coming back in the morning?
Yes, I was at work. I worked at Magnolia Manor. I was a certified nurse assistant.
What do you do at Magnolia Manor?
I was a certified nursing assistant, so I take care of elderly.
What shift were you working in?
Night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
So when she sent this message at 9:28, she said, somehow I got stuck with JD. And then what was your response to that?
Yeah, I'm coming back. How'd that happen?
And then she says what?
He made me feel bad because it's already late and JD is being so fussy. So he asked if they could stay.
And you asked what?
What are y'all going to do about tonight?
Her response was what?
No clue. I guess probably sleep on the air mattress in the sink area. I can't do being around JD anymore. He hates me and I hate him.
Okay. Now, when she says, I'll probably sleep on the air mattress in the sink area, you know what she's referring to then?
I was under the impression that she would be the air mattress into when you first walk into the dorms. It was a common area with 2 seats on the right, and then our rooms broke out with different doors.
Okay. All right. And so when she sends a message that says, I can't do being around JD. He hates me and I hate him. Did you reply to that?
I said, is he sleeping with JD in your bed?
And her response?
Probably.
Okay. And then there are several messages that you sent at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What are those?
Trin, that's so messed up. Make him get on the air mattress with this child. That's not your kid and you aren't together.
All right. And then if you go to the next page after you said, then y'all aren't together, what does the message say?
I know. I told him after night he better not contact me.
And then you sent another message that says what?
Well, you can sleep in my bed if Jay and him are in your room, but I want to see my child.
Okay. Now, what do you mean by that? I want to come see my child.
I love JD, so I wanted to come see him on my lunch break.
And what did she say?
You want me to stop by your work and let you see him?
And your response was what?
No, I can come on my break. Or y'all at the dorms?
And then what did she say?
No, I went to Albany to go to Sephora. I'm on the way back.
And you said, let me know when you get back.
Yes.
And then that was a good time for her to go out. Then there's another message right after that that says, we're at the dorms, right?
Yes.
What time is that message? The one that says we're at the dorms?
9:59.
All right. When she said she was back, what did you say?
Okay, I'm coming. It's me and Caitlin because I got on a break a little earlier.
Okay. And what time was that?
10 o'clock and 10:05.
10 o'clock and what?
Last the message is at 10:05.
10:05. Okay. Do you know what time you got to the dorm? Well, let me back. Did you go to the dorm?
I did.
Do you know what time you got there?
Around 10:30.
Okay, so sometime between this message and 10:30?
Yes.
How long were you there?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Did you see Ms. Poague?
I did.
Did you see JD?
I did.
Did you see Jay Williams?
I did.
What were they doing? What was their status at that time? I mean, in terms of what they were they up? Were they asleep? Were they?
They were awake. They were awake. They were in Trinity's room.
All three of them were in Trinity's room?
Yes.
Did they appear to be in the midst of any kind of a fight or anything, any kind of an argument or anything?
No, I believe Trinity was changing Jay's diaper.
Okay. So at that point, did you know she said anything about what the sleeping arrangements might be for later that night?
Not that I can recall in there.
Okay. If it's the text, you don't recall
No, sir.
What may have been said at that point, right? Okay, so you were there at 10 or left somewhere a few minutes later, around 10:30. Oh, I know what I was going to ask that I said. What was JD's condition when you saw him?
He was normal. Perfectly fine.
Did he appear normal?
Yes.
Did he act normal?
Yes.
What is normal for him at that time? What was normal for him in terms of like his demeanor and so forth?
If he wasn't crying, he was usually just kind of straight face. He never really changed his expression. I actually picked him up at the time and held him on my hip and was trying to tickle him, make him laugh.
Did you get a good look at him?
Yeah.
Did he appear to be hurt or injured in any way?
Not that I could tell.
Did you see any bruises or marks on his face?
Not that I could tell, no.
Okay. Do you think you would have, if you had seen something like that, do you think it would have stood out?
I believe so.
Did he appear to feel okay when you saw him? Did he appear to be in any kind of pain, like he was hurting or anything?
I don't recall him being in any pain.
Now you said that Ms. Poague was changing his diaper, or when you got there, she was changing his diaper as you got there?
I believe so, yes.
Did she make any comments about anything being wrong with him, about him being sick or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
Did anybody tell you that he was sick or had been sick or wasn't feeling well or anything else like that?
Not that I remember, no.
All right. So you left, and then when did you next hear from Ms. Poague?
At 11:46 p.m.
And that was the same night, right? January 13th?
Yes.
All right. And what was the message you got from her at that time?
Is it okay if I watch TV in your room?
And you responded with what?
Yeah.
She said, thank you. And you said,
are you okay?
all right. And then what was her message after that when you said, are you okay?
She responded with, yes, I'm okay. I just need a break, like mental break. JD isn't asleep and Jay is knocked out all over the bed. And I didn't want to play the TV. I'm sorry, LOL. I didn't mean to seem like a bitch earlier.
Okay. All right. Now she's telling you that she's okay, but she needs a mental break because JD won't go to sleep and Jay is asleep on her bed.
Yes.
Okay. So did you tell her it was okay for her to watch TV in your room or whatever she wanted to do there?
I did.
Right. And what did you say? Your response was,
no, you're okay. LOL. Wake Jay up and get him to help JD go to sleep.
okay. And then what did she say when you said, tell him to get up and help JD go to sleep?
She said I did, and he just put him beside me and let him roll off the bed.
And let him roll off the bed?
Yes.
Right. And then your response was?
What? In all caps.
And she said what?
Yep. He's okay.
She said he's okay.
Yes.
Now, did anything else get said to you about JD rolling off of a bed, falling off of a bed, or anything else about whatever his sleeping arrangements were that night?
Mm.
So the next time is it the next time you hear from her, that next text message that came at 12:41 p.m. the next day? Is that the next time you heard from her that you know of?
No, the morning I got off of work, I came back to the dorms about 7:15 p.m. a.m. Sorry, 7:15 a.m. And I was going to go to work or to go to Griffin to see my dad at church. We briefly passed in the common area of our bathroom, but it was just a bye. I'm going to Griffin. And then this was the text message last time I heard from her. Okay. All right. So when you saw her there, when you got home from work at 7:15 or whatever that morning, and you saw her in the common area of your room, were you able to learn then from talking to her, or were you able to see by observation later whether she had slept in your room the night before? It didn't look like anyone had slept in my room, no. Did she say anything about having slept in your room? No. All right. So then at 12:41 p.m. on January 14th, she texted you and she said what? I need you to call me. Jay just took JD to the hospital. Right. And you basically replied, yeah, I'll call. Is everything okay? What happened, right? Yes. Right. And then
At what time did she send the next message to you?
1:06 p.m.
Okay, and what does the message say at 1:06 p.m.?
There's cops everywhere. I have no clue. He was watching TV, and when I picked him up, he was just so weak, but he was breathing. They don't think he will make it. They don't think he will make it. Was at later at 1:47.
Okay, all right, so the message at 1:46?
1:47, yes. The original, the big.
Yeah, the one before. This is there's cops everywhere.
That was 1:06.
1:06, okay. She says, I have no clue. He was watching TV, and when I picked him up, he was so weak, but he was breathing. Did you have any idea what she was talking about in terms of him being weak or her having to pick him up or anything like that?
No, sir.
She then sends a message that they don't think he will make it. Okay, was there any conversation that took place either before these messages or in between these messages or whatever that you can recall in which she gave you any outline or understanding or explanation for whatever had happened
There was
up to that point?
There was a brief phone call. I believe it was during this time. Something along the lines of he had a skull fracture, but the medical doctors were coming back in to talk a little bit more, and then she hung up. It was very, very brief.
Okay, so sometime before that 1:46 message, she told you something about he had a skull fracture, but then she had to hang up because the doctors were coming in.
Yes, I believe so.
All right, and then your next communication with her was that message about cops, everything, he was so weak, etc. Was that the next communication between y'all?
I believe between that message and the 1:47 that they don't think he will make it was a call.
Okay, all right. So it would have been a very brief phone call then, if that's the case, right? All right, and then your response was what?
Trinity, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
And she said,
I don't know what to do.
right, and then you asked her a question. What did you say?
Did they say what happened or what? Why they think that?
Okay, and what did she tell you?
He hit his head at some point. I don't know. They won't give us each information.
Think she may, instead of meaning to say each, that might be a typo, that it was supposed to be something else?
Maybe much.
Much. They won't give us, he hit his head at some point. I don't know. They won't give us much information, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask a question about last night. What's your question to her?
Didn't he fall off the bed last night?
And when you said, didn't he fall off the bed? What was her reply?
I don't know. I was asleep.
Okay. How did you respond at that point?
I said, Trinity, I don't even have the right words to say. Just know I'm praying so hard for you and Jay. I love y'all and JD so much. I'm so sorry I'm not there.
And then there's messages from her, several in a row. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What do those messages say?
My mom is coming up here. Apparently, they plan on taking me down to the station. Later, an hour later, she says he has a skull fracture. Apparently, all of his friends and his sister think I did it.
Okay, stop there. What time is that message?
3:42 p.m.
All right. And then after that, she sends another message that says what?
My parents are on the way.
And then?
I didn't do it, Parris. I would never lay my hands on any kids.
Okay. And then after she says, I didn't do it, I wouldn't lay my hands on a kid. Okay. What's her message after that?
I'm around him more than 5 minutes by myself.
You said, Trinity, I know that. You asked her if her parents know everything now.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What were you referring to when you said, do your parents know everything now?
I was referring to her and Jay's relationship.
To your knowledge, were her parents aware of her relationship with Mr. Williams?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Had she told you at any point that he was being in a secret,
Yes.
or at least for now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you say, do your parents know everything now? And she said, what?
Yes. I don't even care. I'm freaking the fuck out.
Right. And then what did you say?
Everything is going to be okay.
Response to that was what?
No, it's not. They will charge me because I'm the girlfriend. I would never hurt him.
And You said what?
That everyone will be able to see that.
And then her response when you said, I know that, everyone will be able to see that. And I'll wait for it to pop back up. Maybe it will. Well, maybe it won't. What was her, there it is. What was her response at the bottom there?
How the fuck do you get a skull fracture?
Okay. And then you sent her, and I'm going to flip to the next page because it's easier to read on the next page, but you send her a message after she says, how do you get a skull fracture? Okay. And she sends you back, or you send her a message. What does that message say?
You texted me last night and told me he fell. That had to be it.
Okay. So the second time in this conversation that you made reference to the fact that she had said something about him falling the night before.
Yes.
Right. And when you sent that message, what was her response?
But that was only off the air mattress, and the air mattress wasn't that far from the ground. I can't text about it. I know what's going to happen to me.
You said what?
I said, I'll call you in just a minute to check on you.
And her reply was what?
I babysit all the time, and nothing like this has ever happened.
Do you know if you've had any other communications or messages with her since that message that
not
day?
with her.
The comments that she had made about, I'd like to punch him in the face, or I wish I could run over him with my car. In fairness, I mean, did you take those? Did you interpret those yourself as a threat of some sort?
That she would act upon?
Yeah.
No, not that I thought she would actually.
Thought she was just talking.
Yes.
Venting. What's the phrase? Venting. She was venting.
Yes.
I need just a minute, Your Honor. How did Ms. Poague act around the child when Mr. Williams was there?
Very indifferent, in my opinion, just depending on if their relationship was going good that day or not.
Was there any point at which you perceived her as acting, I guess I would say, openly hostile towards the child, or not?
Not very openly. I wouldn't say very openly.
Not openly hostile. Okay. What do you mean by that? Not openly hostile.
I mean, maybe in a private dorm room, but not in a bigger situation.
Okay. Did you ever observe any physical violence directed at that child by her or by Mr. Williams?
Not that I recall.
In November of 2023.
Let's cut that off.
Yes, sir. In November of 2023, did you hear anything from her about an incident involving her hitting the child with a dresser drawer, or pulling a dresser drawer and hitting, or a cabinet drawer or something and hitting the child in the head with it?
Not that I recall.
Okay. She didn't say anything to you about that having happened?
Not that I remember.
Did she ever say anything to you about some incident or possible incident about the child hitting the wall in December of 2023?
Not that I recall, no. In
all the times that you saw the child, whether in her immediate presence or not, did you ever see the child at a time that the child appeared to be in some kind of physical distress?
No,
Did you ever see the child in any time in which he appeared to be injured in any way?
no, sir.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Purmort, I'm P. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Just not a whole lot of questions. I know it's getting late in the day, but I do have a few. And first, may I approach the
Yes, sir.
witness, because I don't have a copy of those first two. These two, he just showed it to me. I mean, I do have them on some computer hard drive perhaps, but not a hard copy of them. If I understand things correctly, you met Trinity sometime before y'all began school in college in August at Georgia Southwestern, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, y'all met well enough that you went different places together and became friends before you became roommates in your suite, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even to the extent one time you came and helped her with a pageant that she was dealing with, correct?
I did.
And she went to things with you, correct?
She did.
And then y'all decided, because of the friendship you struck up from Facebook and then being around each other, to room together at Georgia Southwestern.
Yes.
And as I understand, y'all was rooming the whole time from August until this incident in January 14th, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that you believe that Mr. Williams came to see her with the child, or sometimes maybe as many as 5, correct?
Yes.
But you also were asked how many times did he spend the night, or when he came, did he usually spend the night? Did he spend the night with her each time? You said usually.
Mm-hmm.
Of those 5 times that he came with the child, was there some of those times he did not spend the night but just visited and went back home with the child?
Not that I remember.
So are you saying then the 5 times you recall would be 5 times that he came and spent the night with the child?
Yes.
Now, in addition to spending the night with the child 5 times from, I assume, August until January,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
He spent the night a whole lot more than that with her, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And it wouldn't be uncommon for him to spend the night on weekdays with her, correct?
Yes.
A couple of times a week usually?
Yes.
That didn't bother you?
No.
It was okay with you?
Yeah.
And he spent the weekends almost every weekend, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be at least somewhere 3 or 4 times every week he was spending the night with her in her room and you were in your room in the same area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the same time, were you working night shift most of the time?
Yes.
I mean, while you were in school, did you work night shift?
Yes, sir.
What, Monday through Thursday or Friday? What did you do?
My schedule was kind of irregular. Maybe I worked 2 days out of the week, 2 night shifts out of the week.
Okay. So you were gone sometime at night, but you'd be there a good bit of the time, correct?
Yes.
So were you around them a good bit in their relationship?
Towards the latter part, no. Me and his separate sororities, different friend groups. So even when I was not at work, I wasn't always in the dorm.
Okay. Now, you testified about some early August conversations you had on the phone or on text messages in which y'all were discussing the child, her being uncertain about having a child in a relationship and that type of thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were aware at that time the relationship was fairly new between you and Mr. Williams, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you knew they started dating maybe sometime in June, right?
Yes.
And here we are in August, so it's only a couple of months, right?
Yes.
And were you with her or did you friends with her when she first met JD?
I'm not sure.
Don't know when she met.
I don't.
But anyway, you do know they started dating about June, though, right?
Yes.
And you've already described it, I think, you've already said it, but to some extent, this was a pretty volatile relationship, correct?
Yes.
It was up and down, break up, make up all the time, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me it was sort of an immature relationship?
Yes.
And you had expressed to her at times that you felt like it would make more sense for her just to break up with Jay, correct?
Yes.
Because you saw the situation as the way it was going, that didn't make a lot of sense, right?
Yes.
And I think let me see if I can, you read some of this. It's going to take me a second, John, to figure out from where it came from. But you read part of the text that came from early August, correct?
Yes.
One thing I recall that she had said to you about being in your room, I promised to not touch it. You remember that?
Yes.
She meant your stuff, right?
Yes.
She wasn't talking about I promised not to touch JD. She talking about I promised not to mess with your room, right?
Yes.
One time, let me ask you if you recall this being in a text message. She said to you, "No, not right now, but Jay is trying to tell me what to do, and it's pissing me off because it's like he don't even get with his own kid. If he's sitting up, he's not going to sleep." You remember that being read to you? And she meant by that the child is up and wanting daddy to be with him, but daddy's already asleep, correct?
Yes.
And it was fairly common for her to be left in care of JD during the times that JD came and spent the night at the dorm room, wasn't it?
I would say shared that responsibility.
Did you see her often bathe the child?
They usually did it together.
Did she often change the child's diaper?
Yes.
Did she carry the child around sometime when they went places?
Yes.
Now, you remember when there was a text message in which she had sent you a screenshot where she had said some things to him. Recall that?
Yes.
Give me 1 second, I'm trying to understand what this text is. Well, I'm not sure if I can find it right now. We're not taking too much time, but when that text was the screenshot where she had sent to Jay, and she had said basically she didn't think she could do this, and she didn't want to be with him and the child, and it's better if they maybe go their separate way, that type thing. You recall that?
Yes.
You didn't read the reply to it, but the reply from you was that you agreed and thought that was a good idea, didn't you?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. So, I mean, you were recognizing that time period in August that maybe the best thing for them to do is to break up. Also, all that back and forth and the questions about having a child, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you could understand to a degree, an 18-year-old girl just going to school and want to have her own life and her own start, correct?
Yep.
I mean, you're kind of in the same position,
Right.
right? That means you couldn't take over somebody else's child, but at the same time, that's another factor in a relationship, correct?
Yes.
And even on the day that the texts were sent about being at the hospital, you were clear when you replied to her messages that you loved her and JD and Jay, correct?
Yes.
And when she said she didn't do it, you replied several times and said, "I know you would never do anything like that," correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's what you believed at that time, correct?
Yes.
And you weren't just saying that to appease her, were you?
No.
Okay. Now, you said also that the child cried a good bit, but maybe not more than others. But would it be fair to say that the child could be somewhat fussy at times?
Yes.
And you've been around some small childs where they can especially fussy when it's bedtime, correct?
Yes.
Fight, sleep, that type of thing.
Sure.
And this child being brought into y'all's dorm room was a place where he didn't have really much to play with or anything, correct? Now, as far as the sleeping arrangements, are you aware of whether or not the child from time to time slept in the regular bed with either Jay or with Jay and Trinity?
I assumed that was what was happening. Yes.
You think that's what was happening?
Yes.
You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
So it wouldn't surprise you if they were on the regular bed, not the air mattress, sleeping together, correct?
Yes.
Now, is your bed like Trinity's that sits way up off the ground?
It was.
So it's higher than normal, right?
It was.
Would you agree with me that you would not want a child to fall off of that bed?
Objection, Your Honor. It's whether,
I was not
whatever her
questioning- I
opinion
was
is
not
about that's
questioning.
irrelevant.
Would you agree with me that y'all have very hard concrete floors?
Yes.
If you fell and struck that, it would hurt you, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to state that even though Trinity talked about the child being something that she may not be ready for in a relationship, she also complained about from time to time Mr. Williams being too controlling?
Not that I recall right this second.
Do you recall her ever talking to you about him wanting all of her social media password accounts?
I knew about her wanting his,
You never
or
heard of it?
both going it both ways. Yes.
You knew they both wanted each other?
Yes.
Did he get angry with her from time to time when he was out about in college, where she went to some event or things like that when he was not around?
Not that I really remember right this second.
You don't recall him getting angry one time when you and she were off somewhere and he didn't like it because she was not responding on the phone?
Not that I can recall right this second.
You may not be aware of that.
Not right now.
Now, you said one thing that JD was learning to walk when you first saw him, correct?
Yes. Well, in the later.
The latter
months,
part.
yes.
So you met him, I don't know if you met him, but sometime in August you met him.
Yeah.
And if we get on toward November, maybe, he's starting to walk.
Yes.
And like most toddlers, when they're starting to walk, did he have these bump bruises, he'd stumble and all that kind of thing?
Not I observed.
Did you ever observe him stumble and fall?
Yeah.
Because he's trying to learn how to walk, right?
Yes.
Now, you know, you initially had a text message there at the very end of the text threads. That was the January 13th and 14th text thread that began on the night of the 13th. You recall being you got in your hand there, right?
Yeah.
And that was where Trinity told you that initially the child had fallen off the bed but was okay, correct?
Yes.
Now, later, she told you it fell off the bed, but it was apparently from
The air
the
mattress.
blow up air mattress, correct? Do you know any reason why if she had caused harm to the child, that she would try to minimize the fall and say it was from an air mattress rather than the high bed?
I didn't know.
Have you ever talked to her about that?
No.
I believe that's all the questions I have, Jan. All right. Any redirect?
I don't think so.
Subscribe to at Southern
No,
and hit
Your
the
Honor, she
bell
may
for
be
when we go
excused.
live.
Yes, Jan, I'm about to say we can do. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to stay. All right, that'll conclude matters for today. I would like for us to again start at 9 o'clock in the morning. I really appreciate everybody's diligence and getting here right on time. We haven't had to wait. And everybody's, I've noticed and pay attention, really involved in it. And so I really appreciate that. That's important. Keep up your good work and also keep up with my instructions and please don't put any internet or TV or anything like that. Thank you very much.
You are watching at Southernson, home of true crime. Smash that like button now.
If I get that one set, then the other side can just add to it, you know, or take away from it.
And I haven't actually looked at them, okay? Mr. Barner prepared these.
Okay.
And, I mean, I trust him, but I still want to look at them before I file them per se. But I don't mind, I mean,
It might not be a bad idea to go ahead and share what you have and let Mallory start working on it. I realize that you might have some revisions to it.
he's gonna email it to me, but I just.
That'd be great, because Mallory actually is the one that's going to be putting it together and will.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southernson today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.